going live. Hi guys, Vechs here. Welcome to my anime tier list. Was I live before? I can't
Mm-mm.
tell.
We're just chatting.
Oh, how long have I been live?
Believe just a moment.
Oh, okay. I was looking down at OBS and it said like a minute even after I had just gone live. Anyway, whatever. Hello YouTube. Welcome to the Anime Vechs has seen tier list. All right. Oh, just now? Okay, cool. Finn has the wrench of power. Finn is going to go mad with power. Hello, YouTube! Your waifu sucks. Fight me. Um, so, let's just jump right into it. On chat here, I have Courtney. Say hi.
Hello.
And... Yeah. Okay, so we have a tier list here. For those who don't know, I think everybody knows, but a tier list is just it's a list where you rank order things. Um, and you should have a suggestions tab for anime. Well, you know what? Maybe we can revisit this because there's more stuff that I need to add on here. Can I make if I could control plus? Can I make this a little bit bigger? Is that yes, yes. Aha! Yes, good. It can
You
get
must.
bigger. Sweetheart, it can get bigger.
Oh my.
Oh my. All right. So
It's phenomenal.
we have starting from the top, we have tier SU, so S tier, but SU means universal, so S tier universal. Hey, sweetie, I told you. I told you I'd put Western anime on here and it would roust people, and someone's already been rousted. Anime
Someone
he's seen.
immediately spots
Batman.
it.
Yep. 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 I have Western anime on here. Anime just means animation in Japanese. They consider Western cartoons to also be anime. Frickin' deal with it.
Now, there are some Western animation things that are they have more of the style of anime, right?
That is true,
And I
yes.
I do think you lean towards those.
Yes, but
Like
there's
Avatar: The
some that
Last
are just
Airbender.
yeah.
Come on.
There's some that are so good they have to come on here. Anyway, uh
For reference, right? You
no, I
know,
mean
for positioning. Yes, yes.
wait, where is
Honorary anime.
oh, I feel like I'm missing one. Did I miss one? I'm
Did
looking
you get
I'm
Korra?
yeah, I got Korra.
We almost forgot Korra.
I don't want to do that. Where is it? It better be on. It has to be on here because I wanted to gush about it. Oh shoot, I don't see it on here.
Oh no.
Hold on a second. Oh
You know,
no,
I
it.
feel like our big list was longer than the pictures here.
I mean there's a lot of pictures. Okay, it. Oh, I see it. It's on the list. All right, cool. We're good. We're good.
We're good.
We're good.
Maybe people jog your memory too.
Yep. Okay. So anyway, S tier, SU, S tier universal,
You
SP, S tier personal. So I'm if I put something in S tier universal, I'm just gonna recommend it for all of you. Like, this is the shit. You need to see it. Stop what you're doing and watch it.
it's universally good.
SP is just my personal S tier, and I acknowledge that it might not be for everyone. And then A, B, C, D, F tier should be obvious, self-explanatory. And then I just have a question mark tier down here for things that I just am not sure about. Um, all right.
Mhm.
So how do we want to do this? Should I just go in order? I think that might keep it. Yeah, I'm just gonna go in order. Um, can I make this any? Can I make this one bigger? Will that
I do
like?
wish it was a little bigger.
Oh, this might have gotten too big.
It looks okay.
Yeah,
You
okay.
can still see the letters. You could angle yourself slightly different if you needed to, though.
Yeah. Well, if I pick it up, oh god, I need to lock. Hold on a second, I need to lock this. There we go. I picked it up, and if I pick this up, can I make it be like I'm holding it? Eh. All right. Well, I made it as big as possible. Okay. So first
So
off, let's
big,
just get
guys.
into it. Well, actually, before I get into it, let's say hello to the stream. Um, hello, Getty. Hello, Quirkney, my love. Hello,
Uh-oh.
Sith Razor, Minecrafty D, Blissful Wolf, uh,
Redgara, I
Minecrafty
remember
D.
you from Twitch too. And Sith Razor, and
Hello,
Max, and
Finari,
Rocket Boy,
Max, Bunny. Hello, Bunny.
Omega,
Hello, Oxcar.
Oxcar,
Hello, Coax. Hello, Michael D. Hello, Topsolf. Hello, Kino. Brugga. Max. Kino.
Kino.
Uh, did I mix? Hello, Very Master Ninja. Hello, GFLE. Hello, Omega. Did I miss anyone? I think I scrolled through the chat history real quick and just said hello to everyone who has chatted.
There's Ellie
Hello,
and Mr.
Ellie.
Sneakman.
Hello, Snackman.
Bunnies. Bunny. Is it bunny like the creature?
Bunny. Hello, Christian.
Bunny.
Okay, so and one last before we start, one last disclaimer. This is just stuff I've personally seen and was able to remember while sitting in bed thinking about it for a few hours. And then
Craft track.
I went and looked at like what I had let's say available on my computer. And my purchase history on like Amazon Video and Crunchyroll and all the other streaming sites where you legally watch anime. All of those. I checked all of that. Anyway, uh all right. So that said, this is just stuff I have personally seen. Just because something's not on here doesn't mean it sucks. It's just I haven't seen it yet. And there were even a few things like there was one anime called Flag. It's a very short anime. It's called just Flag, the word Flag, and I couldn't find the cover art for it because the SEO for just the word Flag is terrible. Even like Flag anime cover, I couldn't find it. It's a mecha anime. It's like a realistic real world mecha anime, and it's aight.
And good luck finding it.
But it's not on this list because I could not find the image to put it on the tier list. So just that's an example of something that I've seen that's not even on the list just because I can't freaking. Anyway. uh. Oh, for the record, I don't know. The Flag anime, I would have stuck it at C tier. Anyway, so let's just start. I'm gonna go in order. Um, if you ever do this, getting all of these images is an absolute pain in the butt. I have spent like the last 2 hours working on this, rushing.
Yeah, we were like, oh, that'll take half an hour.
Yeah, no.
No way it'd take more than half an hour.
No, putting this together is a pain in the butt. Anyway, Parasite Dolls. Parasite Dolls is an older anime. It's a collection of disjointed. Parasite Dolls is a collection of disjointed episodes shoved together to try to make some sort of movie. It's the animation's old, and I like that. And what I mean is like it's hand-drawn animation where they didn't use too much computer stuff. Old animation has a bonus in my rating just because it has a certain charm to me that I like to see. Some of the sequences, some of like the action sequences in older anime are just amazing to watch. But unfortunately, the Parasite Dolls story is disjointed, and I'm gonna throw it in. Ooh, is it D or is it F? Who here has seen Parasite Dolls? Just out of curiosity, have you seen it, sweetheart?
I've never heard of it. You didn't bother showing it to me, so
I think I'm on the fence, but
does it have pretty art or something at least? Is there some other
yeah, it's
redeeming
got some
quality?
nice animation sequences, but
That's
the
nice.
story is really really disjointed and kind of bad.
They tried.
I'm gonna I'm gonna put it in F tier. I
F for tried.
think. No, I can't put it in F tier. It's not that bad. It's not. I've got a few on here that are going straight into F tier.
Oh.
So we're gonna put it in D tier for now, and I can readjust the list um, as I go.
Oh.
And I think for this stream, come here, you. Ah! I think for this stream we're gonna throw me like over here and get me out the way of the thing.
You could angle yourself over those gear wheels since they're not doing much.
Yeah. Let's angle me like coming in from the side over here. There we go. Yeah, hi.
I need to make him a little desk or something.
Omega says he's seen Parasite Dolls and would say F. Okay. Okay.
Fair?
Yeah, you know what? We're gonna throw that down there.
You
Should
need
have a
like a
hell
hail
tier.
tier.
I thought about making a hell tier, but you know.
I don't know if you've seen there isn't too many that are truly awful that you can also remember.
I can't put Parasite Dolls in F tier because that's where Elfin Line's going. Frick you, Elfin Line. I hate you. F tier. God.
I've never heard of this one.
Frick this anime.
Yeah.
This is my personal list, and I hate Elfin Lied. F tier. F tier. F tier. F tier. I had to mute and scream. I'm shouting. She can hear her microphone's picking me up, shouting through the house.
Angry echo.
Okay, so Elfin Lied is about a. Where do I begin? God, how do I describe it? Okay, it's a girl and she's experimented on, and by like some organization, like I don't know, the government or the military or something, and she has powers and she has invisible hands. She has Mage Hand. She has Mage Hand from Dungeons and Dragons, but if the Mage Hand could just like rip people to pieces easily. And there's lots of them. And like the show starts in like the very first episode, there's this cute secretary girl and she's completely innocent just going about her day. And she's an absolute Tefania. Okay?
Okay, derpy.
She's derpy. And so the girl escapes and just grabs this girl and rips her head off. Like she twists her head around and pulls it off.
Why?
And I was like, no. So, and then she just like, she escapes and uses her invisible murder hands to just rip people to pieces. It's really gory. And you're supposed to feel sorry for her, and the show makes her out to be the protagonist and the sympathetic protagonist. And I'm like, no. Like, it sucks that you got experimented on, and it sucks that you have these weird powers that you didn't ask for, but you're just walking around killing innocent people left and right. Fuck you. And I hate this show. There's some other animes on here that have a message kind of shoved into them that like you're supposed to feel a certain you're supposed to feel a certain way. I'm looking at you, Blue Gender. Where are you at? Blue Gender's somewhere on here, and we're gonna get to you for the same reason. But yeah, Elfin Lied. Fuck this anime. Pardon my language. I'll try to moderate my language a bit, but Elfin Lied is F tier for fuck this anime. So we're starting things off in the D and the F tier, which I actually like because it makes some room for improvement. Um,
Mhm. Mhm.
who is sending me messages on Discord while I'm streaming? Mark is red. Go away. Stop. I must address the pings. The little red ping drives me mad. I must make it go away. Okay.
The madness.
Isn't Blue Gender H? No. What are you thinking of, Sith Razor? Blue Gender is a mecha anime. Um. Okay. Next up, we have Berserk, the Golden Age arc. Uh. So this is the new Berserk, not the old one. I'm not gonna rate the old one because I haven't seen it in so long, and really it's the same story. Um. I would say this one has the better animation. I kind of think the writing's better on the new one. Um, this one is not for everyone. Content warning, but
Uh-oh.
really good. I'm gonna say it is. It's a good story. The villain, who you might be able to tell based on the box art here, is the dude with the white hair to the left there. I hope this shows up okay on YouTube. I'm glad I was able to make this bigger. I don't know if I can make it any bigger. Can I do one more? Can we control plus? Does that make the box art bigger?
I'll tell you in just a moment.
Oh, it does. Oh, okay. Okay, we can do this. We can do it like this. Okay. Um so the villain. The villain is a great villain in that you will hate this son of a bitch by the end. Oh man. Oh
Very
man.
hateable.
Yeah, he is the story is quite I would say the story of the Golden Age arc in Berserk is a biblical story, and that Griffith really does represent a satanic figure. In
Mm.
that his pride and willingness to throw away the lives of hundreds of people just to fulfill his pride is literally Luciferian.
Uh-oh.
Um, and by the end of it, well, I'm not going to spoil it, but we go from metaphorical to quite possibly literal. Um, really good. Really good story, really good villain, really good characters. Violent, gory, content warning. Content warning, not for everyone, but if you're not afraid of blood and violence, and some other things that happen, A tier. A tier. Okay,
Mm-mm.
now up.
What do you got?
That time I was reincarnated as a slime.
Woo.
S tier personal?
I think it's a universal.
Universal S tier?
I think it's a universal S tier. I can't think of anything that's well.
Would you show it
Hang
to
on, there
everyone?
is.
Would you show it to everyone? Would you show it to your mom? Would you be like, hey mom, there's this thing called anime, and this is an example of anime that I think like you having never heard of it would watch. Like universal recommendation. I I I'm struggling, right? Like S tier personal, easily. S tier universal. Is it S tier universal for anyone who like what? Let's define S tier universal. For is universal just anyone who's interested in anime at all?
I think it should be for people who are going to watch anime.
Okay, all right. We're gonna put slime in S tier universal then.
Yay.
Do I need to say anything about it? It's that time I got it's the story of the Jura Tempest Federation. And do you see this little these eyes right here poking up at the bottom of the box art?
He's the
That
best
is
number.
that is a Star Tempest wolf or a Tempest Star wolf or a yeah. And
Rimu can be a
and
wolf
he
too.
gets excited and his tail starts wagging.
Goodbye.
And you know in an RPG when you make characters and you get to like grab the slider and move the slider around, th-
Yes.
it, they took the dog slider and they like maximized that shit. We have like maximized dog. And it's yes. Yes. This his name's Ranga, by the way.
Yes,
Best
best boy
boy.
Ranga.
And he runs up to Rimuru and he's like, Waka Aruji, which means master. And he's very loyal and he's very sweet. Watch it for the dog.
The best boy.
Also, I don't want to spoil, but there's one scene in season 2 and
Glorious escalation. Glorious.
there's a scene in season 2 that like if I had a best moments in anime, I need to make a best moments in anime tier list. Because this would be up there in the S tier of best moments in anime. I'm just going to say for the people, I'm not going to spoil. I'm going to be vague, but for the people who've seen it, Megiddo, the dude's like, "Don't worry, I'll handle things," and he gets up and starts to run off, and then thunk, and just deadpan falls over. I lost my shit. I laughed so hard. Okay. I have to wait for chat to catch up. But would a best sad moments in anime be a tier list? Yeah, I would think so, Sith Razor.
Ooh, that would be such a sad video.
Saddest moments in anime. Oh man, I don't know if I can make that. I was already going through. Okay, chat. Listen.
It got him, guys.
Yeah, she heard me like I choked up and started crying.
Ooh.
Yeah. I just saw the box art. Okay, I was getting the box art together for the tier list down here, and I was getting together the box art, and I saw the box art, and I just started crying. Does anyone in chat have any guesses what anime did that to me? It's down here somewhere.
I think it's a less common one. There's a couple like stereotypically sad ones we've avoided.
This one will make, if you don't cry your eyes out, if you watch this and don't cry, you might be one of those people who like doesn't feel emotions.
Makes you dubious. Well, go ahead and rank it since you brought it up.
Okay.
Yeah,
No. Yeah, okay.
Oh, do you not want to go out of order?
Oh, let me try to find it. God, I gotta find it. Hold on. Someone watching this has already found it and is like screaming at their screen. It's right there, you idiot. Hold on. I have a lot.
It has a blue one, right?
Does it?
I think it's bluish.
Someone's screaming at the screen right now.
Angel Beats. It's third over, second row. Right?
Second row, third over. There it is, yep.
Oh, second row is different for you than us, I think.
Okay, it's
Or
Angel
is that
Beats.
just that much lag?
Sweetie, rank Angel Beats.
Oh, it's good.
A tier?
I would probably do B.
B tier?
There's a little bit of
Okay,
awkward
to be clear,
writing here and there for...
Yeah, fair. Fair.
It seems like they're trying to move the story along, but it gets like, that's odd.
Yeah, okay, fair. Okay, so for this tier list, let's say anything that's C tier and higher, I think is worth watching.
Mm-hmm.
So C tier, there's going to be a lot of C tier, and C tier is your average anime that's like, you know, like C tier is stuff you have on your second monitor while you're working or something, or like you're playing RimWorld and you want to throw something on your second monitor for entertainment. C tier, right? Like S tier stuff is you sit down and you watch that. And like you're not distracted by anything else. But C tier stuff is average anime that is watchable, fine, it's fine. D tier is stuff that might have something going for it, but otherwise, like if you don't watch it, if you're not missing out, you can skip it. D tier is like skip, and F tier is I hate them.
Bad.
Yeah, I hate it.
This bad.
I don't even know if Elfen Light is objectively bad, but it provoked my hatred because it wanted you to fuck this show. No, your main character is not sympathetic. They're a psychopathic murderer. I hate you. Anyway, yeah, the song. Oh, the song. Ah.
What's
Sweetie,
next?
call me Pookie.
Hello, Pookie. Who's all these people talking to you on the computer?
They're just the audience. Nothing to worry about. I love you.
I love you, Pookie.
Pookie goes in A tier. What do you think?
It has some awkward writing, but
Or is it B tier?
ah,
I'm gonna say B tier because the protagonist is annoying to me.
he's meant to be though.
Yeah, but
He's meant to be offensive.
he's annoying.
I do think there's too many really good things to put it above. I think I would put it B. Me personally. I don't know what you think.
Well, it's my list, but I want your opinion too, because this is anytime you've watched one of these, I want your opinion as well.
Okay.
I would say Future Diary, Mirai Nikki is not C tier. Like it's above average because of it's got some cool concepts going on, you know?
Yeah, Angel Beats is better. I do agree with that. I do think Angel Beats should be like a higher B than Future Diary, but I think Future Diary is really iconic.
Yeah.
Like, it's representative of the genre.
You can't have a character that is that impactful on people, I think, and put it in C tier. Like, it's either needs to go, like, again, Elfen Lied had a huge impact, but F tier, right? I hate it. But still, huge impact. Memorable. Like, I'll always remember this show, but I hate it. Like, Parasite Dolls, like, D tier is, like, the forgettable tier. Like, C and D is, like, varying degrees of average to forgettable. Future Diary, Pookie goes in B tier. Held back by I hate the protagonist. He's so annoying.
It has a good gotcha about 2/3 of the way into the series.
Yeah.
Or is it further than that? Is it about 3/4 of the way in? But also the Rebby voice actor is in there.
Yeah.
But we'll get around to that later.
Oxacar says, I am a sucker for Yandere. Same. I can fix her. Case Closed. Have you seen Case Closed, sweetheart?
You showed me an episode of it, and we were going to start watching. And then we got distracted by something else and watched that series instead. And I don't remember.
I think that with a keen eye for detail, C tier prevails. I think Case Closed might be a great example of C tier. It's not bad. It's not like, oh my god, drop what you're doing and watch this. It's episodic. It
is what it is.
It's I think it's great second monitor while you play RimWorld material. Japanese name, I believe Detective Conan. English name, Case Closed. Yeah, yes, Sith Razor. Saturday morning cartoon. Yep.
I would believe that.
Something to just kind of have around. Okay. Next up, Have you seen this one, sweetheart? Martian Successor, Nadesico.
I don't believe so.
Main theme's really catchy. I can just
Yeah.
hear that little um I kind of want to put it in low B or high C. Martian Successor Nadesico is a mecha anime. Oh, but the bridge girl, the one with the in the bottom left, they're all idiots.
Are they?
She always says they're all idiots in the deadpan voice. I
Oh.
like her. Oh, I can't. It's better than Case Closed. It goes in B tier. Oh, hmm. Huh. Hmm. Yeah, B tier. Low B. Low B. I might be biased because I have a bias towards mecha anime. And yeah, okay, B tier. Has anyone in chat seen Martian Successor Nadesico?
Hmm.
TB Wolf says, well, I can't see what you say because this little heart icon covers it up. Why?
It ends in a F period. Is what
I
what he was
accidentally
saying.
turned off the chat. I can't see the chat. How do I bring it back? Help.
Um.
I turned off the chat. Sweetie, I have made mistakes. I can't see chat anymore.
Oh, you're not. You don't have them on a second screen.
I was just using the chat in OBS, the little chat widget.
You. How do you do it? Hang on.
Help. Please. Help.
What's that?
How do I see how do I turn chat back on? Hello, baby. How do I turn chat back on?
Sources? No, docs. You need to lock those. Chat.
Yay!
Go up here and lock that.
What?
Doc. Lock docs.
Thank you, baby. Wife fixed. Yay, wife. Wife is S tier. But SP tier. S tier personal. Wife is not to be shared.
What? Okay, there we are. I can see chat again too.
But Nadesico is a story of love across the stars, of valor and sacrifice, and Geki Gengar into danger.
Geki Gengar into danger.
Geki Gengar into danger. Oh, Ken dies. Oh, I'm getting emotional. Ken.
They named him Ken. You're in space and you name the guy Ken? Poor Ken.
I feel like putting it into A tier for Ken.
But you put Angel Beats in B.
Angel Beats made me cry.
Yeah.
I can't move it past B because there's other mecha anime that's gonna go higher than it. So
You need a couple higher ones.
B is still really good though.
Hmm? It's solid.
Yeah.
It's decent.
Demon Slayer.
Oh.
What do you think, sweetie? You saw Demon Slayer.
I think if you can handle uh the trigger warning, I would say it's a universal favorite.
Demon Slayer, really?
Wait, no. I'm sorry. I heard Goblin Slayer. I haven't seen Demon Slayer. My brain defaulted.
Well, since you mentioned it, is Goblin Slayer better than Slime? Ooh.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh.
Ooh, I really like both. Does Maximized Dog beat Goblin Slaying? Well, we already know it's in Universal S. Goblin Slayer. Blech.
I think Goblin Slayer appeals to more people.
I have used Goblin Slayer's music for D&D sessions so many times. Goblin Slayer music for D&D sessions is amazing.
I think they're both very good.
No. Slime has the Goblina. Goblina are S tier.
It's good Goblin versus bad Goblin up there, isn't it?
I would
The Goblins are S tier.
I would slay the goblins, if you know what I mean.
Oh no. We now know the way Vechs thinks goblins should be defeated.
But Goblin Slayer has one of my favorite scenes in anime ever. Damn it! Okay, the scene is. I don't want to spoil. Chat.
Mm-hmm.
It's towards the end of the show. And the spear guy says, put up a bounty. What's the quest reward? And Goblin Slayer says, Subite. Or in English, everything.
Oh.
Yeah, that scene. That scene. Oh, that scene, man. Oh, I cry.
Wait, there's a second season of Goblin Slayer? Is that out yet?
You guys know that scene. That scene, man, that gets me. It gets me because he's, you know, when a man just puts everything on the line, you can't. It feels the big feels,
Mm-hmm.
big feels. Subite. Do I have a favorite scene in Slime?
We're gonna have to do the favorite moments.
Oh, but
you're gonna have to do best moments tier list, man.
But Slime has the Goblina.
Slime is more universal.
Yeah, Slime is more universal.
As in, like,
I'll show Slime to anyone
no
watch
content
anime.
Warnings.
Yeah, Goblin Slayer has a big old content warning on it, but even still, like, just. Oh, these are.
But
and the Slime has the Oni, but Goblin Slayer has the female mage, who talks like she's always out of breath. And Goblin Slayer has Spear Guy. And Elf. And I
love that they're just Elf and Dwarf.
Half the stream is going to be me anguishing over Chizu! Oh, Goblin Slayer. But.
Yeah, it's Goblin Slayer, I think, is a more universal story. but you have to be able to swallow a couple of those scenes that are very, very much harder to swallow.
Uh,
Like, I, mm,
Sweetie, can you make an animated GIF of Goblin Slayer and Slime just constantly switching places that I can put here? They're just constantly like rotating. I can't. They're tied. They're tied. I can't.
I'll be surprised if anything beats them. But let's find out.
They're tied, and okay. I can't. I can't. Demon Slayer. For me personally, okay. Well, whoop. I right clicked. Okay, we're good. Demon Slayer, sweetie, you saw Demon Slayer.
Hmm.
What'd you think?
Demon Slayer. I have not seen Demon Slayer.
Okay.
You watched that one when I was busy.
Okay. Demon Slayer. So for me personally,
People seem to love it.
yeah,
It has a
I don't know. It has beast breathing.
beast breathing.
It has beast breathing.
Breathe the beast.
It has beast breathing. D tier. I'm gonna
Oh,
piss
this
off.
is gonna rouse
I'm gonna
people.
piss off so many
D
people.
for demon, obviously.
D for Demon Slayer.
I like the character art from what I've seen. Just
I
in passing,
think
they're
I'm gonna
very
make a
cute.
hot take. I'm gonna say a hot take. I think people lost their crap with that the girl he carries around. I forgot her name. I'm sorry.
That's his
Um,
sister, right?
her her with the scroll in her mouth, looking like very feral. I think that like pushed people's buttons the right way and hurt a lot of guys. And they're like, yes, that's the waifu right there. I,
So it had a very identifiable waifu, and you think that carried it a bit?
um, and it appeals to like he's literally carrying her around, like he is
It's so
constantly
cute.
rescuing the girl. It's very archetypal, but also beast breathing. Here's the thing though, I'm talking about the dude you can see in the artwork here with the boar head on his head. He's wearing like the skull of a boar on his head. He does beast breathing. That's his power. It's so stupid. It's kind of stupid. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's stupid. So in
The
Demon
story's
Slayer,
good.
they get their power from their breathing. They have to
Mm-hmm.
control their breathing, and as long as
Okay, it's a discipline thing.
they control their breathing in different ways, and that's their like power. So the dude with the boar's head does beast breathing,
I
and
mean, it's breathing instead of hand signs, right?
so in My Hero Academia, the blonde-headed explosion dude, that voice actor is the same voice actor for Warhead Dude here. And I gotta be honest, they are annoying. They are so, and that voice actor is just so freaking annoying. I do not like him. I'm sorry. Um, so at the risk of rousting some people, for me personally, I'm gonna put Demon Slayer here in C tier, above Case Closed.
So watch while you're grinding in a game.
Yeah, it to me, nothing in Demon Slayer jumped out as wow to me. It was all very like, yep, there's demons. Okay, there's these group of people that slays the demons.
Makes sense.
It just compared to Goblin Slayer as like a group of people that slays some goblins, like Demon Slayer just doesn't quite compete. So, yeah,
It is your list.
yes, this is my list. These are my opinions on my list. And beast breathing and annoying voice, you go down into C tier. We need an X tier for press X to pay respects, but I'm gonna do it. We recently lost Akira Toriyama, and it's got to go in S Universal tier. We got to put Dragon Ball Z in S tier. Dragon Ball Z was my childhood, and I'm gonna say something
A lot of people's.
really emotional and sappy, but it's true. Um, when I was 14, I lost my father to cancer, and I remember watching Dragon Ball Z on Toonami every day after school, and I guess I got like heroic male role model experience or example from the characters in that show. So, um, at the very least, S tier, personal tier, Dragon Ball Z. But also, it's one of the greatest action cartoons ever made. S tier, Universal.
I
Um,
mean, lots of cultures like it. Like, wildly different cultures.
yes. A great diverse
That
range
too.
of communities like Dragon Ball Z. It's like really has huge broad appeal. Um,
Archetypal.
uh, criticism.
Hmm?
It took like 27 episodes for the planet Namek to explode. That was the longest 5 minutes ever. What the heck?
Was it one fight, or were they jumping around to different points of view?
It was one fight that was supposed to last for 5 minutes, and that stretched out to about 20 episodes.
Oh no.
Um, but like other than that, like what can I say about Dragon Ball Z? Uh, I think I think the Vegeta into Frieza arc was really good. For me, watching Goku go Super Saiyan for the very first time was some of the
Hmm.
coolest shit ever. Uh, press F's in chat for Krillin. And Chaozu sucks. Poor Chaozu, he sucks. Uh, let's see. Cell Saga was great too. Boo Saga, it's still pretty good. Boo Saga, yeah, Power Creep the anime, yeah, yeah.
Oh, speaking of power creep, the anime. Seven Deadly Sins.
You know what? That's just Dragon Ball Z 2.0.
They
So,
took a lot of inspiration from it.
oh, you think so?
I've been told.
Where's Seven Deadly Sins? It's down here somewhere.
Oh, you remembered it?
Of course I did. Like Sky King Lightning Hammer or whatever. They say the most crazy crap when they do their moves.
They knew what they were doing.
Uh, Seven Deadly Sins is like Dragon Ball Z shoved into a D&D campaign. Am I blind? Probably.
Let's
There it
see.
is. Oh,
Oh,
it doesn't obviously say Seven Deadly Sins. Seven Deadly Sins, I think for me, I'm gonna throw that into A tier.
really?
Oh, you're right. You're right. I simped for the girl. That outfit where she wears the like Harlequin style outfit with that's S tier. High grade waifu material there.
I thought you were gonna throw her in B. Guys, I was wrong. Ooh.
My gut said A tier.
Yeah, your gut says A tier.
Oh, but do I do it for the waifu? Um, oh, It's a high A. We're gonna leave it in the high A. Um,
High A.
so Dragon Ball Z. Back to the Boo saga. Watching. Okay. Also S Universal because it gave us the Bruce Faulkner soundtrack to Dragon Ball Z. Uh, Ooh, I see Gate on the list. If all the mods could just ban that guy with extreme prejudice. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Or am I? Um, in the Majin Buu saga, when Goku goes Super Saiyan 3 for the first time, and the Bruce Faulkner soundtrack rips in, ah, chef's kiss. That is some cool shit. GBZ almost has to be rated by individual saga. Sith Razor, yes. Yes, that is a very good point, and I was thinking of trying to do that with certain things on here. Um, there's a few other shows on here that are so long running that they really do deserve like to be rated by everything. Everything and all the different sagas. I'm sorry. I just uh do we talk about this? We don't talk about this yet. We're just going to leave that down here for now. We're going to leave that down in the question mark tier. But I saw it and I just speaking of seeing it, Dragon Ball. Okay, time to get a little controversial. Dragon Ball Z, Universal S tier, classic. Um, and I love the works of Akira Toriyama. Courtney made me a Dragon Warrior 2 poster. And for those who don't know, Dragon Warrior is Dragon Quest in Japan. It's a role-playing game series. Dragon Quest, hugely popular, very long running, started in like 1985. Pokemon may have been, let's be charitable, inspired by the monsters in Dragon Quest when they made Pokemon. So I touched on that in my Pal World stream. But Akira Toriyama did the artwork for Dragon Quest as well. So literally on my wall, I have a giant, like 5 foot by 6 foot, well, no, 4 foot by 5 foot poster, like really high quality poster. Sweetie, if I bought one of these, like for full price, how much would it cost to make one of these?
Um,
About
you would
$300.
yeah, some that much if you were like, yeah, it would be about 300,
Okay, cool.
250
Um,
maybe.
so I have like a whole poster of Dragon Quest monsters on my wall here, in my man cave, and it's all artwork by Akira Toriyama. That said, I say that to pay respects, but I've watched Dragon Ball. I watched Dragon Ball after watching Dragon Ball Z. So I wanted to go back and see where all this began.
Mm-hmm.
Because Dragon Ball Z was run on Toonami. Uh, and so I hadn't seen Dragon Ball. So I went and I watched Dragon Ball. And there were so many episodes I would just skip. There's a lot of stuff in Dragon Ball that's it like I remember Goku messing around with some like Native American kids and just having like he was, I think, playing with them. Memory's a little fuzzy, but there's a bunch of episodes where it's just kind of like uh you know.
Uh-oh.
So
Less universal.
for me personally, to sit through Dragon Ball, I I gotta be fair, and Dragon Ball has like I would say 20 episodes roughly 20 to 30 episodes of the entire series that are like you gotta watch it. But then like there's about 80 episodes that are the most fillery, like really kind of not very good. So what do I do with a show that has the seeds of some of the like one of the best action anime of all time and has like the world tournament arc in it, right? But then has a bunch of crappy filler thrown in and a bunch of really stupid episodes too. Like what do you do with that? Do I just average it out? Do I say like, well, S tier on some of these episodes and then like F to D on some of the others and I just throw it in like C tier?
Mm.
Right? I I think that's what I lean towards. We're gonna put it, it's a classic, high C, but the original Dragon Ball has some amazing episodes and then some absolutely brain draining episodes, and a lot of dumb filler. So it averages out to go into C. I hope I didn't piss anyone off, but that's what I think. Um,
Such is life.
this is an example of if I could split this into multiple images and have like Dragon Ball filler goes in F tier, and then Dragon Ball World Tournament arc I would put that into like either A
Up
to
there.
S up here.
Now I have a question.
What's up, sweetheart?
Would you like to see a remake of this?
Yes, I would like to see them do a remastered Dragon Ball with Bruce Faulkner doing the music, with the voice actors from Dragon Ball Z, the Toonami run, doing the voices.
So they kind of need to get on that.
And I would like to see them do uh just cut out all the stupid stuff and all the filler and just grab like those really good 20 to 30 episodes from Dragon Ball. Um
Hmm.
yeah, that would be yeah.
Is there a studio you would like to see do it? Do you think the original group would be able to do it justice?
Honestly, whoever did the Toonami run of Dragon Ball Z.
Well, there you go.
There were a bunch of runs of Dragon Ball Z with different music and voice actors, but the Toonami run with the Bruce Faulkner music, that's the S tier of Dragon Ball Z.
Oh,
Um, moving on.
oh boy.
We next approach a oh boy. Okay, chat. Who here has seen Daphne in the Brilliant Blue? Sweetie, I need a soundboard. I need like crickets.
Right. So, where's Daphne in the blue go?
Um, you think you have the manga. Okay, so Daphne and the Brilliant Blue. Uh, I like this for its world building,
Fair enough.
and it's like a future. It's either a new planet or a future Earth where it's like all ocean, mostly ocean, and it has a lot of cool like jet ski submarines and underwater adventures, and Daphne wants to be part of like the underwater scout force or police force or something like that, some sort of government organization that like, handles problems. Um but it's not something I find myself returning to watch over and over and over. But I fired up the first episode of it while making this list just to like refresh my memory, and I forgot like the opening notes of the theme song. Do you guys remember Wave Race 64? Like when it would open up and you'd get the little ding 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 ding, like the like ocean themed instrument choice. the little pinging chime noises.
Hmm.
Daphne and the Brilliant Blues opening sounds almost exactly like the opening to Wave Race, and I just hear the announcer going, "Wave Race!" in my mind when I start this anime. it's such a weird conflation. Uh, I feel like this stream is just going to trigger all sorts of memories for people. Um, but otherwise, I don't remember that much about this anime. I'll have to watch it again. Um, but I'm gonna say C tier. I'm gonna put it above Demon Slayer because it doesn't have beast breathing. uh, Pokemon, the original Indigo League. I can't rate. I'm only doing the Indigo League, the original Pokemon anime that I watched on American TV when I was like 10. I think I was like 11 or 12 years old.
Mm-hmm.
The original run of Pokemon on American TV. Oh boy. Uh, the theme song. Okay, I got two ratings to assign to this. Um, here is the first rating. You've never heard of Pokemon, and you just watch in 2024. You just watch the Indigo League. Just go into it blind. Don't know about Pokemon. You just watch it as a show. And for some reason, you skip the opening all the time. D tier. D tier. But when you're an 11-year-old and you love Pokemon and you're bouncing off the walls because now there's a Pokemon TV show and all the stuff you did on the Game Boy you're gonna get to see on the TV. And it comes on and they have the Game Boy style graphics with the and it's like uh a Nidorino fighting a Gengar, I think, and they attack, and then it cuts to the Game Boy graphics, and then it cuts to just like the cartoon, and they're in the same pose, and the fight resumes. Oh shit, man! And then and then and then I want to be the very best, like no one ever was. That theme song, oh, okay, okay. Do you see the difference here? Like, as a modern show to just sit down and watch and binge watch it, I gotta say it's kind of D tier. But sorry, Wolf, I never saw Digimon. These are only anime I've seen. Okay, like as an 11-year-old with the theme song and the hype, S tier. But but honestly, as just a show, the writing, the characters, Pikachu, aim for the horn. Ugh. Ugh. Pikachu, aim for the horn. Okay, Pikachu. Okay, for those who don't know, let me briefly explain. Pokemon has rock, paper, scissors matchups. Pokemon are little creatures and they have elemental types. Electric type Pokemon, when they use electric type moves on Pokemon that are ground type, a lot of the times it'll say it wasn't very effective and do like half damage. But if you use electricity on a ground type, it does nothing. It doesn't do half damage, it just does nothing. And Pikachu is an electric type, and Pikachu in the show fights a ground type Pokemon and uses electricity on it, and it does nothing. And within the internal logic of this game-inspired show, Pikachu should get his ass beat. Pikachu should be helpless. And then Ash says, Pikachu, aim for the horn of this, like, rhino, what was he fighting? It wasn't an Aggron, it was, Rhydon? Rhydon, I think. And so the cartoon character does some total bullshit ass pull move that you can't do in the game, that makes no sense in even the logic of the fantasy world, and wins the fight. And it's so stupid. I F tier. Aim for the horn. But I want to be the very best, like no one ever was. To catch them is my true test. To train them is my cause. So the theme song is S tier, but then Aim for the Horn is F tier. So I think we're gonna put it in low C as an average. We're gonna average it out. We're gonna have the theme song, but we're also gonna have Aim for the Horn. So they're gonna average out into C tier here. Wife, you need to return. I'm rating a show you like. Hurry up. Don't make the stream wait. She's making distressed squeaking noises. It's very cute.
Hello.
Hey, sweetheart.
Hello.
So, Pokemon is S tier for the theme song.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then F tier because Pikachu aimed for the horn.
Mm-hmm.
So it averaged out into a C.
Mm.
Yeah. Next up, sweetheart. You like this anime more than I do, I believe. Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid.
I like Dragon Maid.
All right, you know what? I'm gonna, you know, you're my wife, so we share everything. So I'm gonna share my list with you. You rate Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid and tell me why.
I know where I would put it. I'm curious where you would put it. But they must know what you would do.
What I would do? Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid is a really cute slice of life anime. Mm-hmm. And I would put it in A tier, but I like lobsters and crabs, and then the lolly just eats the crab and kills it. And that knocks it down into B tier for me.
I think it's a high A tier for me.
Would you put it above Seven Deadly Sins?
As far as what I would want to just sit down and go watch right now, yeah.
All right. High A tier.
That's me. But you should put it where you want to put it.
Wife cashes in her vote.
What?
All right. Hey, wife.
Yeah.
I don't think you've ever seen this, but I'm going to ask you a favor.
Hmm.
Can you give me your best high-pitched, cute chee?
Chee? Chee?
Chobits. Who here has seen Chobits?
What's a Chobit?
Yeah, yeah, let me be with you.
Chee?
Chobits is... I gotta be honest, the writing... Hideki has much energy here. Oh, God. I just remembered that. The right. Okay.
I like that I tried.
The writing... Okay, so we can all agree that Chi is so freaking cute. Hideki point. Hideki point. Yes. Shelter the Ditzy times 1,000 here. Um, so Chobits is a show about a guy just starting college, and he's interested in these androids called Persicons that are like personal computers, and but they're expensive, and he's broke, and he's like, man, I wish I had a Persicon. And then he's walking home one day, and he finds a girl lying in a dumpster, and he's like, "Oh God, there's been a murder." And then he sees her like mechanical parts, and he's like, "Oh, they have these like little, honestly, kind of like cow ear shaped mechanical protrusions from their heads. You can kind of see it if you lean into your screen and look. Chi here has them sticking out her head. They hold like cables, like a roll of cable, like rolled up, compacted, so you can open up the little
Oh,
hatch and pull the cable out to hook them up to something. Um, so only one place I haven't checked. But TV Wolf would remember that scene.
uh-oh.
That's where her power button is.
Oh no.
Oh yes. Um, so he finds a girl in a dumpster, and he's like, "Oh God, there's been a murder." Then he sees the mechanical parts, and he's like, "Oh, it's a Persicon." And he's like, "Oh, hey, if it's in the trash, it's free, right? And I can have a Persicon, even though it's like been thrown out." So he takes her home and realizes that she's basically like a unformatted computer with no operating system.
Oh.
And he boots her up, and all she can say is "chi." And he basically is like has to teach her everything. So she's a little. I just realized this. She is an absolute little.
He's small.
Um, and so she's very childlike to start with, and she only says her name, Chi. Well,
Is it
I get,
escalation?
I guess he's not even sure that's her name, but that's what he calls her since it's all she can say.
Hmm.
It's all you can say. It's all you can say. It's all you can say. Omelette du fromage. Omelette du fromage. Omelette du fromage. It's all you can say. Does it? Sorry, that I've just been reminded of that episode of Dexter's Laboratory.
I've never
Um,
heard of that episode.
I have just completely screwed over somebody watching this who just had that earworm jump out, and now that's going to be all they think about for the rest of the day. Sorry. Um. So
Oh,
anyway, it's a slice of life anime about this guy Hideki trying to teach his new android how to like exist in
B.
the world. And
Adorable.
honestly, I can't remember how the show ends. There's some like weird stuff going on with like another run who's like a copy of Chi, and she wears like a black dress, and she's like jumping around, like floating. It's weird. I I mostly remember the early part of the series where she's just she's being really cute and stupid because she doesn't know anything, and he points to himself and says Hideki because that's his name. He's trying to teach her his name, but she doesn't know anything, so she thinks that the act of pointing is called Hideki. So she goes around his apartment pointing at different things, saying Hideki, Hideki, Hideki. It's really freaking cute. Um,
Oh.
but some of the like plot elements, I think later on are just kind of weird. Um, so I'm gonna put Chobits in like a low B tier.
Hmm.
Uh, yeah. I don't remember how Chobits ends actually. Like, I'm not sure why, right? Because like I know how all these other ones end.
I feel like that
It seems like
suggests
the show
you.
makes the first few, like the first half of the show must make a really strong impact, and then it must kind of peter out. I think that's what that means.
Yeah.
All right. Next.
Oh boy.
Oh, thank you, TV Wolf. His friend has a miniaturized Persicom that's like the size of like a Coke bottle. Uh,
Little.
and she's just really annoying. Honestly, I did not like her.
Mm,
All right. Saving up 80,000 gold for my retirement in a fantasy world.
that sounds great. I haven't seen that though.
Yeah, you did.
I don't remember it.
It's the one where she served them fish and they freaked out because she served them fish and they're like living in an inland town and they're like, oh god, it's going to be spoiled.
I think I didn't get to watch that.
Oh, well, I guess we'll have to watch it.
When do you go back and watch it?
So this is the story of a girl who falls off a cliff, is like, I don't want to die, I don't want to die, and a passing spirit grants her a divine boon and lets her have the power to teleport between Earth and a fantasy world. And she immediately treats it like a min-maxer would in a video game and is like, how can I exploit this? She realizes that she can teleport to, when she's on Earth, she can think about the fantasy world and teleport somewhere there, but any place she thinks about. So she realizes that she can like teleport to an empty field in the fantasy world and then think about the pyramids of Egypt on Earth and teleport there. And then think about the empty field again, go back to the empty field on the fantasy world, and then think about New York City on Earth and teleport there. So she basically uses the fantasy world like Zen from Half-Life as a border world to hop into and then re-teleport somewhere back on Earth. So she exploits that immediately. She realizes that the fantasy world is your generic isekai world with like no technology, and so she starts selling. She realizes she can start selling shampoo and pocket knives and
I love it.
manufactured goods uh,
Yes, I want to break the game.
that are worth a ton of money in the fantasy world, and they pay in gold and silver.
Oh my god.
And she realizes how much money gold is worth in on Earth, and she's like, "Oh wow, I can sell like this case of shampoo for a gold coin, and then that's like, a case of shampoo that might wholesale for I don't know, $20, $40 on Earth for the whole case is like a troy ounce of gold on Earth. Last I checked was somewhere around $1,500.
Mm-hmm.
So so she's selling like small manufactured goods for gold in the fantasy world. Like she buys them from convenience stores in Japan. The name of the show is Saving Up 80,000 Gold for My Retirement in a Fantasy World. I think if you just type saving 80,000 gold, it'll pop up. Um, so it has a cool premise, and it's a different way of doing an isekai because she's still connected to Earth and can just go back and forth. So it's not a complete isekai. It's different. And she's mostly just focused on making money. Um, and then she realizes that she finds a mercenary group on Earth, like Blackwater or Executive Outcomes or something like that,
Mm.
and she teleports to them and just puts down a bunch of gold and is like, "Hey, I need guns," and they're like, "All right," and so that's fun. I'm gonna put it in a solid B tier. It's short. It doesn't it doesn't drag too long. I kind of wished for a little bit more, which is probably a good point to end the show. Before I got tired of it. Uh, but yeah, it's a fun. I think it's like a 12 episode isekai, right? It's one of the 12 episode shows that didn't get a
Uh,
full season.
let's
I think so.
see.
I think it's 12 episodes. Sometimes
12. It is
sometimes the half seasons are good
better.
enough. Yeah.
Yeah. Better for what they are.
All right.
Cool.
Um, Spirited Away. I feel like I'll get crucified if I put this any lower than A.
It's a classic.
Spirited Away is a Miyazaki film, so you can expect some of the most absolute eye candy animation.
Mm.
Uh, it's not S tier for me personally,
Mm-hmm.
but I would say as a movie to throw in, um, I might say it's a universal S.
Yeah.
I think you could safely recommend Spirited Away to people who normally don't watch anime, and they would be like, wow, what a weird magical movie about this little girl going on a crazy adventure. Um, it's not something that I like watch a lot because I mean I've seen it 3 times now, and you know this it's very Japanese. I will say that. Like if you go to show it to if you go to show it to someone, like
They'll notice.
they need to be prepared for how Japanese it is. It is very Japanese. Like you got the yokai coming out of the woodwork.
Oh
Uh,
yeah.
you got and you have some cultural stuff that
You could miss if you didn't know about it.
might yeah, it is very rich in Japanese culture, which might feel I think maybe overwhelming to some audiences not prepared for that. That said, though, I think it's still a universal S. Mm, mm, mm.
Mm.
It's one of the few anime movies that has been shown on TV here in Estonia. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason. The animation is absolutely beautiful. The story of a girl getting swept into a magical world and trying to escape while some evil witch is the antagonist.
Very
Like, I
classic.
think everybody understands that. Everybody understands the little girl fell down the rabbit hole. Like our analogy
Hmm.
would be Alice in Wonderland. Like this girl goes to a crazy world full of crazy shit and she's trying to get out of it. It's the same it's the same thing. Um it's Japanese Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you show this to a parent to watch with their kids and you're like this is Japanese Alice in Wonderland, they'll immediately be like, "Ah, okay.
Yeah, they'd start cluing them.
Cool. Next." You know what? Let's grab this next because it's also a movie. This is Akira. This is the original. This is. I feel like Akira is. What's Akira about? Does anyone remember the exact plot to Akira? Because all I remember is motorcycles and gore. Like I remember motorcycles and like body horror transformation gore.
Uh-oh.
And I like how they put the motorcycle on the poster of the movie here.
Uh-oh.
Um, so Akira was hugely influential because it Akira's like, oh, what are you watching these kids cartoons? What's this anime? Japanese cartoons? Is this for kids? And because Akira came out in the 80s, right? Like you have to understand how shocking this content was for that cultural time period to see animation that did the things that happened in Akira. Um, Akira, I think, was so influential because it's just like anime is for adults.
Hmm.
Like, I don't know where to put it. As a thing to just go watch and you want to watch something, so you watch Akira. All I remember is motorcycles and gross, like, I think I can't rate Akira. I think I'm gonna put it in question mark tier. Because like as a piece of art by itself, writing, artwork, plot, characters, I don't remember the characters. I don't remember the plot. I literally just remember the scenes of like the transformed body horror monster thing. Uh, and I remember the cool motorcycles. Yes, I remember the dude shouting Canada. Canada. Yeah. I I don't know. Does anybody know in chat what like does anyone else be like, yes, Akira's about this, and then this happened, and this was the major plot point, blah 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 blah. Like I think I gotta put Akira in question mark tier. Like, it's super influential, but just as something to just go watch, and it uh I don't Soul Pelt is the big O in here. I remember seeing the big O a few times a little bit on TV, but I just don't remember it, and I don't haven't watched enough for it to be on my list. Um I think we need to talk about, since we're back at the question mark tier, there was something I put on here earlier in question mark tier, and I said we'd talk about it later. And I think since we're here, we need to talk about it. Don't you, wife? Wife? Hello? Wife?
Huh?
Oh, you were AFK?
Yeah. I
Oh.
was grabbing something.
Did you ever see Akira?
No.
Okay. Well, I put Akira in the question mark tier because
Mm-hmm.
I remember things about it, but like I
I
don't.
was listening.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. But also in question mark tier is this weird artwork of this box art. It's in Japanese.
Oh,
And it
that.
has some like schoolgirls dressed in like professional schoolgirl uniforms, and there's one with like fox ears, and there's another with like elf ears, and then there's one with she's a centaur
Mm-hmm.
girl. And who here in chat has seen the anime A Centaur's Life?
I have an opinion about a centaur's life. A clear and concise and strong one.
Who here in chat has seen the anime A Centaur's Life?
I'm
Who
so
here
curious.
in chat has been subjected to the absolute fever dream that is this anime? Okay. Okay. It's an anime called A Centaur's Life, and oh god, oh my god, oh my god, what did I just watch? I am so confused. What? 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 What did I just watch? What?
It's not bad.
What did I just watch? It's like, oh, it's a cute slice of life with monster girls facing challenges in living in human society. Like, how does a centaur girl get into a car? Do you want to know? The show answers that. Like,
How do they put
cars,
on pants?
the show answers that and shows you in carefully detailed animation how the schoolgirl in her underwear gets dressed, which is an interesting thing to linger on. I have some concerns, but she is like, her underwear is kind of frumpy. It's not like
They
skimpy
didn't
underwear,
overling on it,
but
but they could have took that too far if they.
they could have not shown that.
Yeah, it was implied they were at a pool. It's not like they went in a bedroom. It was like a pool locker room.
But yeah,
So it could have been
So
a bikini.
the cars are there's special cars with like engineered seats to accommodate a centaur. Soul Pelt, was it a weird Japanese guy's anime? No, I don't think so.
No,
It's
it
more of
was
a
so much world building.
yeah, it's
Someone
it's
had
not
this
a
world.
it's not H rated. It's not a spicy anime.
No, not at
It's
all.
weird. Um, it's
There's
a
some
it's a
mild romance between characters,
it's a
but
fever dream. Um, it's an absolute fever dream. It starts episode 1 is like a cute slice of life anime about these monster girls
going to school and
adapting
how
to,
that works, right?
as I was saying, it's a cute slice of life anime about monster girls just adapting to life in the human world. And then is it episode 2 or 3? I think it's 3.
I think it's 3. You get the snake girl.
No, we open with it's D-Day,
Oh yeah,
right?
I think it's 3. You get like one episode to introduce, one episode of normal, and then boom.
So a Centaur's Life is an anime about world building a world in great detail and analyzing all sorts of parts of the world, but it just so happens to start with Soul Pelt. Wait, what? Yeah, D-Day? What? Yeah.
It gets weirder than the D-Day.
Yeah, it does get weirder than the D-Day. Um, it, it's an anime about world building a world where monster people, demi-humans exist alongside humans and what impact that has. And it just so happens to start with some monster girl schoolgirls, right? Like it lulls you into this false sense of security, and then it just is like, okay, cool, we covered the schoolgirls. We're monster demi-human D-Day, uh, centaurs storming the beaches of Monster World Normandy, and then the monster governments and government conspiracies
And concentration camps.
and
And a monster.
what? Watch Monster Girl's
And
Life.
a dictator leader.
It's not good. It's not bad. It's weird. It's the question mark tier. I don't man. Yeah. Big in big in the chat says Batman isn't even a anime. Yes, it is. Anime is Japanese for animation. Japanese anime creators consider Western cartoons also anime. It's Western anime.
They think
Fight me.
They think
King of the Hill
King
is a
of the
slice
Hill
of
is
life anime.
Yes, thank you.
Yep.
I have the memory of a goldfish.
That's okay. So yeah. So Centaur's Life, absolute fever dream, goes in question mark tier. What the hell did we just watch? I will always remember this show though. It is not forgettable. It is not forgettable like Van Dread here. Who is our next show? Van Dread, mecha anime. I had to go boot up the first episode, and I don't really remember it. Like I was watching it, and I was kind of like, this isn't bad, but I don't remember it very well. I think I need to watch it again, but I think I gotta throw it in C tier just because it was good enough for me to watch, and it was good enough for me to keep it on my hard drive. I mean, on my uh, uh, legal streaming sites favorite category, something. It was good enough for me to not delete it off my list. Um, and so there's that. Because I have stuff that I remember, like, I watched it and I was like, meh, and I deleted it. So I don't even remember those because I deleted them. And so this didn't get deleted. So I think it goes in C tier. I'll have to rewatch it. I just don't remember it. And maybe it should go in D tier for not remembering it, but I feel like that might be unfair. What's next? Oh, yes, easy. It's hard to see, but as soon as you see this girl's
Boy.
head in the birdcage, you should know this is Monster Girl. No, sorry, this is Undead Girl Murder Farce. That is
Yes.
Undead Girl Murder Farce. 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 Farce being a silly comedy. Um, Undead Girl Murder Farce. What can I say? That main theme is, din 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 din. That is a catchy song, and catchy characters, and fancy characters that are. It has like the crazy character vibe that JoJo has a little bit. Like all of the characters are just kind of out there, and I'm here for it, and I love it. Um, the theme song is an absolute bop. Uh, I know there's girls in chat who took one look at the protagonist and his shoulders and his hands and were like, "Hunk," and it caused lower lip to be bitten a little bit. Um, I will not out them by name, but you know who you are. It's Sherlock Holmes mixed with JoJo, and I love it. I mean, silly like JoJo, but minus the ugly art. Oh yeah, the art's great. Art's fantastic. Um, I'm also here for the Carmilla, the vampire girl who got into the village of werewolves. She got the Carmilla's a female vampire who prefers the companies of other females, and I liked that scene a lot. So yeah, S personal. I don't know if I can. I don't know if it's a universal recommendation, but personal S for sure.
I like it. It's good.
And hey, those werewolf girls were the lucky ones because they lived. They could have encountered the other villains. I can't stand JoJo's art style. Ooh, that's a hot take. That that's you going. Some people might come after you for saying that about JoJo. JoJo's art style is unique. I will say that. I know what you mean about not liking it. I don't dislike it, but I understand why someone wouldn't like it. I get that. Um, I get it. It's a bit like One Piece, where the art style is at least unique. Like if you look down here in my B tier, and you just look across all these anime girls, they're all kind of the same anime girl look. But when you get to JoJo and when you get to One Piece, those those works have unique art styles within traditional anime.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, which one was I talking about? Which one was I just talking about? Oh, Murder Farce, right? Uh, S tier, S personal tier. Next, we
I'm a fan.
have My Next Life as a Villainess, All Flags Lead to Doom. You liked this one a lot, sweetie. Why don't you rate this one?
Um, it was different than other anime I had seen up to that point. Because up to that point, I had seen like action.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, it can't be better than Angel Beats.
But it's above C tier.
Yeah, it's like a low B, high C.
I would put it above Chobits.
Um,
Would you put it above
yeah.
Future Diary?
Ooh. Huh.
So wife has a preference for more easygoing shows that don't have a lot of oh, what would you say, sweetie? Intense emotional demands of the viewer.
Yeah.
Um,
I get the feels, guys.
wife prefers shows that would appeal to people who have anxiety. Wife prefers casual and relaxing shows. You'll notice her preference for slice of life, uh, cute things.
Um, I don't mind action and even some like, ooh, that's intense.
She likes
But
slime and Goblin Slayer.
it has to have a big payoff for
Ah,
the emotional
yeah,
investment.
we're gonna get to one that just has a bunch of violence and gore for no particular reason.
That one's probably my least favorite anime, which
That I
is
might put that one
going to
in
be
F tier for
controversial.
you.
Um,
We'll get to that when we get to it though.
but yeah, B tier. That's for like the reverse. Is that a reverse harem? What would you even call that?
I'm
It's
not
a
necessarily
dating.
sure. Is it a reverse harem?
It's a dating sim of a show.
You talk about it for a sec while I eat my nacho. Love.
I'm actually kind of curious what chat thinks. The show's premise is the girl has to woke up in this what was a video game for her, and she realized that she was the villainess, and she has to try to not hit any of the bad guy flags to avoid a bad outcome. Black Lagoon. We're gonna get to Black Lagoon. I actually have a favorable opinion of that. I wish I could remember the name of the one he left me talking about because I can't read it on the screen. So helpful.
Mm-hmm.
Teehee. Is it a reverse harem? Thank you. Thank you. Bop Monster, what we holding up for?
I'm holding up for beef nachos.
He is holding up for a beach nacho. He's been about the nachos lately, guys. Listen. Otom Izakai. Reincarnated as a villainess. Thank you.
It's my next life as a villainess. All flags lead to doom. I believe is the English title.
Yeah. I think it's a good example of that type of show. That's what I was getting at.
I think it's a dating sim. I think like it's an isekai into a dating sim game, but she isekais as the villain and not the protagonist.
Protagonist.
The protagonist.
Yes.
It's protagonist. I know. Stop screaming at your screen. Okay.
I never got the appeal of the long name. Yeah, I don't love that, the long names, but I do suspect it's a reaction to things are getting translated, and maybe some of the writers are frustrated that they feel like what they want to convey isn't conveyed with translations.
All right. Yeah. I'm going to comment on this. I said this at the very start of the stream. I'll reiterate. There is a anime. It's a realistic, real-world mecha anime. It's called, I want to say it's like GP Flag, or just Flag with an exclamation mark. And I went looking for it, and I could not find the art. I think it's on. Somebody said it's on Wikipedia. I'm not gonna go dig it up. It's not that important. I would put it in like low C to D tier. Because I hate the ending. I might actually put it in F tier because I hate the ending. Um, but the show is just called Flag,
Mhm.
and so the search engine optimization on that name is just a disaster. Like I could not find the box art quickly, like these other
Mhm.
ones. Um, so yeah,
Yeah, they don't get the marketing that they might have, and then it's just never gonna rise in the SEO.
I Soul Pelt says I don't see Outlaw Star.
What's
Wait,
Outlaw
you
Star?
mean Outlaw Star right here? Dun, 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 dun. See you, other space cowboy. So okay, I since you mentioned Outlaw Star, we can talk about it. Outlaw Star is a Western themed space anime, and it follows Gene Starwind on his journey to find the galactic ley line. And uh, I think the first anime booba I saw was Aisha Clan's boobs because she is a beast girl, cat girl, and I think her boobs made it in because of the fur. So it's not, or it could, maybe she's just tan. It snuck by for some reason, and I did have a huge crush on Aisha Clan of the Kataru Empire. Um, we simp for the feline beast girl, who's also kind of a brat. Um,
Hmm.
Also good show. Outlaw Star, good show. Uh, is it in my S tier? Is it a universal S? I'd say, is Outlaw Star a universal S?
You've never mentioned this to me before.
Is it? I don't know if Outlaw Star is a universal S. Is it a personal S?
Oh.
Hmm. Does Aisha Clan of the Kataru Empire rank into my personal S? It's really good. Ooh, it's really good. Oh, I is it high A or is it low S? Hmm. I think we got to give it. I think we got to give it. I think I got to put it in my personal S, but low personal S. And I'm gonna do it for you, Aisha, and your Beast Girl boobs. You get into the personal S tier by like a whisker. Haha.
Teehee.
Teehee. Moving on to Armored Trooper VOTOMS. Who here in chat has seen Armored Trooper VOTOMS? Diva, and have you seen the face of hell? It will drain your heart dry. Anyone? I feel like this one is a this is some boomer anime right here maybe. This is like Gen X anime.
Was it old for
Yeah.
old when you looked at? Oh my.
Let me check the release date on VOTOMS.
Ooh.
Original run 1983, 2 years before
Oh
I
my
was born.
lord.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh boy.
1983. Yeah.
So what kind of storytelling do you get out of 1983?
Really good.
They were determined to make that thing.
52 episodes.
They were determined to make it, and it was long.
Gotta watch my VOTOMs. I'm gonna put it into low S, personal for me. Um, a lot of people are going to go to the Gundam, and
Hmm.
I'm gonna say no. For me, Armored Trooper VOTOMs, The VOTOM it's an acronym. It stands for something I can't remember. It is
Mm-hmm.
a it is a SUV sized mech suit. You can see in the box art there, if you look closely, the head is opened up here, and you can see the seat inside. So you're sitting in the chest. I was born in 1985. Um,
Mm.
question from chat. So it's these are a lot smaller and more practical, realistic than a Gundam. The Gundams are just unrealistic. Like the ground pressure and all the like, it's stupid. It's so stupid. Um, the Votoms are they're small enough to fit uh into places you would have like a, a full size truck like we have in America,
Oh.
like Chevrolet. It's like a Chevrolet Silverado tilted up, like standing up, you know. Um, so they're big, but they're not absurdly big. Uh, and they're small enough. They're small enough to hide behind trees and forest, behind rocks. They're small enough to get into cover. Um, that's why they're called armored
Mm.
troopers. They're called ATs. Armored troopers is the names of the vehicles. And they fight alongside other vehicles like helicopters and tanks and stuff. So they're kind of treated as, uh, but they can kind of go anywhere, like underwater, in space. Um, so they're kind of versatile, uh, like armored like mecha infantry. So I really appreciate that. I love Real Robot, the genre Real Roboto. Um,
Mm-hmm.
don't like. I don't really like Super Robot. I think Super Robot's kind of stupid. I like the more hardish sci-fi imagining of real robots. Um, and Votoms is just that. Yeah, so what the
Ooh.
US military would actually make. Yes, yes. Something like this I think could feasibly exist. It's it would probably start as a exoskeletal armor for infantry, and then it would evolve into a making the armor bigger, and instead of like your leg being the leg, like maybe your leg would go down into the knee, and your foot would be resting inside the knee, and then make it a little bigger. Um, the size of these is basically as big as they need to get to effectively carry anti-tank weaponry easily, because one of these armored troopers, with how big it is, like it can carry um, your auto cannons and your rifles in like the 55 millimeter, 75 millimeter, 105 millimeter range, and actually just carry that. Uh, and at that point, now you can like run around with this thing in the woods and go prone and uh, take out tanks really easily. So um, the show itself is about this guy who he's part of the special forces, and his captain is corrupt and sets him up to be a pawn and to take the fall for a raid. Basically, in the first episode, you see his unit is going to steal some shit from their own army, and he is used to be made a scapegoat, and he gets captured while the rest of them get away, and he gets convicted for their crimes and thrown in prison
Ooh.
by the country he's given so much for. It's set in the far future. It's like fictional space empires. And so he
Mm.
gets imprisoned by this country he's been fighting for so much, and betrayed by his comrades. And he sees this woman in like a glass sarcophagus, and I'm not gonna spoil her plot line, but let's see, and uh, the anime starts out like the first like 14 episodes. They're really good, and they're just him trying to escape his imprisonment, and then get out, and then avoid capture, and try to take revenge on the people who set him up to fall, and clear his name. And he has some people helping him out, and uh, but I won't spoil any more of the story than that. But that's the basic setup. Uh, and the main theme is really good, especially for something from '83. Like, it's really catchy. And I have just gushed about an anime, a real robot mecha anime from 1983 for like 5 minutes. But yeah, Armored Trooper VOTOMS gets in my personal S tier.
Hear about it?
Hey, sweetie, this came up sooner than I was thinking.
Yeah. What is
Sweetie, would you please rate ReZero?
it?
This one's going straight into F tier, isn't it?
Yeah, I hate that they had something interesting going and then just did some constant gore for a while as filler episodes.
Yep.
And kind of ruined it.
Yep.
It was gonna be cool.
Yeah, I was really invested.
I was so invested.
I was really invested, and they had, yeah.
They just forgot to do any writing for like 4 episodes.
Yeah.
And then there's this, we're gonna go fight the turtle at the end of that.
Yeah. Yeah. F tier. F tier.
People are gonna be pissed.
I don't know. I think there's a lot of people that'll agree, and the people who are pissed can honestly kind of suck it, because they have several episodes where nothing of note happens. They're basically filler episodes, and it's just people being tortured. F tier. I could also maybe nitpick some of the writing, but
it started so good, which rousts me all the more.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like I went to this show and was like, well, I don't like this show. It was, this is a show, I'm clearly the target market, I like it, and then they just kind of stomp it themselves.
Yep. Speaking of F tier, I just saw this and wanted to put it in its rightful place. There's this show, you guys probably haven't seen it. It's called like Cowboy Bebop, and I tried to watch it, and I thought this was some of like the worst writing I've seen in an anime. Also, the music was terrible, and the animation just looked really generic.
No, you're making people leave. I saw it took down.
I think Cowboy Bebop is
it's
bottom
so
of okay.
Look at the rousting.
All right. It's S Universal, obviously, but
yes.
Where? It's above Spirited Away. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Japanese Alice in Wonderland, but you're good, but you're not that good.
It's way better than Spirited Away.
Is it better than Dragon Ball Z?
Oh.
Yeah. Is it?
I think it's better than Goblin Slayer and
Slime. I don't know, man. I don't know if it's better than Goblin Slayer for me.
Really?
You have to understand. Goblin Slayer is. I really like the characters in Goblin Slayer.
It is accessible. You're right. It's. I think I could take this and I could go show my dad.
Yeah.
I'm gonna test that. I'll get back to you guys on Discord and say, if I was able to get my dad to watch it, because he's always been very disinterested whenever we mention anime. But he loved Avatar: The Last Airbender. So I think he would like Cowboy Bebop.
You're gonna carry that weight. Mm-hmm. I would tell her that too. I would start showing her Cowboy Bebop episodes, like episode 1 and 2, and I'd at the end of every one. You told me that
before.
At the end of every episode, I would just look at her and I'd say, "But sweetie, you're gonna carry that weight." And she was so anxious.
We all carry the weight. I want a shirt that says that. Why don't I have a shirt that says that?
I would have a shirt that said "See you, Space Cowboy" on the back. I would absolutely put Cowboy Bebop above the other classic of Trigun. I
like Trigun.
Trigun's good, but I don't know if I can just recommend Trigun to everyone because there's some writing in Trigun that gets a little dated. Like a little cringy. I love Trigun.
They were trying.
But there's some scenes where Vash is just spamming, "This world is made of love and peace," and he just keeps saying it over and over, and it's a little cringe. It's a little stupid. It's the kind of thing where if I showed it to like my father-in-law, I would like start like slinking down low in the seat, and he'd be probably wondering like, what are we watching?
Like he'd get excited because like some gunplay stuff, and it's like, oh, and it's worse because he would start watching and then get confused.
Now, Cowboy Bebop has a data dog. Cowboy Bebop has Ein, and Ein is a corgi and goes in the spaceship, and Ein floats around in zero gravity while trying to swim with his little paws.
I love how reasonable they depict that.
But Dragon Ball Z has Goku going Super Saiyan 3 for the first time with the Bruce Faulkner theme going. You see? You see the problem here?
It's an argument.
Now, so I personally, they're all S tier universals, but Cowboy Bebop has a lot of really good episodes. But I'm gonna say, personally, I think the ending to Cowboy Bebop could have been more satisfying and tied up more. Yeah, like you don't hot dog bun, not too. Oh, Cowboy Bebop.
No one knows that.
Cowboy Bebop has hot dog bun, not too young. Huh.
That's in the background. I mean,
It's a completely reasonable take. There's the episode where they get the thing out the fridge and you never figure out exactly what it was, and they all die at the end, but then next episode they're back. And it's just kind of like, what?
We never found out what that was about. There's probably something we were supposed to realize, but we didn't. I felt like it ended a little abruptly. But that's probably just me wanting more seasons.
Yeah, I feel like the ending to Cowboy Bebop could have... I don't want to spoil. I can't talk about it because I don't want to spoil. And no spoilers in chat, please. In all seriousness, if there's spoilers in chat, use the timeout button.
Steve.
I always assumed it was Spike's nightmare. The ending to Cowboy Bebop, speaking generically, I feel like could have incorporated the whole cast a bit better. And
I think they were trying to emphasize the cowboy.
I get it. I understand why Spike would do what he did. I just and maybe the ending I envisioned would be a more generic action movie end. And maybe it would be more satisfying.
But like I said, I think some of it is you just want more of the show.
yeah, well, we're also left with gaps in information, and
Mm-hmm.
I like show don't tell, and we do get a lot of information, but there's a lot of gaps that in unexplored things that the show never gets to that I kind of wish it did.
I wish we got more about the universe. With if they were gonna do that, I wish they went on and was like, okay, now we're gonna follow this character. But
I really like Faye Valentine, Faye.
medical debt never
Um,
leaves.
I liked Faye Valentine more than any of the other characters. I thought she had a much more interesting story, and I kind of just wish the show was about her. Her backstory is uh unique, and how she wakes up and has all these issues. Um I think it's really cool. I, what do you think, sweetie? Dragon Ball Z or Cowboy Bebop? I'm sorry, they don't dethrone Goblin Slayer and Slime. I can't.
Fair, fair. It's they're all fantastic though. Anything in that top thing is like a must see, even if you're not really
Oh, the fridge monster was a nightmare.
nightmare.
Oh, huh.
Makes me want to go back and watch it, thinking of it as that. Uh,
I think for me,
yeah, it might be Japanese storytelling.
I gotta rate Dragon Ball Z a little
A
higher.
little higher.
Yeah,
I mean, there's a reason it's iconic.
yeah. Um, but Cowboy Bebop was, I think, really ahead of its time. The fact that it stands up here with these more modern shows.
That's true.
Which
When did
brings
it come
us
out?
to
I thought. Oh.
Cowboy Bebop. That's
Oh, it was released in 2001.
yeah.
I thought it was newer. It does age really well. Wait, no, 2001 for the US. Wait, it was always in the US, right? Neat.
And while we're on the topic of gunslinging cowboys on their ship, riding around on their ship doing stuff, we're gonna come out of space and come land in the oceans near a certain Southeast Asian country,
Mm-hmm.
and we are going to join the crew of the Black Lagoon in S tier.
That's not for everyone though. That is that one should have content warning.
Black Lagoon?
The twin episodes.
Oh,
I just had to
frick!
skip them.
Oh,
Yeah.
the Vampire Twin episodes. Oh, you're right. Not Universal S tier,
It's
but
very not universal.
Goblin Slayer first
No,
episode.
Black Lagoon's worse
Okay,
by a
okay.
lot.
All
it's
right.
it's worse by a lot. The things wrong with Black Lagoon's couple episodes cannot be talked about on the YouTube.
Yeah. Black Lagoon, S tier personal. I have a crush on Rebby. I have a huge crush on Rebby. Rebby's amazing. It's not intellectual too much. Um, get your popcorn, put on Black Lagoon. It's friggin' awesome.
I like the little threads between episodes.
I really
A lot.
loved Roberta's Blood Trail, and this is Black Lagoon season 1 and 2, and the Roberta Blood Trail OVA for
Mm-hmm.
like I am rating all these, but yeah, dang, it's good. Roanapur Freak Show Circus, that episode, and Roberta's Blood Trail, and the Unstoppable Chambermaid. Ah, I can remember the episode names. What animes do you remember the episode names? You
Mm-hmm.
see what I mean? And it's a show about criminals in a criminal city, absolute shithole city, where everyone's a criminal, and it's just great.
Hmm.
It's you don't have to like
You know what? I think part of it is they don't moralize it, and they don't try to force who's the good guy or anything like
Rock
that.
Rock tries to moralize in the submarine scene to Rebby,
Yeah, he
and
tries a little
they
bit,
have
don't he?
they have a spat about it, and they butt heads, and it addresses the moralization because that's what Rock represents. He represents the moralization of Japanese society. And
Mm.
it's Japanese. Okay, the show actually is smart if you stop and think about it. Rock represents the moralizing of Japanese society, just running face first and coming away with a bloody nose when confronted with the rough sides of the real world outside
Hmm.
of the civilized bubble that is the very low crime Japan. And because Rock comes in and he gets screwed by circumstance, but he starts as an innocent puppy from the Japanese workforce. But he has
That is true.
skills. He actually has some skills and is useful. Um, but Rebby also gets screwed, literally, unfortunately, by circumstance, and is from the gutter. But
Hmm.
she also has skills, and they're forced together, and it's great. It's I This is Black Lagoon is S tier, but I can't. I would say S Universal if you deleted the
The
files
twins.
of the Vampire Twins episodes and skipped that.
Then it's just a regular rough and tumble.
Like you
Yeah.
got your media computer hooked up to your TV and the family's over and you're like, hey, let me show you this action cartoon. You'll like it. It's called Black Lagoon. You got to go in there, man. You got to delete the Vampire Twins episodes off that media hard drive. Okay.
I think it's kind of brave they addressed that messed up stuff happens at
I
all,
do like
though.
that they address that though.
Because
Like,
there's a lot of the world that likes to think that those things just are one in a million, rare, almost never happen in all of history, and
nah.
unfortunately, that's a
Unfortunately,
much more common horror than we'd like to think.
yeah. Anyway, yeah, the content warning on the Vampire Twins episode. Uh, I would I would suggest if you're squeamish to skip those episodes. Hold on a sec. Let me just for the people watching this and using it as a uh, guide of what to maybe watch. List of Black Lagoon episodes. Hold on. Black Lagoon, Mangrove Heaven, Ring-a-Ding Ship Chase, Der Rücker Ad des Adlis, Eagle Hunting and Hunting Eagles, Moonlit Hunting Grounds, Calm Down Two Men, Rasta Blasta, Made to Kill, Chambermaid, Gorillas in the Jungle, Second Barrage. Oh, here it is, Second Barrage.
It's like 2 or 3
The
episodes you gotta
Vampire
skip if you
Twins
do.
come, Bloodsport Fairy Tale, Swan Song at Dawn.
You want to
Yep.
drop that in the anime channel on
Episode
Discord?
You can. It's Black Lagoon episode 13, 14, and 15. Big content warning. So, uh, yeah, because bad things happen to children. And I'll leave it at that.
13,
So,
14.
yep. It's the Vampire Twins arc. So, anyway, yeah. I love Black Lagoon. I have a massive crush on Revy. She's awesome. I one of my okay, so another candidate for awesome moments in anime is in Black Lagoon when what's his name? Garcia. The
Garcia.
little blonde kid. His name's Garcia. So
Oh.
Garcia is from a South American country, and he's telling the crew of the Black Lagoon about his time at his family's plantation in the countryside. And he's telling them about his family, and he mentions, he's like, oh yeah, and I also have a maid named Roberta, and I know she's gonna come and rescue me. And Rebby is talking mad shit to the kid and making fun of him, and and she's like, "Oh, your little maid's gonna come and save you," and Garcia's like, "No, Roberta's really strong," and Rebby's like, "What makes you think that?"
Sure.
And Garcia's like, "Well, I don't know, but one time," and the kid describes like, "We used to arm wrestle and I'd always beat Roberta, but one time these men came to visit my dad and Roberta changed and her eyes looked completely different and she became like a statue. I was trying to arm wrestle her and her arm became like iron and I couldn't budge it no matter how hard I tried." And he's telling the story while the anime keeps cutting back and forth between him telling the story and his
And that
voiceover of the story with Roberta entering the city and getting harassed by a bunch of gangsters. And it's just chef's kiss. It's a freaking awesome sequence. I love it. uh S tier. S tier universal. Rebby is best. Better than Slime and Goblin Slayer. Okay, maybe maybe not, but S tier. It's an awesome scene. It's a friggin' awesome sequence. It goes up there with Goku going Super Saiyan 3 for the first time and Super Saiyan 1 for the first time and Goblin Slayer replying Subite. Herc. Awesome. Uh okay, moving on cuz otherwise I will just sit here and gush about Black Lagoon for the next 30 minutes if you let me. Um bup, 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 bup. Oh yeah, if you're watching on YouTube, go down in the doobly doo down below. Join my Discord; it's free, and we're putting the list somewhere in the Discord where you can see it. I'm not gonna put the list in my YouTube video stream description because I want you to have to join my Discord because I'm a fucker. You got to join the Discord to see the list. I mean, or you can just follow along here. Um, Oh, also, I just want to say that there's a website called nyaa.si, nya.si, nyaa.si, and I just want to say you shouldn't go to that website, and uh, you should always watch your anime on streaming services, and you should not go to nya.si. um, it's important that you know where you get your anime from, and I just wanted to let you know that as just a public service announcement. Um, so don't do that,
Definitely. Especially not with a VPN.
especially not with a VPN up. Don't do that. Do not I yeah don't do that. Always go to like Crunchyroll or
Crunchyroll.
Amazon or whatever else the yeah. Always go to those websites. All right, moving on to and that was nyaa.si. That's the website you don't want to go to with a VPN. Anyway, and you really want to stay away from a website called oldversions.com where you can get uTorrent Classic without all it's a version of uTorrent without all the bloatware, and it probably is like a virus, so definitely don't download that either.
Hmm.
I I disavow and don't recommend any of that. It's all crap. You should not use it.
Those are really just for historians.
Yeah, the only reason you should download
Mm-hmm.
uTorrent Classic without all the bloat that from future versions is from oldversions.com is
Mm-hmm.
for like archival educational purposes, even if that. Anyway, we're moving on to a Western anime called Avatar: The Last Airbender. Sweetie, why don't you rate this one?
Um. Oh, I mean, it has to be S tier, and its accessibility definitely makes it a universal for me.
I mean,
I
we have the meme. Everything we have multiple memes. Everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. There is no war in Ba Sing Se.
um
S tier universal, easy for you can show it to everybody, kids, parents,
mhm.
non-anime people. Yeah,
Yeah, non-anime people can watch it, but it's totally an anime. I really like. I have a couple things where, mm, uh, Sokka starting out kind of immature and sexist,
I'm gonna eat my nachos while you
overtly
talk.
sexist. That yeah, my cabbages. Um, that was done so beautifully, and they're making the movie now, and they're wanting to remove all that because he can't say something mean, even though you're erasing an example of someone being like, "Oh, I don't want to be that way," for very real reasons, and it's just sad. I don't know. Um, the
Are you
Earth
saying
Kingdom,
he's not allowed to grow anymore because he's not allowed to start out flawed?
yeah,
Yeah, that's
like
tragic, man.
what an awful thing to not display when you have the chance to. Yeah, character growth. Yeah, that's rough, buddy. Like you have the teenagers where they're not even good friends, but they're still managing to empathize in their own immature teenage way. That's such a good spot. Aw. Aang being hung up about how to deal with the Fire Lord when he's obviously like kicked people uh off of high places and stuff is a little silly, but you know, I guess the idea of premeditated killing is something to be like about. Netflix show. Yeah, it was Netflix. Imagine not having the. Yeah, exactly, Max. Uh, Azula. Yeah. Um, the beach episode too, with the bad guy group, Azula's group at the beach, where you find out a little more about Ty Lee and all them, and Azula's like social awkwardness, despite usually seeming fairly charismatic, is interesting. Um, it kind of painted how someone can be very wrong but still have human parts of them, right? Yeah, they're little. Second half of this. Um, I'm sad because I saw the last season first. Uh, but it was fantastic. Yeah, Ava, do you really need to say more? Not really. Um, I really was happy when Legend of Korra came out, but I wish they did the team being older, like in their 20s, before moving on to the next Avatar, or maybe even 30s. I I see why they did the time skip because it's not comparing apples to apples with like, oh, the first Avatar show and the next Avatar show, but I think we could have had like a really cool Naruto Shippuden situation. Yeah, like Korra had cool stuff, and I like a lot of the aesthetic they used, but it's just for me just not as good. Um, I was happy to have it though. Let's see what else. Do you guys think the technology progressed too quickly for Korra, or is that about right? Because they did have the airships at in the Fire Nation. Yeah, that's a good point. I guess it would have been cool if they like shifted gears to a slice of life, but I don't think an American TV show easily can jump from epic to a slice of life. Here's the world building stuff.
So
Maybe they could now that they've already done Korra.
while
Hey,
we're on the topic, and hi, I'm back.
hi.
I've got Korra here. I went and found Legend of Korra. Where's this going?
Ah. Yeah, that's true. Look how fast we progressed without magic. Um, I guess there's also the implication that technology was kind of suppressed by the war.
Where's Legend of Korra go, sweetheart?
I wouldn't put it in S tier, but it's your list. And it's
I
still a solid show.
I really like the characters in Korra.
Mm-hmm.
Like I like Korra. I like Asami. Um, a lot. uh, you know, it's got to be at least A.
Yeah, I don't think they
If I
made
was
any major missteps to make it deserve less than
if
an
I was
A.
gonna sit down and just watch one, personally, I would much rather watch Korra again than the first Avatar.
Really?
Yeah,
We're a little different. That's okay.
yeah. I like the world building going on,
I do enjoy good world building. Building.
and I gotta be honest. I have a hot take. It might be unpopular. I didn't really like Aang. Um, as a character, I
Oh,
don't I don't
the cabbage
aspire to
patch.
be I don't aspire to be Aang. I don't aspire to be a little bald kid. Like Goku is cool. You want to be Goku. Like Guts is cool. You want to be Guts. Like Gene Starwind is cool. You want to be him. So they're
But Toph.
like so when I like characters, they're either like cute or sexy or cool or I would like you want to be them or something. They're like role models, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
they're cool or they're cute or they're sexy or they're a role model or they're interesting. And honestly, Aang isn't any of those. To me, he's not a role model. He's not cool. He's kind of lame. He's not he's not cute or sexy. Uh
Does Aang really get that much more screen time
he's
than the
not
other characters?
he's not really interesting. To me, Aang just exudes some serious NPC energy. I'm sorry to say. That's just how I honestly feel. And I thought Korra was way more interesting of a character in general. And also, she's hot. So that is cool. Um,
Good for Korra.
so this is going in S tier Universal. I'm sorry. I think Legend of Korra is great.
You should do what you think. That's the
So
point.
it's better than Avatar.
Legend of Korra, they got told they only get one season. I was wondering why there was kind of a jump. That makes more sense.
Yeah, Aang is a vehicle for the plot, and Korra is a character. Yes, exactly. Aang is an absolute
Yeah.
just wooden plank. I'm sorry, but like he's the star of the show. He's the air. He is the Avatar of the Last Airbender. Like, but he's just a plank of wood.
Mm. And you know what else they did right with Korra? They didn't fall in the girl power trope of they don't get to have imperfections. She got to be a hothead. She got to be kind of bad at the spiritual stuff and not in touch with that.
Someone's been watching Critical Drinker. Go away
Um,
now.
I mean, uh,
No, I agree.
it's a.
The
I do
modern
like Critical Drinker though.
the modern the the MCU girl boss trope can die now, please. That yeah.
Yeah, it's gotta have gotta have some personality for good writing. Just good writing, please.
And I say
Thank you.
that after gushing about how awesome Revy is from Black Lagoon for like
Revi's angry. Revi has flaws. She has writing.
Revy's a
Uh,
badass, but she also has a ton of flaws
they
and
can be
issues.
unreasonably badass even. It's the do they have writing backing it up?
Yeah, she's a badass girl, but she's also a character with human traits and flaws. And I mean, actually, the girl bosses from the MCU style girl bosses, and when I say MCU, that's Marvel Cinematic Universe. I'm
Mhm.
referring to the modern trope of like from the past, I don't know, 10 years of these absolute girl boss characters. They're Mary Sue characters. They beat the guys at everything while also having no flaws,
A
really.
good amount of the guys are Mary Sue's now too. Or what's the guy?
No, I,
John.
I most guys I've seen in movies have been like inept buffoons.
Yeah, well they're boring inept buffoons and more of them. I say that because I'm salty because I really love comics. I've loved comics.
Okay, I'm
Uh
gonna eat my nachos. You gush.
I'm gonna gush. Uh I'm a I was I was about 11 when I started reading comics and I knew the lore. I knew the things where they wrote themselves in the corners and they fixed it best they could. Uh yeah, Gary Stews, thank you. Um and I don't even mind if they're PC. It's just are you writing well enough to back up what you want to put into your thing? Like you can have a fairly censored piece of content that still has depth. But at some point it's they're trying to not have to serve depth by like, well, what if we include this thing so that you feel special? Does that make up for us being lazy? Um is how I feel. Like Marvet Comics of a ton. Yeah, like I mean they could have pulled out Squirrel Girl. Pull out Squirrel Girl, give her a cute anime like they did Harley Quinn. Where it's, it's the animated cartoon, but it's more in the style that we think of when we watch anime, where there's more characters and the episodes flow a bit more. Yeah. First time in UFC and Vechs. Hey Blazer. Um yeah, he started streaming here on YouTube and people are like, "Oh my gosh, I haven't seen you in a while." So it seems to be working. But having stuff to stream on YouTube whenever he's also working on the maps and stuff, we have to find something that's a little more off the cuff that people are happy to see. Um, we were trying to come up with something like maybe we'll have him play D&D because then that doesn't take much prep from him. Uh, what else? We were also talking about maybe he could do mini reviews of just things in his Steam library. And I think that would be kind of useful because PC gaming is, I think, a good investment for people who are interested in gaming in general. If you aren't utilizing a character, they functionally don't exist. Yeah, and it's also weird for them to not use characters just because that's that's money sitting there. Let's be real. Um, they bother keeping the licenses and stuff. they should be trying to utilize it. Yes, a Goblin Artificer. You'd like to see him do Baldur's Gate 3? He hasn't gotten to finish. We only been through the first section. So he would maybe be interested in doing that. He started Mountain Blade Warband from... Aww. And it never recommended him again. Yeah, he had some reach issues. I think maybe it was because of... You remember when YouTube got sued for having ads on children's content or something? I think whenever that happened, a lot of his content got deprioritized because it said Minecraft, Minecraft, Minecraft. And maybe it's also because of the word hostile associated with Minecraft. I've wondered. Like the saying super hostile up in the algorithm here. So we've gone through and changed old descriptions and stuff to see if it helps. You stopped after Act 2? There's been some updates, so apparently there's extra content in Act 3 now. That's another thing that's kind of wrong with the Marvel Universe is if you have the Marvel Universe and you don't have the X-Men, you're missing out on this whole analog of some real-world issues without having to bring up the real-world issues. And it's kind of like you're missing a seasoning. You're missing your garlic from the Marvel Universe there.
Hey, I'm back.
Hello. Remember when Minecraft wasn't a kid's game? Ugh. If only.
1 second. Let me black this out. Let me make sure.
Oh, yeah. Have you guys...
Somebody sent me the flag cover. I should have just checked Wikipedia for it.
Oh. You're clever.
So now I can actually have it on here and it be... great. Sort by date?
They don't have a... Yeah, they don't have a good villain to... That is true. DC Comics, I think, has some better villains to play with. And I wish the DC movies were of the same quality of like the animated series that you had between 2000 and 2015 or 2014 or so. But they seem to struggle to translate that into the epic live action stuff. Yeah, the animated is generally better. I'd agree. The X-Men animated series, it's quite old now, but that was good.
Oh, I should have put that on here. Oh, well, it's fine. X-Men the animated series. Oh, the main theme song. Oh, that was good shit. That was catchy. I found Flag. Thanks for yeah. On Flag real quick. I realized comparing it to Parasite Dolls, that like it's not D tier. I just hate the ending. But Flag is told every camera shot, every camera angle in Flag, and I was just realizing that like I can't call it a camera angle because it's animated and it's not filmed on a camera or a video camera. But you know what I mean.
You can use composition.
Every frame in Flag is from a camera of some kind in the universe of the show.
Oh, that's cool.
Every single shot in Flag is from a camera of some kind within the universe of Flag. Because the story is told by a compilation of found footage. So that has to elevate it out of D tier because that's actually kind of cool. And you know what? I'll
That's
put it.
trying. That
It
that's a
goes in C
trying.
tier. I hate the ending. It pissed me off. Uh, it so it keeps it down in C tier.
Why does it piss you off without spoilers?
I can't. It
Oh, it's too specific.
it's it's unnecessary. They could have just let the show end, and it feels kind of like a just gonna stab you a little bit for no reason.
Oh.
Um, but if but to be fair to the show, if just the because like I like the movie Phone Booth. There's a movie called Phone Booth, and the entire movie takes place in a phone booth. The guy goes to the phone rings at the phone booth. This guy goes up. He answers the phone.
And then
This
he's stuck.
incredibly herk voice says, "It's funny, isn't it? A phone rings and you have to answer it." Huh. Um, the voice of the voice actor for the caller in the movie Phone Booth is he nails the husky mysterious guy.
You really
Um,
do.
and and the guy's like, "What is this prank call? I'm leaving." And the caller says, "I wouldn't do that." And he names the guy Stu Shepard. And Stu Shepard's like, "How do you know my name?" And the caller's like, "I know a lot about you. Step back into the booth. Don't leave." And turns out the caller has a sniper rifle trained on the phone booth from a nearby building. And if the guy leaves the booth, he's going to shoot him. And I'm not going to spoil anymore. That's the basic premise, the basic setup. The whole movie takes place in a phone booth. The entire movie was filmed in like 48 hours. So I'm a media arts major, formerly from college, and just
Mm-hmm.
shooting an entire feature-length movie in 48 hours on one location, like that's just technically cool. So bringing this back to the anime flag,
We did a good job.
setting up the entire story so that every shot takes place from the point of a camera in the universe of the narrative, that's just kind of cool from a technical perspective, a story writing perspective of having to think like, okay, well, we want to show this, but like we can't just show it like they do in every Kiefer Sutherland. Thank you, Pominator. Um, oh, maybe it was 24 hours. Like I could be wrong. Phone Booth could have been filmed in 24 hours. It was filmed like insanely. Like these guys went into psycho mode and filmed this shit. Like it's an amazing accomplishment. It's one of my favorite movies of all time, by the way. Like it's in my like top 10. Just
Hmm.
because of the technical like aspects of how it was made. Like I think it's so cool. Um, but Flag, it's like you can't just show something. You have to think, okay, well, within the story, within the narrative universe, where would a camera be to show what I want to show off to the audience? And that's kind of cool, right? Like that's neat.
That is.
So Flag goes on there. Anyway, sweetheart, did you get wrapped up what you were talking about with Avatar?
Yeah,
Okay,
I
cool.
think so.
Let's move on to Claymore. You guys like how I can sing these iconic tunes from these animes? Badly, but badly. Claymore, Claymore. Well,
You tried to adapt that into D&D some.
I adapted this into D&D. This was my first homebrew D&D for 5e that I made was
Mm-hmm.
adding the Claymore as a class you could play. Um, Claymore is about a woman who is a fantasy world bioengineered soldier. Um, they basically they basically cut them open and put in demon organs inside of their bodies to make them better fighters because they have to. Um,
Theoretically.
and this and when I say demon, I don't mean demon. It's like
Monster.
monster parts. But
They use the word
the
demon.
monster parts can take over. In the show, they're called Yoma. Um,
I mean, it's the Japanese idea of demon, and it's just not the same as ours.
so the monster part they can awaken, and the monster part can take over their body. Um, and there's no they tried to do male Claymore. Not yokai, it's Yoma. Specifically Yoma, not yokai. Yokai are like spirits. The Yoma are like
Mm-hmm.
they're mutant monsters that are physical. Um, so they can like give into this monstrous side of themselves and turn into a horrible beast. And so they so in the show these fighters they can push into that monstrous side of themselves for more power, but that also risks them awakening and going too far and not being able, and then they turn into a monster that others of their order have to go put down and kill. And so you have moments in the show where it's like the main character's got to go kill a former friend who's turned into a monster, and she's still kind of in there, and it's so that's the basic starting premise of the show. More stuff happens. I'm not going to spoil it, but um, if you like blonde-haired women with silver eyes, wearing cool armor and wielding huge swords, going around chopping up monsters, then Claymore is for you. Um, it's like Berserk for women. Am I allowed to say that? Is that not that I'm going to get canceled or anything like that? What I mean is, am I allowed to say that? Is that a valid? Inuyasha is Dragon Ball Z for girls. You know, you've heard that. Is Claymore Berserk for women? If Inuyasha is
It's
Dragon Ball Z
possible.
for girls, then is Claymore Berserk for girls? Is that valid? So Claymore, the anime, ends without wrapping up the story, and I was actually so invested in the story that I went and did something I don't normally do. I went and I got the manga, the actual manga. I usually just watch anime. I usually don't have time to sit there and read a manga. Um, I'm on my computer a lot. I like to watch something on a monitor. Just sitting there and reading, uh, I do. I like
It's hard
audiobooks.
to
I
have
listen to
time
a lot
for
of
it.
audiobooks, um, but reading material is not something I do much anymore when I have YouTube videos and audiobooks and stuff. Uh, but I wanted to know what happened. I was really invested in the story of Claymore, and so I read the manga to the end. And it's a really cool story. A lot of crazy stuff happens, and I'm not gonna spoil any of it, but um, to dip to you know what? I gotta put it in A tier. It's gonna sit next to Berserk. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go there. I think Claymore is just as just as good as Berserk to me. I really enjoyed both of them. Um, I might be biased, maybe. I I um I you know what? Hmm hmm hmm. Am I gonna do this? I think I'm gonna
No,
do that.
really.
I think I'm gonna put Claymore slightly ahead of Berserk. Because I read Claymore did something no other anime ever did, and that was it wrapped up. I knew it didn't finish the main story of the universe, and it made me go get the manga and actually read it all the way through to find out what happened. I have not done that with Berserk, having only seen the Golden Age arc, and I know there's more to Berserk, but I just wasn't that motivated to go finish it. But with Claymore, I was, because Claymore has a really cool world building going on. There is more to the universe of this show than you'll start to see in the anime. You'll start to see like hints of it, but once you get to the manga, you'll realize like, oh, there's like a whole other island, and the like, or the I gotta shut up. I'll spoil. I gotta shut up. I gotta shut up.
Hmm.
I want to gush, but I gotta shut up. Um, Claymore is fucking cool. I just realized like the monster design and everything, and um, it's cool. I actually really like Claymore. I didn't realize how much I liked it until
Started
getting on
thinking
this
about it,
list, and I started to think about it.
where it belongs. Hmm.
I can't. No, I gotta. Oh, Claymore. I gotta put it up. We're going up into S tier personal.
Oh, damn.
You can't show me an anime that motivates me to go get the manga and read it all the way through for uh to see what happens and it not go into S tier. Like if I'm that invested, you got to be up there. Um, Also the silver-eyed witches are hot. I some of my biases are showing. Um, I'm putting Claymore in S tier personal. It's really cool. Uh, I it's Berserk for girls, and I'm about it. Having read both, I prefer Berserk. Well, that's fair. I haven't read Berserk, and maybe at some point I should sit down and start reading through the Berserk manga. I would probably like it. I do like Berserk quite a bit, but um, as a personal list, I just for a personal list, Claymore made me go read the manga. It also stuck in my mind enough for me to try to make it into a D&D homebrew. I think I just like it.
Hmm.
Um, we're gonna skip this one for a second, go straight to Batman. Batman the Animated Series is a Western anime um, that I think surprising absolutely nobody. Batman the Animated Series is going up into S tier Universal, and what do you think? Just behind Dragon Ball Z?
It's pretty good.
It's really good. There's entire YouTube videos people have made that deep dive
Dissecting it.
into individual episodes.
That's true. Hmm.
Mr. J.
Yeah.
I liked Harley Quinn.
She was made for that show.
I
And look how
know.
well the character's done.
TB Wolf reminded me that it gave us Harley Quinn. I quite like Dr. Quinzel.
Oh, yeah.
And I do the Joker laugh.
He does.
I will
Guys,
fucking
it freaks people out.
I will Mark Hamill, I will full on Batman animated series Mark Hamill Joker laugh like legit. Um I can't do it on demand, but it's something that will escape me. And there's people out there like, "Oh yeah, Vechs is as Joker. That's yeah, back when Harley Quinn was tolerable." Yeah, we've already touched on a little bit of that. We're gonna move on into something less controversial. Redo of Healer.
Huh.
How do I even rate Redo of Healer? I feel like I need to put this into question mark tier, so
Oh, I haven't seen this one.
Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh sweetie. Uh, Chat, should I show my wife Redo of Healer?
Did you put Konosuba on the list?
Dragon Maid? Yeah, it's A tier.
Konosuba,
Oh, Konosuba.
the isekai.
Konosuba. Oh, with
The blue girl. An
Explosion! Yes. I forgot about Konosuba. Was that the one you were about to say and couldn't remember?
I thought Redo of Healer was going to be Konosuba. That.
No.
And then it wasn't. So I was like, oh, I'm remembering the wrong name.
Konosuba's got Megumi and Darkness
Mhm.
and blue hair bubble girl, goddess
Mhm.
girl stuck in the isekai with you. What a twist. That was really funny. That was really funny.
Mhm.
Minor spoilers, sorry. Aqua, thank you, Blissful Wolf. Of course it would be you too. Yeah, Konosuba needs to be
Aqua.
here. Let me go. Hold on a sec. Pause. Konosuba. Konosuba Wikipedia. Where's like the
Yes,
anime?
useless goddess.
Konosuba anime cover. Does that get it? Image search. Yeah, there it is. Badoop. And then I gotta go like, oh, hold on. I gotta make sure. I gotta make sure not to accidentally dox myself. You guys gotta go blind for a second. Browse. I don't know like what would show, but I don't want to risk letting you guys just see random parts of my computer.
Oh boy.
I even had to be
Almost
careful with like my Firefox and stuff because just as an example, I use a password manager and like sometimes it will just autofill like my name and address, which is
Yeah.
useful, but also if it just autofills my name and address just on a on
It's a
a on a browser window, it just kind of doxes me instantly, you know.
Wee.
Um,
Yeah.
so so yeah, that's why I'm very cagey with the my file system and stuff because I can easily dox myself. Um, you might think it's like, oh, he doesn't want to accidentally show us spicy stuff. I don't really care about that. I don't like I'm literally about to grade redo of healer. Like, do you think I care about spicy stuff?
What on earth is redo of healing?
how do I even begin to describe this? Um,
How do you?
so um, there's a guy, and he gets forced to play ball on the ball team, and all he can do is catch the ball. He can't hit any balls. He can only catch the ball. But he's the only person on his team who can catch the ball, and so his team can hit, and they know he can only catch and he can't hit, so they all just decide to hit him a lot and force him to catch all the time. And then and then they feed him Mountain Dew,
Mm-hmm.
and he's forced to catch all the time, and they feed him Mountain Dew, and Mountain Dew is just so good that you get kind of addicted to it and you want more. And he doesn't like catching, but they won't give him any Mountain Dew unless he catches for his team. And so he gets into a
This sounds problematic.
yes, but we're talking about baseball right now. So anyway, um I'm talking about
Mm-hmm.
redo of catcher, which is completely different. So anyway, he gets addicted to Mountain Dew and is forced to catch a lot from different people, and his team whacks him with the bats quite a bit, and they use Mountain Dew to control him, and he decides with what little consciousness he has left to like get used and acclimated to the Mountain Dew so it doesn't control him as much anymore. But he still keeps acting for his baseball team like he really enjoys Mountain Dew, but now he's used to it. But they think it
Mm-hmm.
controls him still, but it doesn't. So in the final game, he reveals that he's no longer controlled by the Mountain Dew, and he hits a home run, surprising everyone. And the home run is so good that the umpire decides they have to play the game all over again from the very beginning of the game before the catcher guy even knew he was going to be a catcher. It's almost like he goes back in time to play the baseball game all over again. But this time, he knows he's going to be a catcher, but he can maybe do it differently this time and not get addicted to Mountain Dew. And also, he's going to maybe make some of his old team be forced to catch this time
Oh,
a lot. And he
oh
decides
no.
he's going to be team captain. And this time, his old teammates are going to be the ones that aren't having as much fun in the baseball game this time. I think
Uh-oh.
I think that is as best as I can summarize the plot for redo of Catcher. Do you understand?
I see. That's a that's definitely not a universal anime.
Um, I don't feel comfortable rating this anime in any other category than the question mark.
It goes to the question mark. Go to the corner, you.
It goes into the question mark zone. Uh, Analyzing this anime is a complex and multifaceted process.
Well, it can stay over there.
Um, so I have a kind of a hot take.
What's the
Uh,
hot take?
there's nothing worse in this anime than was in Game of Thrones TV series. Game of Thrones featured people being forced to catch the ball against their will, and also featured various forms of Mountain Dew and people getting whacked with baseball bats. Um, and also uh, locker room scenes after the ball game. So
Uh-oh.
yeah, so this show Redo of Healer has everything you see in Game of Thrones TV series, but for some reason because it's animated, then it's more controversial. It,
So you're just here to say that it's Game of Thrones.
I I really like there's a lot of violence and other spicy things in Redo of Healer, but so too in Game of Thrones. And Game of Thrones was like critically acclaimed and super popular up until the last season, which really tanked, but I digress. Like what
Guys, Game of Thrones has pretty privilege.
like why why does this get so controversial for its extreme content when Game of Thrones is critically acclaimed and also has lots of extreme content going on, including
Because it depends
catching
on who's
and
making money.
struggle snuggling and
Uh-oh.
being forced to play the game against your will
Oh no.
of baseball.
This is terrible.
Um, unpaid permanent internships.
Uh-oh. Guys, it's Pal World.
Yeah, yeah. As far as a story, was there anything in here? Okay, so ignoring the controversy and ignoring the extreme content and focusing on the revenge plot, uh, it is a very it is a kind of generic isekai style fantasy world with a revenge plot going on.
Hmm.
Um, I like that the protagonist is kind of a villain protagonist. He is broken, but he's broken for a very good reason. Like he has been victimized and abused for years. Uh,
Perhaps it's more of a warning of
it would be. This would be a like a fable or a parable warning like don't treat people like this cuz this is what happens. And the protagonist is a villainous protagonist because he does a lot of really bad stuff, but he's trying to be heroic, but he's so damaged and warped that
he doesn't know what that is.
he kind of knows, but he's
Hmm.
he's really messed up. Um, and it manifests. So in a way, the writing is very like realistic. Like they took this abused person, and then like, what if this terminally chronically abused person was now the protagonist again? Like, how would his mental state affect So,
Mm,
um, I would say
interesting.
as a character study, he's really well written. Um, so he's really well written. The rest of the show is kind of basically an H show in
Uh-oh.
some regards with the spicy scenes. Um, the world building is fairly mediocre. Um, ignoring the extreme content and the controversy, I'd kind of throw it in C tier as just another generic isekai show.
Mm.
But they have the extreme content and then the controversy and the drama around it. Um, so that makes it tougher to critique because now my critique is going to be like if I approve of the show, if I say like, oh, the show's good in this regard, then people are going to say like, oh, well, you like involuntary permanent servitude with struggle snuggles, and I'm like, no, I'm
Well,
just
I
saying
mean,
the
Black
character was
Lagoon has awful things.
yeah, that's true. It does. It has awful things. So anyway, so ignoring I think I'd honestly put the writing as fairly C quality. The writing's kind of bad, except for the main character's construction. Like he's written fairly well as like a really flawed villainous protagonist.
Hmm.
The rest of the world building at large is kind of crap.
Do you
It
think it needed more time in the oven?
Yeah, but it is what it is. It's really fan servicey kind of stuff. Um, I think I I think I just put it in, I would put it in C tier as an honest opinion. It would be a low C. Uh, it's something that I think people hear about the controversy, watch it to see what the controversy's about, and are then like, "Yep, that's that's some booba and that's a struggle
That's in
snuggle."
there. Uh-oh.
Um, so I when I finished it, I was like, yeah, that was
That was that.
I was annoyed at the controversy because I'm like, I've seen all of this kind of stuff in Game of Thrones, and that was just on television. So,
Yeah,
yeah,
like on live TV. Not even something you have to go look for.
yes, that I all of the all of the bad behaviors that people do to each other, I saw on Game of Thrones that are in this. Um, so I don't quite understand why it's so controversial. Is it just it must just be because it's animated, I guess. I don't Hey, chat, what does chat think? Why does Game of Thrones get a pass and Redo of Healer is causes drama? Why is that? Cuz Redo of Healer is like is um H H scenes and generic isekai trash, right? So
Do you think it's because the Game of Thrones was a book first? And there's an implication of I've thought this through because I bothered publishing a book? Or do you think it's just
hmm
they had better marketing and that's why it's okay?
chat's saying double standard, and I think I agree. I think it's just some weird double standard that maybe because it's animated, it's suddenly there's still a lot of people that see animation and think kid stuff. Maybe
And then they get like, whoa,
I
because
again
of the mindset.
they didn't know Akira came out in the 80s.
Uh-oh. The book is worse.
And you know what? While we're on controversial material, Castlevania the Netflix series, it's going right up here in personal S tier.
The music.
The
The music
music,
alone.
the mu-
Yeah.
Can we all just take a moment and we all agree that Sypha did a little bit the fuck more than disorient them? Like when they kicked down the door into the main hall of the castle and and uh Trevor's, I think he says something like, what does he say? Oh, dang, what's he say? He says, I know he says like, he says, I terrify them, Sypha disorients them, Alucard goes over the top, and we support him. Can we just all agree that Sypha did a little bit more than disorienting? Like she lit those people the fuck up, man. She has the highest KD count. She's the highest kill count by the end of that show, man. Um
Yeah, it seems like she did more than Alucard, because he does single target damage generally, right?
Castlevania is brilliant. Dracula Vlad Tepes is brilliantly written. There are
Good voice
so
actor too.
many such good voice acting. There are so many quotable
So
lines.
many.
Are you dictating your fucking obituary to me, Belmont? The speech Trevor gives against the protagonist of the later season. Ooh, ooh, it's good.
Antagonist.
Um, the only thing I was like, what was the one scene where Alucard's in the castle by himself and some visitors come, and it's a male and female visitor, and then Alucard has some scenes depicting interactions with them. That was like, whoa, hello, that's here.
Surprise.
Um,
Yeah, I felt
I've
a
seen a
little
lot
like,
though. I'm pretty desensitized, but I just didn't expect that. But shocking. Um, but that got a pass, and Redo of Healer didn't. I'm just saying, like I can point out some pretty extreme scenes in Castlevania. Um, I I
yeah, it
I
did come
think
out
I think
on.
if I was doing like a Vex's edit of Castlevania, I might drop that one scene with Alucard. That just seemed a little odd, a little weird. But otherwise, I think just about everything in that show is
Hmm.
like, well, it's an S tier for a reason.
I feel like they didn't build up to it enough if they did feel a need to include that.
Yeah,
At the very minimum, it's
it
like if
was
this
it was the
belonged here,
suddenness of it,
it
right?
wasn't the way they did it. Yeah.
Like I
But
I
I think it's
understand
good without.
I understand like using snuggling as a infiltration technique and snuggling someone to then try to assassinate them later and using
Yeah,
that
that
as a
wasn't
weapon.
needed.
Like makes sense.
I think they could have had Alucard doing more interesting stuff than that.
I would have liked to have used maybe that time to have him helping a local person that doesn't understand what he is. Like that
That
could
would have
have
been
been,
cool.
yeah.
Like he could have been deciding he was going to try to make friends and it go badly. It could have been so many things other than that. The title their main annoyance is the title card is too big. Yeah, it's horizontal.
Deal with it.
Um someone mentioned you might have something on there twice. Did you get rid of that?
Yeah, it's this.
Excuse me. Okay.
Here, let me help you. There you go. She's just got that much gold, man. We just need that
So
much
much.
screen space for her for all of her gold. I actually don't know how to delete
Get
these.
the mums. That's okay.
Yeah, I don't know how to delete.
Probably the gear. Don't risk messing it up though.
Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah, it could just she could just have double the money. She's a
Double mums.
hardworking girl. She earned that gold. Yeah, I think Blissful Wolf hits it I think it's the fact that it's the male getting the revenge suddenly
Mm,
makes it not acceptable. If Redo of Healer's protagonist had been female, then and she went and got the revenge, then she'd be a Yas Queen girl boss, right? But
mm.
it's a guy, so yeah, that's a
That's
good.
probably why they published it, honestly. Being like, yeah, let's prove something.
But anyway, back to Castlevania.
Amazing.
My
Game of the year.
boy,
It's
I'm killing my boy. This is his room. This is his bed. I'm killing my boy. S tier. S tier. I just made Courtney cry, I think. I'm
what?
sorry. I made myself tear up. Um,
So good though.
let's see. That brings us on to the other 900 episode show. The the competitor to Naruto that fell a little short, I think. That's Bleach. Bleach is really cool.
We haven't finished it. I haven't finished it.
Wife is lucky, and she's getting the version of Bleach where I know where the filler is, and I skip all the filler for her.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm jelly. So, I watched Bleach when it was coming out live, and I was in the situation of having to wait 2 weeks between each episode.
Hmm.
Now, I went through the Bleach filler waiting 2 weeks between each episode, right? Do you guys know how bad the Bleach filler is? Like, it's pretty bad. Um, so I think Bleach's strong suit is the Soul Society arc, and then they got into some weird stuff with like the filler, and it's bad, and like there are these characters that are really stupid. I I kind of it's bad. It's really bad. And then the Arancars in Hueco Mundo arc is it's all right, I think. Um I think Bleach's crowning moment is the guy saying like, "Why do you speak as if you've mastered Bankai?" And Ichigo just grins. Um
Hmm.
Now, I got to say a huge crush on the goddess of Flash herself, Yoriuchi. I kind of wished. Where is S tier? S tier waifu material.
Oh.
Yoriuchi from Bleach. I'll throw a picture of her in uh, Discord. Where's a good picture of her? I thought she was really cool. I thought her fight with the other girl, whose name I forget, but whose weapon name I remember, Suzumibachi,
Hmm.
because it has the like alliteration of like the
Oh
bee
yeah.
buzzing sound in its name. I was looking just for just a full body like character concept shot of Yoriuchi, and I cannot.
You
Can't.
cannot not.
Sad. Oh well. Y'all have Google image search,
Hmm.
but I thought she was really cool, and I thought her fight with the other girl was really awesome. I loved how she would like uh she would like they were jumping through the trees, and she would like drop a knife on the branch, and then move forward and step on it, and then flick it with her foot behind her, like while she was tumbling. Like that was cool.
Yeah.
Why is Eris saying "Sir, my heart"? Don't break it like that.
Mm.
So Vex thinks a cat is fine too, huh?
Oh, hello. Hello, how's up?
Yes, a cat is fine too. Soifan, thank you, random dude. Yes, Yoriyuchi and Soifan's fight. That was awesome. Now, Bleach itself, like, how do I rate Bleach? It's got tons of episodes and a bunch of filler, and the filler's just absolute crap. Um, Wherever Bleach goes, it must be lower than Naruto. Like, I'm sorry, but Naruto's story is way better than Bleach's story. Um, in my media arts classes, I had actually written up a proposal for how to adapt Bleach into a movie, and it was mostly the Kingfisher arc, where Ichigo gets revenge for his mother's death.
Mm.
I thought that was the most like self-contained, satisfying end uh, content that you could have for a like 120-minute runtime movie.
Yeah.
So I had drawn up a proposal for that as like for one of my classes. Bleach's story. Where do I think Bleach? Bleach is Bleach has some really cool moments, but it's better than Chobits. It's better than Nadesico. It's I I think it's somewhere around like mid B. It's got cool moments, but
Mm.
there's a lot of really crappy filler that drags it down. Um, but Bleach has Rukia. Ah, yeah, that's why it's in B tier and not like down here in D. You got to understand how bad the Bleach filler is. And I
Mm.
have to include the filler because it is part of the show. They decided to release that. They decided to make that. They could have
Yeah.
just not. So they put it on the plate, and I gotta grade it. It's on the plate, man. Um, like I think if I could, okay. So here's the thing: if I could take Bleach and go pick out my episodes and make my cut of Bleach, and cut away all the filler, and even a few episodes that maybe drag or don't add as much, and just get all like the best stuff of Bleach that makes the most coherent, satisfying story with all the cool moments, you know, it's up here. It's up in S tier Universal. It's a great hero's journey story. Ichigo has to master his sword. Yoriyuchi is his teacher, and Sandal Hat is his teacher. He's got to
Mm.
rescue the princess, but the princess is also a fellow warrior who's
Mm-hmm.
set up by bullshit and convicted for a crime she didn't commit. Um, it's
It
great. Like,
has a lot of types of people in it too.
yeah, it's got a super diverse cast. Um,
Like of thought, of beliefs, of appearance, different aesthetics,
yeah,
backgrounds.
we mean actually diverse. Oh, I hate that I have to say that. I have to say actual diversity.
Well,
Anyway,
yeah.
um, but they didn't just release the cool stuff. They
Mm.
released like 200 episodes of some of like the worst filler I've ever seen.
Were
So,
they waiting on something, or
yeah,
like
they were
okay,
waiting on the manga to catch up, but I'm sorry. They released
it
it.
was too long.
It drags it down. It
Mm.
yeah. It's like somebody put a gold bar on your plate and you look down and you're like, "Oh, cool, I got a gold bar." And then they come over with a bag of manure and they like dump it on your gold bar, and you're like, why did you do that? Why didn't you just have the gold bar here? Why'd you dump this bag of manure on it? And they just kind of shrug and and it's like, now you got a gold bar, but there's manure all over it. Like, why would you do that?
I
So
think that's why people don't talk about it more this like they do Naruto now.
yeah, Naruto endures. Bleach is just kind of faded away, and that's why it's the um. Also, the creator of Bleach, in Japanese the term is mangaka, um, was really stressed and like really stressed, like very unhappy,
Uh-oh.
and they were pushing him to make more Bleach, and he didn't want to.
No.
Kubatite. Um. So yeah, and that shows. It really shows. Uh, it's and now we're talking about it years later, and the short-sighted business practice of pushing the creator. They should have just
Gave him a year.
make something good. Just make something good, or do the best job you can. I mean, I create stuff. I'm a map maker. Is is like every part of all the maps I've made good? Like,
Sometimes you make stuff and then you get rid of large swaths of it and condense it down too.
yeah, I've made stuff and looked at it. And I'm like, I'm not releasing this, and I just delete it. And then people get annoyed because it takes me a long time to release something. But it's like, well, I didn't think it was good enough. So uh,
Well, you're respecting people's time because now the people who play your maps have jobs and
well,
their
yes,
weekend is their weekend. That's that.
yeah.
You
Um,
don't get to binge it for 40 hours.
Spellbound Caves 2, like I had a version of that, and I just looked at it and deleted it. Um, I just deleted it. I was like, no, this is it's too big. The travel time between places is going to be too much. Just I need to start over and like really compact it down. One of the problems I ran into was I got a better computer, and the view distance on MC Edit, I could have more of a view distance and work with bigger areas, and it's natural to want to make the areas bigger because you can, and I find myself having to constantly be like, no, 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 make it smaller. Make it smaller. Smaller, damn it. I did the same thing with Jungle of Secrets. I threw out Jungle of Secrets and started a completely new map because I was like, this doesn't feel right. It's not working. I'm gonna make Single Conquest instead.
You threw out the beginning of Spellbound Caves too,
I
as
did.
well. Hmm.
Yeah, I said that. Um, I threw out the first version of Spellbound Caves 2, and I threw out the first version of Jungle of Secrets. Um, but yeah, like I don't wanna pull a Bleach and release filler.
Mm.
So, here's Naruto, here's Boruto, but I kind of feel like that needs to be. Why don't we just do Naruto? Since
Do
they're all
Naruto.
okay, we're gonna move up Naruto, Shippuden, and Boruto. Alrighty, the original Naruto. Um, this one's gonna go in A tier, even with the filler. Still A tier.
I
Uh,
believe it.
it's good, even with Tebayo. Datebayo, 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 Tebayo, Tebayo, Datebayo. Believe it, believe it, believe it in English. God. This
Hmm.
is the I am rating the subtitled version of Naruto. Not going anywhere near the dub. You can believe it and shove that right up your butt. Um,
Whenever
for
they
people
were,
who don't understand,
yeah.
the main character Naruto, he has a verbal tick. In Japanese, he says datebayo or tebayo on the end of his sentences sometimes. It doesn't have a great to English translation, but the kind of closest thing is believe it.
Hmm.
Um, and so in English, he just says believe it all the time, and it's dumb. It's just dumb.
I think when they made the native version of that, they should have cut out like half of the believe it's and only left the ones that were critical to the sentence structure.
Yeah. Yeah.
They really needed to just accept that Americans don't really get the verbal tick thing.
So, yeah, they should have just cut it out. It doesn't
Or
have a great translation. They could have come up with something else for him to say that's I think
yeah,
got it.
got it. Um,
Yeah, got it would have been better than believe it.
especially for the time that was released. Like you had a lot of busted and such.
So, but anyway, Naruto's story and world building is up here.
I like that sound of fan subbed. I should check that out one day. Um, Naruto's S tier for me, but it's not something I go back and want to watch again very much.
Um, if I was rating characters and world building, um,
Ah,
and story, we're up here in Universal high, like the top. We're up here in the top.
but you're averaging out some other factors.
But I also have to acknowledge the 120 episodes of shitty filler with the Crystal Lady arc. God, I
Oh
don't know what
yeah.
they were thinking, right? So we're back again to our gold bar, and here comes the bag of manure. Now, thankfully, it's not a bag of manure. Now this time, it's honestly, it's like a bag of sand. It's not a bag of manure like Bleach was. You got your gold bar, but now we're gonna dump the bag of sand on it, and I'm like, I wish this wasn't here, but it doesn't stink. It's just kind of annoying. Um,
Mm-hmm.
the Crystal arc, some of the other arcs in the Naruto filler, like at least I get to see Shikamaru more. He's my favorite character. I think Shikamaru's like cool. Um,
Mm.
Like, yeah, at least she had a cool power. Like the crystal thing, like it's at least cool. But all the stuff from the filler is going to have zero impact on the rest of the show later because it's non-canon. So they'll never acknowledge it again, which sucks,
Yeah.
right? Um,
Sad.
so, um, so with the filler, for me personally, I would put Naruto in A tier. Even with that's even with the filler. Like even with the filler, it's an A tier show. Um, the music's good. Classic hero's journey, fantastic. World building, great. A lot of attention to detail with the chakra system and how it works. And they avoided
Mm.
the power creep in Dragon Ball Z because
There was a little,
there's
but not.
no like even
It was predicted.
well like even the lowest ninja can infuse a kunai with his element and toss it, and that would actually, if one of the major villains, like I don't know who's super powerful,
Mm-hmm.
the shark dude with the sword,
Yeah, Kasami.
Kisame,
Kisame.
um, the shark dude, like he's super powerful. He's not at the tier of like the final villains of the show, but he's
Mm-hmm.
like he's like just below them in like power level.
No.
Like if he was standing there and he got paralyzed by somebody, like even a basic Genin ninja could infuse a chalk his throwing knife, his kunai, with like his element, whatever it is, let's say wind, and throw it at him and hit him in the side of the head and kill him.
That is true.
Like the like getting stabbed in the side of the head still kills all these people for the most part, most of them, right? Um, Naruto also had Haku. Oh shoot, you're right, Wolf. You're right. Hold on, and we're down here in FT.
You're rousted.
uh, okay. But yeah. So when I say like the power creep was handled so much better than in Dragon Ball Z as your basic shonen anime, um,
Hmm.
in that like basic stuff could still actually hurt the higher level people
Yeah, if
for
they
the
were
most
just
part.
completely. They had like a D&D level up curve.
But Naruto also has Shikamaru and Hinata
Yes.
and so I think I think we got to put it at the low end of personal S tier. We got to do it for Shikamaru. We got to do it for my Shadow Boy.
Yes.
But we acknowledge the filler. Now we come back down here. We go, and this is right up here. This Naruto Shippuden. This is where this Naruto is baby mode. Okay, Naruto
What's wrong with the
Shippuden.
females?
Naruto is baby mode. Naruto Shippuden is where shit gets real.
Yeah. Everything suddenly kind of comes together in Shippuden.
Right? Like Shippuden is where Sakura gets her redemption arc to stop being annoying. Because in Naruto, you have to remember Naruto is where Sakura's just annoying and you want to put her in a trash can. But in Shippuden, we got Chiyo Basama, who's all like Sakura,
Mm.
and she fights the puppet guy, and she actually helps out and is useful, and is she cuts her hair, and she can heal, and she gets the strong, and uh yeah, yeah, like so it's like that's what Shippuden does for Sakura, and then Shippuden's good. Shippuden's so good.
Sakura makes more sense if you know about some Japanese folklore. And for it's following an arc, I forget the male character's name, but it's unrequited love is a more pure love type thing. So what we find really annoying in our culture is like, oh, that's sweet and admirable to them, from as I understand it. Like
Yeah,
maybe the modern people of our age group in Japan also are like that's annoying, but I
yeah.
think there was a time it was considered like, oh, that's so
I
sweet.
I feel a little bit better about Sakura knowing that she was just a cultural difference that was just kind of a swing and a miss on cultural differences. Uh, she's not nearly as annoying as some other characters in like she's Sakura in Naruto is not nearly as annoying as
At least she has flaws.
the main character. Yeah, yeah, she has flaws. She has so many flaws. The main character from Future Diary,
Ah,
who belongs in a also belongs in a trash can.
yeah.
Um, but yeah, Sakura did just kind of stand there with a kunai in the background for most of Naruto. But to be fair to Sakura, if you think about it, Sakura is a normal ninja. She is a normal child from a normal
Town.
family. And
Yeah.
Naruto is the chosen one. He has the thing inside of him. Avoiding spoilers as best I can. Um, I
And
guess it's
so
not.
is
And Sasuke also is a chosen one because of
because of heritage.
because of
The thingy thing.
the plot line. He's the other chosen one, and and he's also got a absolute pedigree heritage. They both do. Naruto and Sasuke both do. They have all of these things. that come from their lineage. And
Yeah.
Sakura's just she's got a kunai, man. She doesn't have like she has
And Kakashi knew that.
See, now I'm feeling sorry. Now I'm feeling way more sympathetic to her.
Because there's also the like, well, why didn't Kakashi do more? It's like, well, he maybe had a reason to think she was just more normal.
Cuz like Naruto gets a special teacher and Kakashi favors Sasuke and teaches him special stuff.
Hmm.
And Naruto also gets a special teacher who teaches him lots of really special stuff. And Sakura's just
Too busy reading the book.
again she's just normal. Um so yeah,
Yeah.
my experience first time watching Naruto was I thought Sakura was so annoying, but like having seen the whole series and then going back and knowing what I know now,
It makes sense.
it makes sense, and I feel kind of sorry for her because she's stuck in this team of like, you know, like Naruto and Sasuke have all the DLCs, man. They have the season pass, they got the DLCs, and Sakura's just playing the free version of the game.
Yeah.
She doesn't have the XP boost. She doesn't have the DLC unlocks. She's just she's a free to play player, man.
Yeah. She's she's Hawkeye. Yeah, she's kind of there to be a more note. Vanilla ice cream is here. Um,
She's cherry
kind of.
flavored.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Or Sakura flavored. They have Sakura flavored things. It could have stopped at the city being destroyed. That's really interesting, but I think you're right. I never considered that. Yeah, the teacher. Well, I won't say.
Yeah, no spoilers. No spoilers. Try to
Um,
be respectful.
Things happen, leads to a big blow up situation, and they could have had a really. They could have ended on a rebuild arc, and it have been a satisfying thing.
But Sakura,
But yeah, they were building up to other things, so
she
gotta
gets
finish.
she gets her due in Shippuden eventually. It happens. So if you start watching Naruto having never seen it and you're annoyed at Sakura, she eventually becomes cool. And you will
Mm.
probably like her about partway into Shippuden. Um and she be-
Hinata perks up a
Hinata
bit and ship it in too.
well, Hinata's super cute in Naruto. She's
Yeah,
so cute. But then she gets good in
yeah.
Shippuden. They all get good in Shippuden. Shippuden was great because, like,
They let things
e-
happen.
well, every character, all the characters, even the minor characters, each one has a cool moment in Shippuden. So if you like, even Tintin gets cool moments, and she's even lower on the power tier than Sakura is at that point. Like Tintin is just
I got worried for Tintin's well-being when she got that one episode, though.
yeah. Poor Tintin.
Apparently, they just felt guilty for her lack of screen time.
Um, but we ship
Yeah, they
uh
could have gave the pain fight a little more oomph.
we ship Temari and Shikamaru forever here on this channel. That fight was so good. That was my favorite one. And I love that they had the higher ups who were watching these fights in the examination during Naruto. When Shikamaru fought Temari for the first time, they they picked him out for special stuff because of it. And I won't say any more than that, but those who have
Made
seen it,
sense.
and yeah, it I really appreciated that they were portrayed realistically as like that's leadership material, that way of thinking. Um The world, man, the world building in Naruto is so good. Boruto. Okay, so full disclosure, I've only seen like the first 30 episodes or so of Boruto.
I hope they fix it.
I I'm gonna put Boruto in question mark tier because I just haven't watched enough to I think judge it completely. But from what I've seen so far, it's eh
Why
eh.
couldn't they spend anything on the art budget, man? You can't look at the successor of the Naruto series and think, let's invest some money. Really? Eh. Mouse.
So Boruto, I some of these new characters I'm not connecting with as much. Uh, I don't like I don't like how they made Naruto look. You guys have all seen the meme. Like how he thought Naruto would look as Hokage, how he actually looks, you know?
They
He's
could
like
have
the
gave him the
Hokage we
green
have at
vest.
home, you know?
Well, I am curious where they're taking the story, though.
So,
I'll check back in a few years. Yeah, you know nothing about Boruto. Yeah, he has like a new eye.
because this show's all about special eyes.
I mean, eyes symbolize seeing things differently or understanding things other people don't, right? So it's a storytelling mechanism that makes sense to use. I like I like that they display some of the issues of like, hey, there's lots of peace and prosperity. This character you knew before has gained 60 pounds. I, it's funny.
Ah!
Uh,
No!
yeah,
No! You just reminded me. I had a crush on her. It was Orochimaru's apprentice with the
yeah,
fishnet leggings, herk, and the overcoat. What was
yeah.
her name? Anko?
I forget.
I think her
But
name
yeah,
was.
she gets fat.
They did her dirty.
I mean, she had it was canon. She had a sweet tooth in the original show, and then there's not much ninjaing to do. So it was completely logical. It's not like they just picked her on her to pick on her. They're just like, well, what would happen in this world?
Ugh. Boy. Boy. It makes sense, but. Boy.
They did their hairstyles so dirty.
They really did.
Eh. Is this live? Yes, it is, Minecraft player. Hello. It will be on the channel later, though. Vechs streamed a lot on Twitch, but after a while, it's like, well, only the people who happened to be around that day saw it. So he's trying out YouTube.
So, anyway, have we talked enough about Naruto? Boruto goes in question mark tier just because I haven't seen enough of it to make a judgment yet.
Fair enough. Fair enough. What's next?
Grimgar of Fantasy and Ash.
I don't know that one.
Grimgar is an isekai where the main characters go off and do the heroing, and our characters that we watch are the leftovers. They're the ones that suck, and it's about the people who didn't roll good stats trying to make
Oh.
their way. And man, you feel for I okay. Grimgar's going right up here in A tier. It's not
Oh.
it's not up here in the S tier, but it's close. Is it S? Is it a
Really?
personal S? I really liked him. I don't know. I think I'm gonna stop at A. It's
The C team.
it's about the C team in an isekai world, and they're out there
They're trying.
imagine you go to play D&D and you got to roll 3d6 in a line,
Oh,
no dropping lowest, no nothing, and you get like a 10, a 9, an 11, a 9, a 12, and a 10.
no.
And you just look at your character sheet and you're like, well, what do I do? And
What do you do?
you can't afford any of the good gear or any good character classes. And so you're just like,
Oh, you gotta settle for being a warlock.
you have to
I'm-
be warlock trash.
That's gonna rouse someone.
Warlock trash.
I like the concept.
Yeah, I do too. It's a great concept for
Oh, they
NPCs.
lost all their memories from the isekai. Then why is it an isekai?
Well, in the first episode, he's like, but on my cell phone, it was like, and he stops and he's thinking, he's like, what's a phone? Why did I say that? They have all their memories, but they very rapidly lose them, and they know that they've lost their memories, and but occasionally they have like a muscle memory type thing going on, like an instinct.
Oh,
So it's neat. But Grimgar is fairly short, doesn't overstay its welcome. Uh,
fair enough.
and yeah, go watch Grimgar. I would recommend it. It's not like a I would it's just barely shy of making it into S tier. Um, but it's good.
Hmm.
I don't really have too much to say.
It's a light
Full
novel
Metal
series.
Alchemist.
Oh.
Full Metal Alchemist. Um, Let me hold on. I don't want to get roasted too hard, so I gotta go get the other one too. Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. We got to do these at the same time, so I don't get roasted too bad. Okay. Okay, chat. Watch this. You want to see a magic trick? You want to see a trick?
Mm.
All right. So Full Metal Alchemist is going straight into F tier. This is trash. Don't waste your time on it. What you want to do is you go for this one that says Brotherhood on the end of it. Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. And this one is up here in this one's up here in A tier. This one's A tier for me. It's not
Mhm.
like my favorite of all time, going into S tier, but it is very much worth the watch. A tier. So what's up with this? So the original Full Metal Alchemist doesn't follow the canon of the manga.
Which is an interesting choice
Um,
to bother with.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why. It it the ending sucks. The ending sucks so bad. It's not as bad as Elfenlied, but um, this is just kind of a waste of your time. To be blunt,
Mm,
the original Full Metal Alchemist. Now that Brotherhood exists, and you could just watch that instead, the original Full Metal Alchemist is just like,
kind of a why.
yeah, there's nothing there that's really worth your time when you could just be watching Brotherhood. And after you watch Brotherhood, if you go and watch this, you'll be like, well, I've seen this. I've seen these characters. Wait, what's happening? It's diverging. Oh my god, this is stupid. This is dumb. It feels like, okay, so Brotherhood is like the legit, and you watch it, and if you go back and watch the original, it's going to feel like some weird fanfic that somebody made of your stuff, your favorite stuff, and you're going to get mad at them for doing stupid decisions with the characters you like.
Mm.
Like this is like bad fan fiction of good stuff. And then
I wonder what they're
this up here is the
implying.
actual good stuff. That's my hot take. Having seen both of them. Um I don't I don't know the backstory, so if you're watching this on the YouTube after the live stream and you just want to type out the the story, I'll pin that. If you want to tell me the story of why this exists in its state and how why it's so crap when they ended up making this and it's so good. This is really good. You should watch this. Okay.
Hmm.
I gotta. It's not S tier because it's not something I want to rewatch because of certain parts of the show.
Mm.
Don't don't say don't say it. Serious. I will actually ban you. Do not say it. You'll make my afternoon hard for me. So let's move on. Um, let's see. Death Note, sweetheart. You rate Death Note. What do you rate Death Note?
Uh, um, it's worth watching.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. It's B at most. Maybe a C. What do you think?
Death Note has a really awesome setup, and
It starts so good.
I think Death Note starts really good, and then it just kind of meandered, and there were some character fate choices that I did not like, and the end of Death Note, personally, it kind of peters out, and the ending it started strong, and then went kind of eh.
I think they needed to be willing to make it 10 episodes long or something, or even 8.
Yeah, yeah.
I think they needed to be willing to make it 8 episodes long.
It gets into the, you know what? I see a lot of similarities between Death Note and Future Diary. Um, both of them start out really strong with a really cool hook premise, right? Future Diary has, well, future diaries of you get to see what's going to happen in the world based on the particulars of your future diary and its abilities. And then Death Note has this, again, a book that future diary, they have phones, but I imagine had future diary been written in the 80s, it could have worked easily with just magical books that show information. So
Hmm.
the fact that they're cell phones doesn't really
Are
matter
they all
that
cell
much.
phones?
Yes, I think so. I think so. I think they are.
I think they are, because they assume a cell phone's a diary when it's not at some point.
Are they? Is every single? No, they're not. They're not. They're not.
I still don't
They're not.
understand
The
the.
Shrine Girl. The
Mm.
Shrine Girl. It's not. It's not a phone.
Yeah. Okay,
Okay.
so it is more.
Okay.
Yeah, and the recorder.
Yeah. That's right. That's right. Um. So yeah, Future Diary and Death Note are both shows about magical books that do something, and if you use the magical book, you get thrown into a high stakes cat and mouse life and death uh, world,
Mm.
right?
To
So
some extent,
both
yeah.
of them have magical books, and if you use the magical book, you get thrown into a game of life and death.
And it tests people's morals.
That also tests your morals. So Future Diary and Death Note are very similar in that their core plot point of being about a magical book that gives you special abilities that also test your morals and makes you risk your life in a high stakes game. Like, that's both of these.
Mm.
And both of them start out really strong, and both of them have kind of endings. Future Diaries ending gets crazy, man.
Yeah.
Like, now you're thinking with portals. Like
Hmm.
you get there's elements of minor spoilers. There's elements of dimension shifting and time travel and reality
Reality bending.
bending, and Death Note is a little more is slightly more grounded, but there's also a bunch of supernatural elements to Death Note. Um,
The last 4 episodes were awful, but everything else was amazing. Yeah, it's the weirdness of Death Note would have paid off good if the ending was better. Don't you think?
yeah, um, yeah, I left Death Note feeling a little like meh.
Like it either needed to be way shorter or they had to come up with a better ending. I'm not sure what it would have been though.
This is making me realize that I like Martian Successor Nadesico better than Death Note, and this one too. Okay, Death Note's just going down here. Death Note's going into high C.
I think
Future
it's worth
Diary's better.
watching though. Like if if you like anime, you probably should watch it. There's something that's classic about it. But I would watch so many other things first.
I would watch Future Diary again, and I would
Yeah,
not watch Death Note again.
that's that's fair.
Because if I get to watch Future Diary, I get to watch Eye Patch Girl run around being an absolute batshit crazy crackhead with her crackhead energy,
Hmm.
and that's fun. And I get to watch
I like the goth girls' outfits though.
Yuno Gasai be Yuno Gasai, and that's just fun. Death Note isn't fun. Future Diary is fun. I can just bust out a bag of popcorn
Mm.
and watch Future Diaries scenes and just watch these people hunt each other and try to kill each other and just have some fun. Death Note, once the ending's been spoiled and once the mystery's solved and all this stuff and you know it's going to happen, the actual scenes of them sitting around plotting and scheming and brooding, like rewatching that's not that fun. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
Like
Uh
like watching a rerun of an action sequence can be fun, but watching a rerun of a scheming sequence is not that fun.
that is true. That is true.
So, Death Note is worth watching and
But
has
probably once.
yeah, yeah. Um, but
Cool.
yeah, it is a average competent anime.
It could have been a movie though.
I think it should have been a movie. I agree. I think it should have been a 2.5 hour movie and wrapped up and done in 2.5 hours. Yeah, yep. We need to flesh out D tier more. I'm gonna put Redo of Healer in D tier. I'm gonna put.
You've never tried to show me Pokemon, but you've tried to show me a couple other things in D tier.
I'm gonna say that I feel wrong putting Redo of Healer right next to Pokemon, so we're just gonna put Parasite Dolls between them. I think D tier needs to be reserved for shows that aren't horrible, but you miss nothing by skipping them. You guys miss nothing
Oh.
by skipping Parasite Dolls. You miss nothing by skipping Redo of Healer, and you miss nothing by skipping Pokemon.
Oh.
And Case Closed is is I'm gonna move it to the bottom of C tier because it's kind of it's got some Saturday morning cartoon quality to it, where it's a little bit like a bag of chips.
Mhm.
It's a little junk foody, so we're gonna move it down there. Desert Punk. Hmm.
Hmm.
Desert Punk. Where does this go? How is the writing in this show? It's all right. How's the world building and plot? This is kind of like Desert Punk feels a little bit like the Trigun we have at home. Does that make sense?
Yeah. That's...
Uh, I'm gonna put Desert Punk in.
I thought you liked it a bit.
I'm gonna put it in. It's gonna hang out in B tier, next to Chobits.
Mm,
I think Desert Punk is kind of well, maybe it's a C. I'd rather watch Desert Punk than Dragon Ball. Okay, we're gonna put it above. We're gonna put Dragon Ball in the bottom. We're gonna put Dragon Ball above Case Closed. Hey, Flag! Good job. Through no achievement of your own, you are increasing in ranking. Good job, Flag. Also, fuck you for killing off that character. Fuck you. F tier.
hmm.
this is this is how you get into F tier. you you kill off a character I liked and you go straight to F tier.
I've had
It's
that happen though. Like I'll be watching something, it's like, well, there's my reason to watch gone.
yep. Yeah, you take it personally. Speaking of taking it personally, hello Blue Gender. Blue Gender.
It took existence personally.
Blue Gender. Okay, Blue Gender is so cool. It
It
has
is.
such a great premise. The theme song is great. I love the gravelly female vocals in the heavy rock opening to Blue Gender,
Amazing.
and I had such a crush on Marlene. Okay,
Mm.
that said, and the mecha are cool, and the animation is good, and the story is gritty, and and we're killing big bugs with our mech suits. Okay, do you want to know more? Are you doing your part?
Mm.
Um, Blue Gender has like the the Barbie doll
Mm.
the Barbie doll nudity that like Sailor Moon had in the transformation scenes. Um, so Blue Gender, you're thinking, okay, it's great. So why have I not just come up here and been like bop with Blue Gender? It's like it's real robot. It's real robot. It's cool. It's good animation. The animation's great. Um the vehicle design is great. Uh, you like this Marlene girl. You said you had a crush on her. Why are you not throwing it up in S tier? Because the ending. I'm sorry. The ending and the message of the show, the core message of the show is that technology bad, humans bad, and we should live in mud huts in the jungle. Um, and and yeah. Um, the basic premise of the show is that the Earth gets mad. The Earth gets mad because of human technological advancement, and yeah, the Earth makes the big bug creatures to come kill us and like reset the planet. Um, and so the bugs, so the moral of the show that it tries to push is that the bugs are right and that the humans are the poison, and it's just such a like asinine philosophy because I'm from Buenos Aires and I say kill them all. That's that's my philosophy. Um, and there's also some major plot holes towards the end that the show doesn't address. Like, humanity has a base on the moon, and the show just
Hmm.
forgets about it. And the humanity also has a cool space station orbiting Earth. And at the end of the show, like the the main character who I forget and Marlene, they go to live in like the jungle or some shit, and everyone on the space station, like, it shows like a few seconds of them like sitting around bored, and then they all go crazy and they blow the space station up and die. And it doesn't even mention the moon base,
Yeah.
the settlement, like the lunar colony that humanity also has. And I'm just like, well, what? Why did they just go crazy and blow themselves up for no reason? And what happened to the lunar colony that Earth had? And
There was a bad guy, and they fight the bad guy for like uh, 4 episodes, and then they end up with the answer of the bad guy was right.
yeah, they kill the bad guy, and then they're like, but the bad guy's philosophy to side with the bugs and to go live in mud huts in the jungle was correct. We will do that. And it's stupid. It's really stupid because humanity can't do that. Because that's just basically saying, let's just live in mud huts in the jungle until a asteroid comes and kills all of us. We're just gonna wait for that to happen. Like, no, no, that's a dead end. That is a guaranteed dead end. That you will lose that save. That save file ends in you losing
Mm.
as a species. You gotta no, you gotta tech up. You gotta get off the planet.
There's no reason to think that we can't eventually get to other planets too, and it
I
be
mean, we already got
sustainable.
to the moon and Mars, so
I mean, get to them and like
live
do
there.
things.
Yeah, we no,
Yeah.
we gotta tech up. We gotta terraform the Mars. We gotta cannibalize Mercury and make a probably a Dyson, not a sphere, but probably a small Dyson swarm, and should probably make the
Hmm.
thing that refuels our sun and lets us use the sun as a engine to move
Oh,
our
we have
entire.
plenty of time for that.
Yeah, we got a hot minute for that, but we gotta, you know, I won't live to see it, but one day we'll probably need to do that because Andromeda is going to collide with our galaxy, and a bunch of stars from Andromeda are going to go zoom through the Milky Way galaxy, and we need to build that thing that lets us like direct the sun's output in a single direction to like move our entire solar system, like slowly, right? Like we can nudge our solar system slowly in one direction or another and like dodge like stuff on a cosmic scale. It's like this star from Andromeda is going to hit us in like 100 million years. So let's slowly nudge our solar system out of the way and dodge it, right? You got to do that or you're going to die. Terraforming Mars is unrealistic. Yeah, the dust is a huge problem.
I
But
mean, we're talking about over in time scales of 1,000 years or more.
yeah, none of what I'm saying is relevant for us or our grandchildren or our grandchildren's grandchildren. But like, um, but eventually we got to get off this rock. It is a cradle. You can't live in your cradle for all your life. So yeah. So blue gender. As much as I
Blue gender
love
takes the
elements,
FF go next approach.
yeah, blue gender is just like we're gonna live in mud huts until an asteroid kills us, and that's the answer. No, screw that. You go right down in there in F tier. Oh, but I like Marlene so much. And I
She's
like the mech
likable.
design. You get D tier. So, um, so Blue Gender is a great show. If God, it could have been. They could have gone full Starship Troopers and just let the bugs be the bad guy, and humanity fuck yeah. But instead, it's humanity oh no, and I that's a mindset that it's a
Don't want to sign up for.
I don't want to sign up for, and it like offends me to like my core being. It's a I'm not gonna say I gotta careful. I'm on YouTube. Self self deletion mindset. very unhealthy. And having said that, I think we're down at the no, okay, you get to be above Elfin Lied. There we go.
We are pro-human.
You get to be in the top of F tier, just because I had a crush on Marlene. Okay, cool. Um, Next up, a certain scientific railgun. So this wins the award for the most pompous anime name. A certain scientific railgun. Like, I could say that to someone and they're like, "Are you having a stroke?" Uh, Note to Vechs: never read Ender's Game. Okay, sure.
Hmm.
Yeah, no problem.
I actually never read that. It was popular with a lot of my friends, though.
So, I watched this, and all I remember about it is the girl flicks the coin really, really hard and beats monsters by flicking coins at them.
Compelling.
Yeah, it's I'm gonna put it down in the like bottom of D tier. I watched all of it all the way through, and I just don't really. There's like zero impact. Like the girl flicks the coin really hard. Um,
This sounds odd.
yeah, it's going in D tier. Um, I watched it and remember basically like nothing of it. When I can go and gush about these other shows
For so long.
that are much older, so it made zero impact on me. So it's going in the D tier of you can easily skip it. Okay. Um. Oh, why don't you rate this one, sweetheart? Attack on Titan.
That
Having
is the show of escalation.
this is the
And we
show.
stopped we stopped, were we at season 2 or was it season 1 still?
I want to say season 2. We were
We
having
haven't
the sex with the bees and the eagles. Having the sex with the bees and the eagles. Dun, 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 dun. It's yeah. You'll never unhear it. Enjoy. You're welcome.
I like it. I think it's quite epic. I saw a spoiler and I don't know if I like where it went. Vex hasn't seen that spoiler to my knowledge.
Oh, okay.
Before I would have been like S tier. Now I'm thinking high B tier.
Oh, dang! What a spoiler that must have been. Well, I'm gonna rate it based on what I know of what I've seen so far. So I think that's like season 1 and 2. Um, I don't know if it's something I would watch over and over again. Cause of there's some depressing stuff in the show, and let me check. Like,
It gets worse.
I mean, there's depressing stuff in Armored Trooper VOTOMS, and like the dude has PTSD. Like he has flashbacks to trauma in VOTOMS, and but like Attack on Titan has some like World War I dead bodies rotting in the trenches levels of depression to it.
Yeah.
Um, and so I don't know if I would just watch Attack on Titan again and again. Like I go back and watch like Slime or Goblin Slayer sometimes,
Yeah.
just
I
or Black Lagoon.
hmm.
I seem to have a preference. If I'm gonna watch something over and over, it'll be more action oriented because it's just fun to watch action sequences.
Yeah, that's fair.
Um, I think personally, from what I've seen, I'm gonna put Attack on Titan down here in like A tier.
Yeah. Low A tier.
Yeah, low A. Um, Actually, you know what? We're gonna put it right next
And
to Angel Beats in high B tier because
oh yeah, I wouldn't watch that over and over.
I'm gonna put it next to Angel Beats. Big emotional impact. Uh, Definitely recommend watching it, but like you watch it once and that's mostly enough, I think. For me. It's
That's
got a lot of
fair.
similarities with Angel Beats.
I think it's really cool though. I love the epicness and the escalation.
Well, even the C tier anime is good. So I say that again.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe I should have renamed these to like good,
What you thought?
great, excellent, and outstanding or something. Because
Mm.
people see a C on their face. So I one of these is probably like someone's favorite anime, and I threw it in C tier, and now they're sad or something. But
Oh.
like
I
C
mean,
tier,
you have to categorize it somehow, though.
yeah, this is my personal list. So what's chat saying? I saw somebody said you need to watch an entire 4 seasons of another something to understand a certain scientific railgun. Oh, well
Oh boy.
that must explain my ambivalence towards it. Okay,
Oh.
moving along, we get to Escaflowne. The Vision of Escaflowne. Oh boy. Uh, this is what happens when I have a favorite character and I like some people and you kill them off. You get sent into F tier because I'm petty and screw you. Okay, no, you're better than F tier. You Escaflowne deserves better than F tier. But towards the end of the show, there's some characters I like, kills them off, and it makes me upset. Um, Also, the main character is she's kind of annoying a little bit. It was in that era of like there's an era of like late 90s to early 2000s anime where the voice actors kind of shout all the time. Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Why'd they do that?
They lampooned it in oh, that needs to be on this list. Crud, what's it called?
Lampooned.
What's it? Oh,
What a word.
it's it's the parody anime. Crud. Help me, chat. The parody anime.
Parody anime.
Yeah, it's got the girls working for an organization, and one's always like coughing and spitting up blood. Experimental anime. Uh oh, chat, help, chat. I know one of you knows.
National Lampoon?
Let me ask Chat GPT. Hold on.
By the way, that's like one of the best things to use ChatGPT for. It's really good at helping you get the name of something that you remember the thing, but you don't remember what it's called. S tier at
Hey
that.
bot, what's that early anime that's a parody let's spell it right. Parody anime with the girls working for the guy and one girl is always coughing up blood. Excel Saga. Thank you, Chat GPT. See, Excel Saga. I gotta go. Oh, hold on now. I gotta go get Excel Saga. Excel Saga. That's gotta go on there. Excel Saga anime cover. Oh, this stupid anime. Very stupid anime.
Stop it.
Uh, I guess we're gonna go with this.
That's true. Soul Pelt.
And once again, we blind you guys and upload the thing.
Uh-oh.
Sort by date, please. Ascending. There we go. And vision return. What does chat say? Explicit. What's explicit? Yeah, someone else mentioned it to me, and it was rather explicit the whole issue.
Uh-oh.
You're not talking about Pop Team Epic. I'm sorry, Ranma. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Okay, so while I'm here, Excel Saga. Uh, we gotta rate Excel Saga and Escaflowne. So Escaflowne is, I'm gonna throw it just in, like, I'd rather watch it than Dragon Ball because of the Dragon Ball's filler. So Escaflowne's going in here in, like, the middle of C tier. Um, Escaflowne is cool because it is like medieval fantasy mecha. It's like someone took a golem and hollowed it out and turned it into a suit and climbed inside of it and is piloting the golem around. And they call those things Gaimeliths. Gaimeliths. Yeah, I don't know. So like medieval fantasy mecha. If that sounds cool, check out Escaflowne or Escaflowne. Uh, but other than that, it's alright. It's C tier. Oh, okay. Ranma says, right, it was a certain magical index. Was the So that's the main one, and the railgun is the spinoff. Okay, that might explain why I didn't. It just kind of fell flat for me. I mean, I don't remember. I don't think it was bad. It didn't make much of an impact. It was very forgettable. You know what wasn't forgettable? Excel Saga. Excel Saga is crazy. I think Excel Saga goes down here next to Centaur's Life. It's not as crazy as Centaur's Life. It's not as much of a fever dream, but Excel Saga goes down in the question mark tier of I'm not sure how to rate it because it's a parody anime. So it parodies anime. And because it's a parody, it replicates and teases the good things and bad things about anime in a self-referential way. So it's a meta commentary on anime of the time, including annoying parts. So it's intentionally annoying or stupid sometimes for the purposes of parody. So it goes in question mark tier because it's all of the stuff in question mark tier doesn't fit neatly into a grading scale. I think you could maybe say these are it's complicated. What do you think of Boruto? Well, I haven't seen enough of it, so that's actually kind of simple. We're gonna put that up here. What do you think of Excel Saga? It's complicated. What do you think of Akira? I don't know. And this is this absolute fever dream of a show. I think everyone should watch Centaur's Life just because of how fucking out there it is and weird. It's weird. It's so weird.
Definitely. For sure.
Oh, I see what you sent me, sweetheart, about the server. Oh, I mean, if all they're doing is sending text messages, I'll get around to that later. It's not a big deal.
I meant to deal with it later. I just dropped it there, so I had it.
All right. Speaking of weird stuff, and what an appropriate next one. We're up to. I will say, this box art doesn't even have the name, and it's a credit to this show that it doesn't need the name on the box. Y'all know what that is. That's an Eva from Neon Genesis Evangelion, which might be the winner of the pompous names for an anime. We got Neon Genesis Evangelion versus a certain scientific railgun.
Oh boy.
I think Evangelion also has to go in where do I put Evangelion? Have you seen it, sweetheart?
Nope.
Okay, so
I walked by and it looked like a normal mecha, but apparently not.
No.
You showed me the end.
No, okay. TV Tropes has a page called there's a TV trope called the Gynex ending.
It got its own ending type. Holy crap.
Yeah. I feel like adding a category below question mark called the congratulations tier and sticking Evangelion in the congratulations tier.
So odd.
There's some good videos about Evangelion uh that deep dive into it. And it's Evangelion starts off as a really cool like military mecha versus invader creature anime. And it is that for like the first mm, 8 episodes. But peppered in this is like a secret council, like talking about, ah, yes, now we can begin the Astronomus Protocol. Yes, and then we will possess the covenant of the shadow of Movinius. And we have recovered the spear of Longinus. And the show kind of dumps all of these weird proper nouns on you and peppers them around, and it gives the illusion of depth and lots of stuff happening that you expect to find out about later and to get some sort of payoff, right? But what actually happens is congratulations! 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 And then the show ends. And you're sitting there watching it and you're like, what the hell? I want the last 6 hours of my life back, please. What the frick was that show? Um what about the Covenant of Mulvinius? You know? Like, what about the Council of the whatever?
They
Like,
just gave up.
what about all this stuff you were talking about? Like, no,
Oh.
no, none of it. You don't get to find out about anything really. It's just a bunch of weird psychobabble at the end, and you start to have this slow realization that it's all just really thin wallpaper to give the illusion of depth when there actually wasn't any. It was all just a bunch of shallow, weird bullshit to make you think the show was really deep, but it's actually just a show about a kid who's abused and other kids who are abused and they don't want to fight in the robot, but it and then
Oh no.
and then the invading creatures are angels from God, but maybe not. Um and then congratulations. Um
Congrats.
so I'm gonna put Evangelion in F tier for wasting my time and having one of the worst endings I've ever seen in a show.
Oof.
Uh,
Oh
so
yeah, what's in the written version?
so people say it's like, well, the Evangelion apologist will say, well, yeah. But if you read this light novel and if you read this manga and if you watch like 9 hours of these other series, then everything will be explained. And I'm gonna come up here and point to my S tiers up here and like you don't need all this bullshit. Like Goblin Slayer, S tier. He slays goblins. There's characters with problems and flaws and abilities, and they like each other but get on each other's nerves, and we kill the goblins. It's simple. And Subete. Goblin Slayer conveyed more emotion and character building with a character saying a single word in one scene than in all of Evangelion. Subite. Everything. Fuck Evangelion. Mic drop. Walk away.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's like a 2-hour YouTube video about Evangelion you can go watch if you want the details. The guy did a great job. He's by the time I think it may who did it? Who did? Let me check. Let me check and see who I'm sending you to. Blah, 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 blah. YouTube. Is it? Oh, it's him. It's Scamboli. Scamboli reviews on YouTube. I like him a lot. I agree with almost all of his takes on stuff typically. Um, he's got a video about Evangelion. It's not 2 hours. It might feel like 2 hours by the time you get out of it, but it's only 17 minutes. Um, so his video about Evangelion is fantastic. Um, so go watch that after you get done with the stream. You know what? I'll even let me hold on a second. All right, copy link. I'm gonna go put it in my Discord. We're gonna throw this in the anime and manga channel. Actually, no, we're not. We're gonna put it. Watch this if you wanna know about Evangelion. After my stream is done, obviously.
Of course, of course.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I basically agree with all of his takes he has in that video. I watched it like 4 years ago and I still remember it. Because this has been a thing. This has been like a debate amongst anime fans. Like, was Evangelion good? And I think in hindsight, the answer is no. No. It was not good. It had great animation and a good start, and then it went into a bunch of psychobabble and had one of the worst endings of any anime ever. So for me, for wasting my time,
Poor
Evangelion,
animators.
for getting my hopes up and then wasting my time, Evangelion goes into the bottom of my F tier. I'd rather watch Elfen Lied,
Oof.
and I hate Elfen Lied. Okay, Flag. Once again, Flag. You are climbing the ranks of. I would rather watch. You know what, Flag? You're out of F tier again. You're in the bottom of D.
Oh no.
You climb it up there because I'm looking at Blue Gender and ReZero and the original FMA and Elfen Lied and Evangelion, and then you know what, Flag? You may have killed that character and I hate you for it, but at least you were short. Oh God, yeah, so that sucked. Hey, let's gush about something good. Let's gush about something I really like. Gate. And so the Defense Force fought. Whee! S tier. Personal tier. Personal S tier. Right behind Black Lagoon. Wife, you've seen Gate.
Gate.
How based is Gate?
Yeah, it's based. Um,
Very based.
I like that they make people fairly reasonable for the most part.
I really liked the politics. The kingdom politics, I thought was some of the best medieval kingdom politicking going on. Uh, yeah, I can rewatch Gate anytime, and the action's great, and I like I like all the characters. Weak spots would be the elf girl. She kind of has some Sakura syndrome going on, where she's
Yeah,
basically useless. Rory Mercury's speech to the Japanese Senate.
that was neat.
Anata Obaka! Ojo-chan. Oh, yeah. TB Wolf knows. This man knows. A fellow man of culture. This man knows. Uh, man, what a good scene. In my tier list of, like, awesome moments in anime, uh, Rory's speech to the Japanese, I guess it's a Senate, Parliament, whatever it is. Um, that's definitely going in there. Um, Gate is an absolute gallery of waifu potential, I'm sure. Like,
Hmm.
all the female characters in that show feel different. They have different personalities. Um, so it's really good about writing females, I think.
Yeah, they're all different.
Like,
I wish I knew more about what the bunny girls gaining intel was about.
I think if we get more of the anime, we'll see. I think I'm gonna have to go read the manga for the rest of the story, and I hope it doesn't. I hope it doesn't tank. Swixy asks how TF is Bleach B tier. Oh, you missed the lecture on that. Bleach is a gold bar with a bag of manure labeled bleach filler dumped on top of it.
Mm. It's the same reason Naruto's down a layer.
Yeah, yeah. Bleach.
Because, yeah.
If I could go pick like 50 episodes of Bleach and stitch them together into like my personal director's cut, we're talking like S tier. But you have to remember Bleach has a bunch of filler, and that filler is F tier trash. It's bad. Bleach filler is some of the worst filler in anime. So there you go. There's your answer. Are you satisfied? I hope you are. If you're not, too bad. um, I love Gate. I just really like Gate. Gate has medieval stuff. It has it. Man, oh man, you ever wondered like you ever wondered what happens when a cobra engages its autocannon against a drake? Well, Gate answers that. Have you ever wanted to see uh, a 155 artillery battery fire for effect on a dragon? Gate answers that. And I'm a military nerd, and I'm a D&D nerd, and I like waifus, and Gate has all of it. It's awesome. It's not for everyone. I freely admit that. That's why it's in my S tier, personal tier. And I just, whoop, nope. Can I? Let's do that for the S tier. Yeah, let's do S Universal. So Gate goes to my personal S tier. I love Gate. It's awesome. The politicking, man. The politics and the political maneuverings.
Yeah.
They're well written, and I really like them. A lot of like Evangelion tried to do like backroom deals and like the higher ups talking and scheming, and it's all just a bunch of fake bullcrap that is meaningless psychobabble. Gate, everything they say, none of it's babble. Like all of it's important and means something. All of the deals and the strategies they're trying to do with the kingdoms and then the empire and then the Japanese government and then the other governments of the world, like all of it makes sense, is rational and thought out, and it's good. Um, to nitpick at Gate, like I mentioned earlier, weak spots of the show would be uh, the elf girl in general. Like she could have been deleted from the show, and I wouldn't care. I'm sorry if she's your if Chica. I think her name's Chica, right? Um,
Chica.
I always said Gate is what happens when you play Civ and get ahead in tech. Yeah, you get your curb stomp battles, and it's just satisfying to watch. Um, Chica could have just been deleted from the show. I'm so sorry if she's your favorite waifu, but I did say the thumbnail says me saying your waifu's trash. Um, Chica
It's
just
funny.
I don't like the her like PTSD arc where her thinking uh where she's thinking like um the guy's her dad. It's just kind of meh.
I think they were trying to be profound and address a topic that maybe they ended up. They weren't quite ready to write.
Yeah.
But that's what they ended up with while trying to address it. Which, fair enough. But, out of the list of take it or leave it parts, I could leave it.
Yeah. Yeah, that whole thing with them is just meh. Other than that, I don't really. The Rory Mercury character being like the kind of uh underage looking girl that's 1,000 years old. That's not really my jam. Um, it's not like a deal breaker or super offensive, but they could have made Rory Mercury like slightly older looking. That's basically
What's
it.
the anime below Naruto?
The anime below Naruto?
I think they mean the art, like directly below it.
Which Naruto? Oh, Undead Girl Murder Farce? This one? She didn't even look all that long. Young, just slim. Yeah, that's fair. And she absolutely does not act young.
She
Maybe
mentioned she was annoyed about it.
maybe it's thin girl. Maybe it's like skinny girl bias, and I'm like being offensive to skinny people. Who knows?
Small.
This one is Undead Girl Murder Farce, and this one over here is Chobits. If it's directly below this Naruto.
Chop it.
Chi. Hideki has much energy here. So that's all I have to say about Gate. I could gush about it more, but I'll move on. Because now I'm going to gush about a completely different show.
More gushing.
Whee! Right up here. Ooh, 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 ooh. Okay. Oh, I gotta order these. Oh, do I like Gate more than Black Lagoon? Damn it! Ooh, I can't do this. Okay, but right now we're looking at Full Metal Panic, and we're we're going right into S tier with Full Metal Panic. Um, we're gonna want Full Metal Panic, and then the second raid, and then
Gee.
we want okay. Let's make it more simple. We want all of Full Metal Panic except a season called Fumafu. Fumafu is like non-canon and it's stupid and it's like a what if they were just like I don't know normal people working at like a carnival for the summer or something like that. It just delete that. That doesn't exist. Full Metal Panic Fumafu does not exist. But like um, Full Metal Panic and the second raid and the third one and an Invisible Victory, whatever they're called, all of that S tier. And it's a real robot ish mecha anime. Um, but it Sosuke Sagara is the main character, and he is a full-time military guy, special operator for a private mercenary company that is like lawful good aligned named Mithril, and he is stuck watching um what's her name? The blue-haired chick.
Oh, I forgot about this.
Not a problem.
Oh gosh, I forget what's called.
Well, anyway, is it Chidori? I think
Chittery.
yeah, it's Chidori. She's named. She has the same name as Kakashi's special technique from Naruto. I think Chidori means like what is it? Like 1,000 birds or something.
Yeah.
Well, that's an appropriate name for her because of all of her freaking squawking. Um, so Chidori goes through a redemption arc. I will say that. And
She
initially,
started out salty.
okay, so Full Metal Panic is great. Chidori is a special person. For whatever reason, she is one of the people that can decipher something known as black technology. and uh, we're not sure why. The
She's a wizard, Harry.
Well, it's probably that her bloodline has a genetic key to unlock the security measures on whatever it is.
Oh boy.
That's the scientific explanation. That makes sense. Like she's got the DNA key that will like unlock this. Um and so she's targeted by the bad guys because they need her to unlock stuff.
Mm.
Well, um so Mithril assigns Sosuke to guard her, and Chidori is a very typical uh,
Normie.
alpha personality, like A-type personality, um, Japanese schoolgirl, teenager, and oh, I'm gonna get rated. That's cool.
There's a raid system on YouTube? Hello.
That's neat. Um,
Echo Beast.
Pardon me, but
Very sniffly.
yeah, I'm a little sniffly. But anyway, so Sosuke is like a full-time military dude, and he has like no common sense when it comes to civilian life. And Chidori knows nothing about anything to do with the military. They're complete opposites. Hilarity ensues. But for my money, um, Sosuke his crew is from a look up the username. It's real. Oh, I don't know them, so no offense. So I mean, if there's someone really famous or something, that's cool. They
Good
can
for
raid
them.
me. Um, I gotta watch out. Why? Why would I need to watch out?
That's a 10-year-old channel.
Like, I mean, even
Oh
if I
boy.
got raided and it was like a malicious one, I would just kind of like worst case scenario, I would just like minimize my chat and keep going. Like, I don't know what you like. Okay, cool. Um, I don't understand why people get flustered about the raid stuff. It's just like I don't know. Like, I'm just gonna keep doing what I'm doing.
People
Anyway,
get bored. It's weird.
I don't know. So anyway, Full Metal Panic is like the crew. Sosuke's from a crew of people that operate off of an aircraft carrier, except the aircraft carrier is a submarine. It's awesome. It's called the Tuatha De Danann, and the captain of the ship is this girl here with the gray hair, Tessa Testarossa. And there's a love triangle between these three characters, and I am fully on Team Tessa. I find Chidori really annoying. Tessa is sweet and demure, and but also really responsible and skilled. Um, and I am fully on Team Tessa. So
There we go.
yeah, I
Team
got it.
Tessa. He's very cute.
Yeah, Sosuke was a young soldier. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of just a solid mecha.
Um, but Chidori gets her redemption arc because she never seems to take what Sosuke does seriously until like one episode she's like complaining at him like when he's gonna be around to like do something with her school, and she's nagging him about something really trivial, and he's getting shot at and is trying to play it cool, and then he gets like hit, and like the phone cuts off, and Chidori just realizes like, oh, did he just die? and then she kind of changes a bit and stops being so stupid and annoying. But in my personal opinion, it comes too late in the show, and this is why we are all on Team Tessa. So if Chidori is your waifu, I'm sorry, your waifu is trash.
Oh,
We are all Team Tessa here.
Team Tessa.
Otherwise, it's great, real robot mecha, and but also love triangle and romance drama and stuff mixed in with it. So I really like it.
Nice.
This one is going in the. Next up, we have this. If you can't read this, this is Girls und Panzer. If you've ever played online tank games, there's two major ones. You've probably heard of this show. This is the show where like a Panzer IV beats a mouse by like ramping off of it. So don't take it too seriously. Um, you're not gonna care about any of the characters. You're there to just see cute girls doing tank battles.
And they do that.
And they do that, and that's why Girls in Panzer goes just gets stuck in C tier. It's an anime about watching cute anime girls use your favorite tank from your favorite tank game from online. There you go.
Amazing.
That's what it is. You get that. That's all it is. It doesn't market itself as being anything else, and I really respect that. It's drifting tanks, yeah. It's stupid. It's stupid. Do they die horribly? No. It's the future, and in the future, tankery, which is using tanks to fight in tank battles, is a high school sport. And the tanks have like an internal core safety system, and they're not using live ammo. They're using like ammo that looks real, but it hits the enemy tank and dents it, but doesn't penetrate the core. I will say there's things where like the tanks flip over and stuff, and like the girls get thrown around inside the tank, and if there's no obvious safety gear or obvious like padding, it looks like, and it's a female only sport. It's so stupid. It's the most hand wavy stuff. It's like you want to see cute anime girls using your favorite tank from your favorite game. There you go. But okay, so whatever. But like some of these tanks they flip over and there's no obvious padding or anything in the tank. Like it's a historically accurate-ish like all metal World War II tank interior, and the girls just get thrown around inside, and like that would mess you up, man. You would you would not have a very good day, but they seem mostly fine. So I don't know. It's the far future. They probably have like, you know, they probably borrowed like the Longinus Covenant field device from Evangelion, you know, that thing they were talking about at the secret meeting to use to shield themselves. I don't fucking know, man. Cute girls fight the tanks. There you go. The anime. That's all I have to say about it. That brings us on to now this one I saw and I thought some of them actually blow up. As far as I know, no. They get hit and a little red flag pops up on them to show that they're knocked out. Okay, so this one is a mecha anime called Gun Parade March. And I have it, and I've watched it before, and I gotta be honest, I don't remember it. So I watched it, and I have completely forgotten it, which means it didn't leave a huge impact on me. So I think I gotta put it down here in question mark tier. Like, I don't know, man. Gun Parade March. I watched it. I remember nothing about it. has it blended together with these other ones? I guess.
Yeah.
I guess. I don't know. I'm gonna put it in C tier. I don't know. I didn't delete it. I might watch too much mecha anime because we have Nadesico, Vandred, Gun Parade March, Escaflowne, um, Full Metal Panic, I VOTOMS. I think I've Dieguard's on this list. I know that flag. I think I did the thing where I went to I looked on Wikipedia for list of mecha anime,
And just watched.
and I literally watched everything on the list, all of it.
Teehee.
And what I still have available is stuff that I didn't delete. Or when I say delete, I don't mean delete off my hard drive. Why would I have anime on my hard drive? I obviously mean delete off my favorites list on the websites where you legally watch anime. I digress. Uh, but everything I've kept around, I must, it's typically Real Robot. While we're on the topic, let's go grab Gundam. Specifically, my favorite Gundam. This is going to be 08th MS Team. This is my favorite one. And I'm going to put it over here. I would rather watch it than Bleach, so it's going in the middle of B tier. It's pretty good. I like 08th MS Team. I've seen all of Gundam, and I didn't want to put the entire Gundam anime, every one that's ever been made, up here on the tier list. So, because that would be quite a lot. There's a lot. I could put Gundam Wing up here, right? Gundam Wing's kind of stupid. Um, but I figured what I would do is I pick my favorite Gundam and put my favorite one on the list, and it's at B tier. So, in my humble opinion, all the other Gundams are lower than this one. I just really like 08th MS Team. It feels very grounded, and I like that it's not about the crazy super robots like Gundam Wing did, where they're just flying around killing everything. Um, I really liked the grounded feeling of the characters and the machines in 08th MS Team. So yeah, and the story's good too. The story has a satisfying ending. I like that as well. Why don't we just go grab all the rest of the mecha out of here? Robotech. Oh, I might get flack from this. I might get made fun of, but I like the Harmony Gold Robotech. Um, that's gonna go here next to. I'm gonna put this one in higher B tier, I think. Um, it's the English-sized version of the Macross saga from Macross, but called Robotech. The later parts of Robotech, we're just gonna push those away. We're just gonna have the original Macross Saga by Harmony Gold in English with the music. You gotta have the music. Dun, 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 it sounds like you're
Mm-hmm.
at an air show almost. It's really peppy, really good music. If you go to YouTube and check out Robotech main theme song and then also Rick Hunter's theme from Robotech, those two tracks, those are bangers. Like, go play any mech game, any fast-paced mech game, or a flying game like your Ace Combat or something, and put those tracks on. Hey Tank, welcome to the stream. I find it funny, of all the UC Gundams, it is the one without new types are the best. Yeah, getting into Gundam is an investment for a new person because it's like UC, what's that? Universal Century Timeline. What's that? Well, here's yeah, it's a huge amount of content and universe building to unpack. It's a lot for a new person. So if someone's never heard of Gundam or seen Gundam, I feel like I can hand them 08 MS Team and say hey, there's this war going on between these factions, but here's this self-contained story about the 8th MS Team in this army. That's all you're good. It's you good. You got that, right? Um,
Mm.
that's why I like 08th MS Team, because of its. I can show this to anyone, and it's they're not totally lost, I think. Um,
Gurren Lagann? He likes that.
yeah, let's go grab Gurren Lagann while we're down here and throw that on the list. So we're just gonna get all the mecha out the list, which is like half the list is mecha. Where'd Gurren Lagann go? Oh man. Robotech music, very good. Am I blind? I feel blind. I feel very blind. Where's Gurren Lagann? There's Dygard. God, all these are like bleeding together in my mind. Where's Gurren Lagann? I know it was on here.
I remember you getting it.
Yeah, I added it. Did I already put it up? No. I know I didn't put it up. Huh. Gurren Lagann's good. I would recommend. I don't know an exact rating off the top of my head, but just so I pardon me. Gurren Lagann, good. Watch Gurren Lagann. There you go. So I'm not gonna come down and not recommend Gurren Lagann, so you don't have to worry about that. So okay, so real quick, let me come back to Harmony Gold, who made Robotech. So I like Robotech, and I like what they did, adapting the Macross saga of, well, Macross, um, into English, and making it its kind of a. They kind of made it its own story. I think. I think there were some changes made, and it's just a good, solid show. Good, like classic boy meets girl hero's journey while also mastering this new machine he literally falls into on accident. Like he gets into the cockpit of it on accident during the air show, and he's just screwing around, and then they get attacked, and so the ground crew doesn't know he's in there screwing around and he's not supposed to be in there, and they're like, "Pilot, what are you doing? Hurry up and take off. We're under attack." And he's just like,
"Yay!"
Well, he's like, "I don't know what I'm doing, but if you say so," and he takes off, and he's already an ace pilot with civilian aircraft, so he understands the fundamentals. But like when it comes to weapon systems, he's at a bit of a loss. So he can fly, but he can't shoot too well at the start. He gets a lot better. He rapidly improves because he's got natural talent, um, but he's got a mentor in the character of Rick Hunter who teaches him stuff, and he's an ace pilot. And Rick
This is
Hunter
great.
Rick Hunter never gets tragically killed, leaving Rick to leaving. No,
Uh-oh.
I'm sorry, Roy. Roy never tragically gets killed, leaving Rick to pick up the pieces and learn to also now be a leader in his absence or anything like that.
Oh no.
So that never happens. But one thing Harmony Gold did do is they sued FASA and BattleTech over the frickin' designs for Macross in the United States, and they just fucked up my MechWarrior and BattleTech games and delayed everything, and now it's all worked out. But we were just one of my favorite franchises was just put on pause and screwed up and hobbled, and
probably never fully recovered to what it could have been.
And yeah, and so Harmony Gold, you guys, I like the Robotech, but also you guys were litigious, petty bastards. Litigious, petty bastards. And I don't know if they even won or anything. All they did was just spin wheels and, yeah, Harmony Gold is the patent troll. Yeah, patent troll. Patent troll. That's what they were doing. They just picked a fight because they could, and they wasted a bunch of time and money in the process.
Well, they have to, or they lose their license. That's how the legal system works.
Yeah.
But it's obnoxious.
Dygard. Dygard is Dygard is the super robot show that we have at home. Dygard Dygard goes in here with
That's true,
these
Sid.
competent but like Van Dread, Van Dread and Gun Parade March and Dygard are all competent mech shows that didn't make a huge impression on me.
Mm.
More mech stuff. Where's my mechs? Oh, Mars Daybreak. Kenran Botazai. Okay, this one's cool. This one is we're on Mars, obviously, but Mars is a ocean world. It's been flooded by terraforming, and the mechs are underwater like diving vehicles that are humanoid. So we have underwater mechs fighting with like torpedoes and stuff. And we're part of like a pirate crew on like a treasure hunt with underwater mechs. Mars Daybreak is cool, and I had forgotten about it. And as soon as I like booted up the first episode, like okay, remind myself before I do my stream what was this about. I immediately was like, this one's cool. I think I'm gonna watch it again, and I'm actually gonna put Mars Daybreak up here alongside Robotech. This one's good. I would check it out. Um, like there's a lot of new stuff going on there, like underwater mechs on Mars, submersible stuff, uh, pirates, treasure hunting, um, government cover-ups, stuff
Whee!
like that. It's great. Where's my let me just clean out all the mecha. Is that it? Oh, here's one. Okay, so you remember how I said Mars Daybreak as underwater combat and stuff? This show ran on Toonami. It's called Blue Submarine Number 6, and it's dumb. I'm sorry. Does anyone remember this? Anybody?
I know not.
We're taking Blue Gender out of F tier. It's going in the bottom of D tier. Blue Sub 6 is. We're going to put this above Elfen Light and Evangelion, but it's down there in F tier. Anybody? It's like a 6 episode anime total, and it's just kind of weird and bad. And it's like it reminds me a little bit of like the island of Dr. Moreau, of like humanoids adapted into like fish people and underwater people. And there's a little bit of like some uncanny body horror stuff going on that I was like, I don't. Um, I only have like kind of some vague memories of it. I don't remember the main plot, but yeah, it's going in F tier. I kind of wish I could forget about it.
Would forget if could.
Yep. All right, wife. I'm gonna use the restroom. Why don't you rate vending machine dungeon?
I love the vending machine dungeon one. It should be watched. I want to go watch it again. That's how I feel about it. I want to, after this, make dinner and go watch the vending machine show again. I don't feel like that very much. Hmm. Let's see. Yeah, I can't talk about it much without giving spoilers though, because it kind of is what it is, and there's not a lot extra. Um, if anyone knows of anything like the vending machine anime, I would like more, please. More, please. Hello, Tink. You know. Oh, he's coming here. Oh, he's grabbing a drink. I could have got it. Oh, he found the cakes. Oh, the French fries. Yeah, they're cold now. It's been a while. They are defrosted. He is up. He is concerned about the French fries. Reincarnated. Yeah. It's kind of unique, but slice of life animes that focus on world building. I love them. I'm about it.
Okay, where is reincarnated as a vending machine in the dungeon going?
I would put it on personal S because I don't think other people like it as much as me. I would be shocked, but I love it.
Okay.
How much do you love it though? I know you like the dungeon part.
Yeah, I think they were. I think they did a few good episodes with like interesting content of the vending machine and the dungeon.
I don't know
Um,
how you stretch it further.
yeah, I think this is something that once they explored the initial idea, um, I don't identify with the protagonist,
Protagonist.
the protagonist. I'm just trolling, don't mind me. Um, I just don't identify as wanting to be a vending machine, so it's hard to. I think one of the appeals of the isekais is inserting yourself as the protagonist, and would you do the same things as them? Like, what would you do if you were in this world? It's cool to think about, and I just can't think of myself as a vending machine. Really, it's not like oh, this would be cool. This would be kind of a, to me, being a vending machine and having such limited ability to affect your surroundings and being kind of at the mercy of just whatever comes along is like about probably what it feels like to be a plant waiting to get eaten by an animal.
Oh no.
And I could see Vending Machine Dungeon being a horror anime. So for me, I'm glad it wasn't. I'm glad things turned out okay for him. But the scene where he has limited energy and has raised his shield and is sitting there getting beat on by the monsters and is waiting to like run out of energy and just die and can't do anything else. Um, that I found that kind of horrifying.
Mm.
Um, it had the same vibes to me as like falling off a cliff and being hitting the ground and getting paralyzed and then just having to
Oh no.
lay there and wait for something to come kill you.
Oh god.
Yep. Um,
So you're horrified.
yeah, I don't want to be a vending machine.
Well, I don't want to be a vending machine, but I like shows that depict like overt game mechanics.
I liked it. I liked it so much more as soon as he found the girl that could talk to him and move him around and take him with her.
Oh, well, that's critical to the
That
show.
that happened soon enough that I was like, okay, we can watch this. But like, um, I just don't want to be a vending machine, man. Like the saving 80.
You say this like it's contagious.
Yeah, thanks, Blissful Wolf. Yep, it's that. For I have no mouth and I must scream. Yep. Saving 80,000 gold in the dungeon for my retirement. Like, you know, she's a Japanese girl and I'm not, but I can still self-insert and think like, oh, it would be so cool to have the ability to teleport to a fantasy world and then just exploit like the economy differences for my gain, and to make all these business deals and play the politics, and that'd be really cool, right?
Yeah, it'd be fun.
But just I don't want to. I guess it's like, do you want to play in this? Would you want to play in this role? And I say no to the vending machine. That said, you like it, and it's a fun slice of life, lighthearted show. As long as it doesn't, as long as the first part where he's helpless doesn't bother you like it did me. Maybe I'm just being weird, but uh,
I could be the weird one. It is a vending machine show.
you do have a little bit of the special. I love you. Um, I
Nah.
I think for me, I'm just gonna put this one next to Desert Punk in C tier.
Desert Punk.
Like it rapidly exhausts the cool ideas of what a vending machine can do and contribute to a fight, I think.
That's fair.
And it was good that they didn't try to stretch it out. Um Next up is Gunsmith Cats. This is a
Gunsmith
show about
Cats.
this is a show about two girls who I think they inherit a gun store and they run the gun store. And the police come to them and ask them to do basically like mercenary private detective work. to help get criminals. I think fuzzy memories about the exact plot. It's anime girls running around with
Doing
guns,
things.
and if you like guns and cars, their car is incredibly detailed. The creator of the show obviously really liked that model of car, and when they open the hood, the engine is like all the parts of the engine are like meticulously detailed.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a special interest anime, I guess. You can watch it as a very watchable, passable action anime. Um, it's an older one, so it has the hand drawn animation, which I like. Uh,
Yeah. That's that's desirable.
I think I would put it in a solid C tier.
Oh.
Um, yeah, it's just a solid show. Helsing. Ah, again, I had a crush on the police girl, and I like that she just got called police girl by everyone.
She is police girl.
Uh, I think that there's someone in our audience who would self-insert herself as the police girl and would really like the way that the vampire. Uh,
Why is there a vampire near police girl? What kind of show is this?
okay, so it follows the Helsing family who helps the British police deal with supernatural stuff.
Right.
Um, uh, Overlord, no Helsing Ultimate. This is the same kind of thing as Gundam, where I'm just using one of the series to kind of umbrella the whole thing. So you can include the other stuff here too. Um, I liked all of it, so it all gets basically the same rating. It, you cool? Good? Makes sense.
Cool. Makes
Um,
sense.
so the basically there's a policewoman and she gets caught up in the supernatural operation one time and
Ah.
she gets killed and the vampire I don't think the vampire is named. Is the vampire named Alucard in this? I think so. He's not I don't think he's Dracula. I don't remember his name. I wanted to say it was Alucard. They don't say his name too often. I think it's Alucard. Um so Alucard is basically like bound or enslaved or tied to through some agreement or contract of some kind or ritual to the Helsing family. So the heir of the Helsing family bosses Alucard around and uses him as a weapon to help the government fight supernatural bullcrap that invades their country.
Oh.
So the police girl gets caught up in one of these supernatural things and gets killed because she's a normal human. And Alucard decides to save her by turning her into a vampire.
Oh.
But much like D&D, she is a low-level vampire spawn who is beholden to Alucard. So he is her master, and she is
Ah.
police girl.
And she is police girl.
And I remember back in the old YouTube days, there used to be a show. There's a YouTube channel that would do a lot of like anime top 10 stuff. They're still around, but much like me, they are small.
Yeah, the winds of time didn't quite favor that stuff as much.
But I remember the girl that did the channel. She got to the Helsing and was like, uh, she cut to a clip of Alucard like giving an order, and she said, "Yes, master." She obviously had a huge crush on Alucard.
Haha.
Um, I imagine it's a fairly popular thing to get bossed around by a powerful vampire master. Uh, and I mean, look at him. He's cool and hot, and he's all blinged out with his outfit. And
Very fancy.
but yeah, I had a crush on the police girl because especially after she turns into a vampire and gets fangs. Vampire girls are hot.
Boy.
Did I mention to you guys that wife is kind of emo and gothy? Anyway, uh, Hellsing goes in, I don't know, A tier? Yeah, A tier? Yeah, A tier. Um, Next up is this one goes in a personal S tier. Not for everyone. It is trash. It is gratuitous trash, and I love it, and I'm here for it, and I'm gonna eat my popcorn, and I'm going to watch it and not feel a shred of guilt or shame, and you can't stop me. It is High School of the Dead. It is 1980s uh zombie action, kill the zombies. Um there are panty shots and there is fan service and it's stupid and it's trash, but it's my stupid trash and I love it. And that's it. It's High School of the Dead. It does have an emotional scene that I'm going to gush about. Cuz even trash can like surprise you. the group the group of high school kids is the group of high school kids is in a safe house, and one of the characters knows a friend, and this friend is a special police officer, like special, like SWAT team, right? And so their house actually has guns in it. So they get some guns, and one of these Japanese kids spent time in America and is a America otaku nerd and gun nerd. And actually, while he was in America, got training because that was like his passion. So lucky him, he's a Japanese high schooler that
Who
got
knows something?
got some training and actually knows his way around a gun, and now actually found
Mm.
some some decent guns because as opposed to like the 5-shot revolvers that the Japanese police carry, that they had one of those, but you know it's a 5-shot revolver. Bleh.
Sad.
Sad. It's legally a gun.
It's gun.
But he gets a semi-auto rifle, a shotgun. Um, so anyway, so they're holed up in this safe house, and they're fine. They're good. And they turn the lights off, and they decide that it's the zombie apocalypse, so they're gonna keep quiet. And that's what they've decided. And they hear all sorts of bad stuff happening outside. And
Uh-oh.
one of the bad things is a father running with his little girl. The father runs up to a house, bangs on the door, is like, please let me in. The people say, go away. The father says, I've got my little girl. There's things out here. We're going to die. Please let us in. And they say, okay, we're opening the door. And they open the door, and the people inside have attached, they've taped like a knife to the end of a mop handle into a spear, and they stab the father in the chest and kill him. And then they slam the door shut, leaving the little girl out there with her dying father. And the gun nerd is watching this, and they said, we're going to stay quiet and stay hidden because that's the smart thing to do. And we're not going to get involved in all the crazy stuff happening outside. And the zombies are coming for the little girl. And the group agree, they're talking and they agree they're going to stay quiet and not get involved. And the zombies are coming for the little girl. And then it cuts to an extreme close up of the gun nerd grabbing the bolt of the rifle and pulling it back, kerchunk, and he chambers a fucking round, flips the safety off, and the zombie that's about to get the little girl's head just fucking explodes. And in that moment, that stupid fat gun nerd decides the morality of their group. That they're not just going to hide in a house and let a little girl die. They're going to risk their own safety to go save this little girl. And they do. And that is fucking awesome. And it's in this stupid, trashy show, High School of the Dead. But it's awesome. Because it's a character making a decision to be a hero. And that's always fucking cool. So that's why High School of the Dead goes in personal S tier. It's still fan servicey trash though. Next up is Inuyasha. Sweetie, did you see this? You're muted, by the way.
Inuyasha.
Oh, wife
Show
was
me
like
the
making
art.
crying noises
I didn't want
previously.
to squeal in people's ears.
I kind of wish the others were here, like Finn and Kat.
Oh, maybe we can do something with them soon.
Just to talk about anime, because I'd like to know what they think.
Yeah.
But Inuyasha, did you see Inuyasha?
What's that one?
It's Dragon Ball Z for girls, is the common wisdom about it.
It's not jogging any memory. I know not.
Inuyasha is about a Japanese high school girl that falls down a magic well and goes to feudal Japan, and she's the descendant of a line of priestesses that can banish demons, I think. And to save the world, they have to get the missing pieces of a jewel.
As one does.
Oh, hey, Kat. Yeah, I wish you were in chat with us so you could also give opinions on anime. And so they got to get all the pieces of the. They got to go find all the Dragon Balls and bring them together to save the world. I mean, I'm sorry, not Dragon Balls. They got to go get all the pieces of the Shikon jewel to save the world. And there's Inuyasha. He's a half demon, and the main character, the girl Kagome, frees him from being imprisoned and bound to a tree. And he's all snarly and mean. And but they get a necklace on him that enslaves him to her. And if she says "sit, boy," the necklace becomes like 1,000 tons, and just like he just like no clips into the ground, and like just slams into the ground.
Oh.
Whenever he acts up, he just gets face checked into the ground. So yeah, it's
The solid.
It's a good show. For me, I think, and it's one reason I appreciated Sword Art Online so much, is that in Sword Art Online, the relationship actually moves along, and they get married. In Inuyasha, like, this crap drags on and on and on, and they get married eventually. They get married eventually, but it's at the end of the show. But I liked Moroku and Sango. I had the crush on Sango. Sango is the girl back here on the riding the like tiger thing. She's the ninja girl with black hair. I liked her a lot. She was cool. I also liked Moroku. He was a lecherous monk.
Lecherous monk.
And he would always try to like grope Sango, and then she would like pop the shit out of him. They ended up together too, though.
So that worked out.
Inuyasha, I'm gonna throw Inuyasha in like B tier.
Inuyasha.
It's pretty good.
It's
I
solid.
I kind of wish their relationship moved along a little faster. But otherwise, like it's a very solid show. Yes, Kat, I think you would like Inuyasha a lot. It is Dragon Ball Z. It is Dragon Ball Z for girls. Um, it has enough. It actually they're a D&D party if you noticed. Like we have the fighter, the priestess, the priest, and then another fighter. We have like two priests and two fighters. So,
It's cute.
um, it's D&D. It's a D&D party in feudal Japan. Here's the thing, though, Kat. I know you. You're gonna have a crush on Sesshomaru, Inuyasha's brother. I'm gonna send you Sesshomaru. As all the anime girls said back in the day, Sesshomaru is my bishi. Not to be confused with the word bitch, but bishi is short for bishonen or beautiful boy. Copy image. Here you go, Cat. Oh, PM this to you. That's Inuyasha's brother. He had a deeper voice. Uh, he was more badass and more capable than Inuyasha and more in control, but also an absolute, half demon with a bad side. He was bait for so many girls, which makes me
Mm-hmm.
happy seeing, you know.
There be things.
Cat says, "Oh, wolf." Yeah, yeah. Um, I had a crush on Kagura, the wind sorceress. She was a villainess. She was the bad girl, and I liked her. She would always come and like fight the heroes and then run away, and I really liked Kagura. What did she look like? Yeah, there's a decent picture of her. I kind of wanted Kagura to get together with Sesshomaru. I shipped that.
Yeah.
I need to rewatch this. This is good. It's a good show.
Solid.
But Kagura had pointed ears and red eyes and fangs, and she had like some serious RBF going on.
RPF.
Yeah. I felt so sorry for her though, because she had like scars and stuff on her back. She kind of had the
Aww.
tragic backstory, and that's, I can fix her.
Hmm.
So, all right, let's see here. Up next is I'm gonna rewatch Inuyasha. Maybe we can watch it together. Hot strong
Please.
chicks is your type, huh, Vex? I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, wife knows how to use gun, can fight. Although I hmm, I was also team Tessa, and Tessa was like physically kind of frail, and
Mm-hmm.
she wasn't very capable, but she was smart. Um, I really liked her too. Wife. I think wife falls into the Tessa category.
Why?
Next up is Howl's Moving Castle. It's a
How's
Miyazaki
moving
film.
castle? Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what to say. It goes up here with Spirited Away
You know, I haven't watched it yet.
in the Universal S.
You have not shown me.
They're they're magical adventures into with beautiful animation.
Ooh.
Um, yeah, I feel like I should say more about it, but it's I mean, I don't want to spoil it, so uh it's just a gorgeous animation with a cool story, like magical world. Um, Cat's going nut in chat.
Yeah.
This is one of her favorites.
Yeah.
Rightly so. Castle in the Sky? I don't think I did. I'm sorry. And
Neither.
I'm only rating things that I've personally seen. Um, Now for something negative. Overlord. This started great, and I was really into it, and then he started like killing some innocent people, and I was no longer able to empathize with him at all. And I kind of hated this when he and I it ruined the show for me. So sorry to people who liked it, but I started rooting for him to lose, and
Oh no.
this goes into F tier for me. I hate it.
Really?
I was really invested in it. I really liked it, and then I went to being like, well, it's the show's ruined for me. So,
Sad.
yep. Oran High School Host Club.
Oh yeah.
Well, I watched this. It wasn't my favorite, but it's a good show. There's a lot of characters to keep track of, and it's mostly a drama.
Oh.
It might be the quintessential watch with your girlfriend anime, I suppose. Uh, but it's really popular. I don't know where to put it. I'm going to put it in the question mark tier. It's like, I don't know if it would be something. Well, for one, I don't remember it very well. I feel like I need to watch it again. Because I watched it, but I did a long time ago. Let me check something. When did it when did it come out? Hold on a sec. Oh, okay. 2006. No wonder I don't remember it. Good God. Yeah. Uh, yeah. So that um 2006 is probably when I watched it. 2007. So uh I I have like vague memories of it. So I'm gonna put it in question mark tier because I don't know where to place it because I just don't remember it enough. But I have seen it. So it's down here with like Boruto. I I need to rewatch it really. Kat, I'll watch it with you if you want to gush about it to me and explain things to me. Next up is Lupin the Third. So this is an old show that's been redone and redubbed. I'm not sure how many times, but I think it still holds up. I don't know if it's like the best show ever, but uh, hmm. It's better than I think it's better than Case Closed. Dragon Ball. I think I would put it up here with Gunsmith Cats. If you just want a heist anime, it's tough to say though because there's been different versions and a lot of this is going to depend on what version you get. I remember watching a version and he like makes a joke about Amazon and
Amazon?
this is like a show from the late 70s, I think. Let me check the original run of Lupin the Third. Original work 1967. Where's the anime? Film animated. Yeah, this is from 1978. Yeah, it's old, man. It's from 1978. So, like, there's been versions of it that have come out, and like, seeing an anime from 1978, and it's like the guy mentions they dubbed it over, and he makes a joke about Amazon, and I'm like, what? It was just kind of. So I guess a lot of the rating on this is going to depend on what version you end up seeing of this.
Mm, that makes sense though.
Um, Next up is this one's fantastic. The World God Only Knows. There's a kid, there's a high school guy, and he's really into dating sims, and he's famous for being so good at dating sims, and the heavens think that he would be useful. Um, and basically, there's a spiritual servant. Um, she's a shinigami, which in the Japanese is kind of like an angel that helps guide the souls of the dead to the afterlife and make sure they don't like get lost, something like that. Um, so this shinigami is a total dumbass and asks this high school guy to help with a case she has to go get a soul, a lost soul, and the lost souls like to hide in people's bodies and they cause like distress and anxiety in those people and problems and you got to give them some therapy or something to get them out. In this case, it's love. Basically, it's kind of sounds a little sappy when I say it out loud, but the heart of the person has to be filled with love so there's no more room for the evil. Well, not it's not evil, it's like a lost soul. It's there kind of on accident. It's like a mouse getting into your house. um, you got to fill up the person's heart with love and force the soul out, and when it comes out, the shinigami girl can capture it. And
That
if
part's a little convoluted, but it works out.
Yeah,
Like watching it.
and when a lost soul is near, the little skull radar hairpin that she wears goes doro 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 doro, and that never ever gets old.
Yep.
Um, but anyway, so the high school kid agrees to help her and signs a contract and doesn't realize really what's going on. He thinks it's a spam email and doesn't take it seriously. And then he gets a collar stuck on him, and it turns out that if he fails to help capture the soul, his head
He
gets cut off.
loses his soul or something.
His head gets cut off. And so the stakes are like you gotta help basically seduce these girls that have the lost souls in them to help this Shinigami, or you die. And he's like, well, we're dead because I've never had a girlfriend. All I've done is play dating sim video games. And so now it's like, use your knowledge of dating sim games to try to actually go date girls and get them to kiss you, or something like that. Um, it sounds a little convoluted, but when you sit down and watch it, it's a really wholesome show. And a lot of
It
the
flows.
times, uh, after he kisses one of the girls and they lose the lost soul, their memories get reset so they don't remember him anymore. But oftentimes, while trying to date them, he's solved some of their life problems, and
It's wholesome.
it's really wholesome. Like after uh, after they get rid of the lost soul, they're in a much better spot than they were. So I'm gonna throw this one into S tier personal. I don't know if it's a blanket recommendation, but
It's
uh,
cute.
it's really cute. S tier. The
I
characters are
love it.
absolutely lovely. Yeah.
I would watch more like that.
It has also great animation. I'm going to single out the episode. I love the library girl episode, the girl who's a librarian. There's a scene where, like, she's imagining
What
her
she should see.
anxiety,
Yeah.
and there's books. She's in like she imagines, like, mentally, she's in a massive, huge library with shelves all above her, and all these books are falling down like raindrops around her. And they animated like a crap load of individual books falling. And it's just beautiful animation. I remember that scene I found to be very striking. So,
Mm-hmm.
personal S tier. World God only knows. Monster Girl Doctor. Hmm. What do you think, sweetie?
That one was cute.
But
I liked it. It low key watched like a government entity wanted this anime to exist because it didn't have some things that if it was being cheeky, they didn't add those in.
what you mean?
It's like someone's like, we want kids to want to be doctors. Well, kids like monster girls, and it's still a great thing, a great show.
Yeah.
But it just doesn't do some things that I would have expected it to.
Are you insinuating that the Japanese government, fearing their aging population and the increased need for uh, medical workers to care for their aging population, would fund a show secretly that would encourage people to become doctors?
I'm not even saying it's something that well thought out. It could be a network wants to have educational leaning shows for 1/3 of their stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, it's one of
Like it
those.
could be internal policies.
Yep,
Um, but it has the underlying connotation of be doctor it good.
yep.
But I love it because I love really chill shows. And it is. So chill. I'm about it.
Um,
What do you think about it?
some of the writing is a little eh. Uh, Otherwise, I am a sucker for Monster Girls. Minor
There was that
spoilers.
horse scene though. That wouldn't have been in something like
Oh, right. There's that scene.
it's like someone wasn't paying attention that day.
You know what? You're right. I was gonna give it low B. I think that one scene is gonna bump it for me up to low A.
People are gonna be like, what the hell are they talking about?
The Centaur's girls agree to share him. Yes.
Because
I had forgotten about that, and you made
it
me
was
remember
really
it,
random.
and that bumped it up an entire letter grade.
Like it comes out of nowhere. Very much
Centaur
so.
scene, not horse scene.
Mm.
Um,
Yeah, I guess it is Centaur.
so
Horse
that
girl.
said, surprising absolutely nobody, we have this show right here, and the box art is Japanese, but this is Monster Musume, translated Daily Life with Monster Girls. Sweetie, give me your best darling.
Darling.
I don't know if your voice is high enough to hit Mia's. You're more like Centauria. You liked her the best anyway.
Darling.
So, of
I don't
the...
remember her.
Okay, I like Centauria and Drachnia.
Oh.
And Mia's a little too like she touches him too much and like knocks him around too much. Like respect my body like autonomy.
Autonomy.
Stop moving me. Stop bumping me. Mia would get on my nerves. I would start wearing like spiked clothing. Just stop grabbing me randomly. Um I don't really have too much patience for the slime girl or the bird girl. They're also a little mentally
A little boring. A little
young.
childish.
Yeah. Little you know what I mean? Um especially well the slime girl's just a dumbass, but the bird girl is a little meh. Anyway, Centauria and Arachnia are my personal favorites. Um but yeah. Also the Dullahan girl, but anyway. Arachnia best girl? Yeah, I like her. I mean I like all of them, but that's going in the bottom of my S personal tier, I think. I love
The
Monster
Doctor
Girls.
was better. Yeah, I like the Doctor one better than the. It's Monster Musume, right?
Yeah,
That's the name. Yeah,
yeah.
I like the Doctor one better than that.
Okay, all the Monster Girls get to be S tier. We'll say they're a tie then. I agree. The Monster Girl Doctor one was good too.
My comment about it seeming required was not a criticism, but more of like a, oh, that's odd. You know?
What is this one? Mushoku Tensei. Oh, Jobless Reincarnation. Uh, TB Wolf asks about a spicy show. This one has no spicy shows. I almost didn't put Redo of Healer on here. So
That
this
one's
is
pretty something.
Redo of Healer was already I debated including it in the list at all, but I thought it would be interesting to talk about. Um, Interspecies Reviewers is spicy and that's it. It's not like controversial really or anything. As far as I know, it's like I mean it's just an H anime. I like Monster Girls. What? How do you think I think about it? Don't make me say it, man. Shoot you, shoot. Um, Jobless Reincarnation. This one. Hmm. Did you see this one, sweetheart?
I don't remember this one.
Okay. The guy that isekais is kind of a loser, and he has kind of a loser mentality for a lot of the show. And I found myself being like,
It's like the kind of show you watch and you're like, well, I gotta go do yard work now.
yeah. Um, he learns and he grows, so he does improve. I think it's almost like a instruction manual for people like him in real life to be like, okay, look, this is what you'd probably do. This is the consequences. Do this instead. See, the character learned, you learn too. Something like that. I'm not sure. As an isekai, I actually like some of the other characters in the show, and I like the world building as well. So it's a complicated answer. It's one where I don't like the protagonist as much as everything else going on in the show. In fact,
Mm.
yeah, actually, it's the only nitpick I have with the show is the protagonist. I like everything else. Yeah, I could imagine in Jobless Reincarnation in season 2 after he matures and grows and um he had a very traumatic event and never got past it. Yeah, yeah, but you know, mm, so well, I declined to comment, but I know he's got his reasons, but that still doesn't make him any less kind of bleh.
Well, before he died, how long did he have to not get by it?
Uh, he what do you mean to not get by it? Sorry.
Well, he had something traumatic happen, and then he lives kind of a not much going on life, is what I'm gathering.
Yeah, he got like at school, he got like uh taped naked to the school gate as a
Oh
prank,
no,
which mentally scarred him and traumatized him, and like that makes sense. And then
that makes
he
sense.
then he like withdrew from his friends, and then he withdrew from his parents, and then his parents kicked him out, and I think he was homeless. So
Hmm.
he really downward spiraled.
Yeah,
Um so he's not my favorite. He's definitely not my favorite isekai protagonist, but I actually really like the world building going on, and I
yeah,
like all the other characters. So and and I don't know if I've seen season 2, but it makes sense that he by the end he's getting better. Like he is slowly getting better and learning. Um, so that's good. Uh, I think I would put this. I was gonna stick it in B, but um, Overlord says he thinks season 2 is better, and I imagine he's gonna get it better in season 2. We're gonna put it in low A on the on an assumption that I'm gonna like it even more later on when the character gets better. Um,
yeah.
but I really do like a lot of the world building that went on in this isekai.
Nice.
I think the details of the world and the magic system and everything was pretty cool. Hikaru no Go. So this is a show about a kid who finds a haunted Go board that's haunted with the spirit of a old Japanese dude who died before getting to play the perfect game of Go.
That's simple.
And he's going to haunt the kid until the kid helps him play a perfect game of Go and move on to the afterlife. And it's a hobby anime. Um, there's a bunch of hobby animes, like whether it's like basketball or volleyball or baseball. There's a lot of sport and hobby animes that focus on that. This is one
Hmm.
for Go. It's probably the one for Go. Uh, I didn't know much about Go, which is a type of to use a very flawed comparison, a very flawed comparison. It's like Japanese chess. It's
Ah,
it's not Japanese chess. Shogi is Japanese chess. Go is something completely different. It's a game where you
checkers?
put no. It's a
No,
very
more
complicated game.
complicated.
Yeah, it I don't know if there's a direct comparison. You use white and
I
black
don't know.
stones and you try to place them strategically on the board to like capture territory. Um, it's a really cool game. I'd actually like to learn how to play Go again. I learned about Go while watching the show and then forgot about it. But I
Oh,
wouldn't mind a Go board. I wouldn't mind playing that with like family members and stuff.
that's
Um,
cool. Colson might like it.
oh, maybe. It's a game on a it's a game on a grid and it's about capturing territory and you use white and black tokens or stones.
Oh,
Um, it's a hobbyist anime. I think I'm gonna stick it down here with Gunsmith Cats. Um, if you have any interest in Go, you probably already knew about it and love it. So there's that. Um, as
oh.
a as a generic anime to watch, it's pretty good. I liked it.
Hmm.
Yes. Oh, I'm gonna gush. It is gush time now.
Time to
Uh,
gush.
Ghost in the Shell standalone complex seasons 1 and 2 is going in S Universal top spot. Um,
Boy.
Ghost in the Shell standalone complex seasons 1 and 2 are my favorite anime of all time.
Oh,
I
this
love
is
the world
great.
building. I love the world. I love the intelligence of the show. It is a seinen anime which means like
Amazing.
adult, as opposed to shonen, which is like young adult or specifically young man.
Yeah.
Um, Ghost in the Shell standalone complex builds upon the original movie and expands the world. I love all the characters. I could listen to Mary Elizabeth McGlynn read the phone book. Ta
No.
ichi koma tachikomoko.
Got it on. Oh, it's on Amazon Prime. That's good.
Um, yeah, I could listen to Mary Elizabeth
Mhm.
McGlynn read a phone book or the dictionary. Her voice is amazing. She is the perfect Motoko Kusanagi. And do I have a crush on Motoko Kusanagi? Yes. Yep. She Motoko is probably my like OG waifu. I've never really had a waifu. I've never gotten into that type of thing. If somebody told me I had to pick one, I think it'd have to be Motoko from Standalone Complex. I love the mix of like police action, um, like SWAT tactics, action sequences combined with like cyberpunk stuff, cyberization, complex plots and political intrigue, uh, government conspiracies, terrorism, uh, foreign militaries, and
Yeah.
the whole world building and the missions that they go on and the problems that they have to deal with, and the humor, the dialogue. Um, I love all of it. Like
You're about it.
I don't think I have any complaints. That my only complaint is that it stopped. I want more, 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 more. And I know they made another one. I don't want that. I just want Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex Season 3. I don't want anything else. Just that. The music,
Mm.
God, the music. The music. Tarukia. Just go listen to Tarukia on YouTube. Um,
Fantastic.
the main theme. The main theme. Oh my God, Orega. She sings the main theme. She sings in English. I think she sings in like English, Japanese, Russian, and
Damn.
Latin. Like the song has multiple languages for the lyrics, and she just switches between them. It's
That's impressive.
like it's uh like the music. I love the music. I got the collector's edition box set. Um, it yes, uh, yes,
A plus.
S plus
Ooh.
S plus. It just I love all these other shows in the S tier. Like all of these are great. Um, but this one's my favorite. This has everything.
Hmm.
And Bato is hilarious.
Vato.
And it even has a little bit. Oh God! And when the oh and the equipment and vehicle design when like uh when the one of the tanks shoots another and the shell comes in and it hits and it deforms the metal armor and penetrates, and then there's like you hear the tung and you see the entire vehicle shift with the impact, and then there's a delay and then it explodes. Like the damn animation team was probably sitting there like mapping out how long it would take for the detonation to cook off based on where the ammunition rack of the mecha design they had come up with was for where they showed it getting hit. It because they're just that obsessed with the mecha design and the attention to detail in the show is uh amazing. Um, when they shoot at one of the androids and they like blow its head off and you see all the pieces, it's they probably sat down and like mapped out the internals of this thing so
Hmm.
that it when it comes apart it would be believable. And even the creator said that he said something, and I paraphrase loosely, that he saw beauty in deconstruction. That's why he liked the scene in the original movie where Motoko tries to pull the hatch off the tank and she maxes out her prosthetic body until her arm rips. And like you can see all the pieces flying off as she pulls away. I think that's what he
Oh,
was talking about.
yeah.
Um,
Very sweet.
The only complaint I have with Ghost in the Shell seasons 1 and 2 of Standalone Complex, specifically Standalone Complex, no other of the series, I'm just this one, is that I wanted season 3. More, 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 more.
Hmm.
But what is there is amazing, and all the characters get some time. Um, After Motoko, I really love Togasa and Bato. Togasa is just such a normal dude. I identify with him, and he's like a normal human on this team of people who are all cyberized, and he's just a guy, but he's keeping up with them, which is really impressive. Um, but yeah, um, and I could talk about some other things of like that I don't know. I don't know if some of the topics are appropriate for YouTube because the show does tackle like uh well a bunch of stuff like
So many things.
government conspiracies, extremism, terrorism, etc. The show addresses all types of stuff, and I don't want to accidentally get demonetized by talking about it too much, but I could gush a lot. Um, anyway, yeah, my favorite show of ever anime. Yes, this one.
It also asks a lot of questions of like what's going to happen when X happens. And they're like, well, maybe some people would do this. And even if it's not the main thing they expect, they still address what they think a minority of people might have happen or whatnot. And it's pretty cool.
But it's cool, it's smart, it's funny, it's sexy, it's mature, and I don't mean in like a spicy way. I mean in just a it's
Complexity.
yeah, it is it
It's
is
complex. There's so many things that are surface level.
um it is the gold standard of a sign-in anime, and I love it. I am so here for it. Well, it's all downhill from here. My Hero Academia. Um, well, what can I say after having gushed about Ghost in the Shell standalone complex seasons 1 and 2? My Hero Academia is good. I gotta be honest though, the blonde headed guy with the explosion powers, is his name Baki? I don't remember. I found him to be ridiculously annoying and kind of detract from what was otherwise a really cool show with really cool world building. And their superpowers are called quirks. Hi, quirks.
I am. I,
Quirks. What would your quirk be?
I don't know. Fainting.
That's the thing, though. Like, huh?
Life is hard.
Well, that's the thing. Like, the show tackles this really cool idea of like, well, what if you get a superpower, but it's not a superpower because they call them quirks, right? What if your quirk just kind of sucks? And there's a lot of them who their quirk just does kind of suck. And like, what do you do about
It's not their fault.
that? Quirks' quirk is to faint. That's her superpower. She faints.
Lucky me.
Yep.
Hmm.
You're like one of the pals that just has a bunch of negative traits.
Yeah.
Um, My Hero Academia. Where's it go? I don't know. Which is better, Attack on Titan or My Hero Academia?
I would think Attack on Titan. What do you think?
I think I'm gonna put My Hero Academia in. It's a good show, but man, the blonde guy with the explosion bombs was annoying. He's so annoying. He just shouts all the time, and he's always just super pissy at everybody. And he like anytime he's on the screen, he's just shouting and being pissy, and it gets so old so fast. He kind of he really detracted from the show for me. Um, I find the idea of like a bunch of kids being trained to go after criminals a little weird when like you could send in a SWAT team with guns. Um, it's kind
Makes
of
sense.
weird that it takes place in an otherwise realistic modern society, and these are like children, and they're really young, and they're being like allowed to go do some of the stuff they're doing. My Hero Academia takes place in a world full of OSHA violations.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Makes sense to me.
Uh, but I will say the how should I explain this on YouTube? The fan art of the blonde-haired crazy girl with the vampire teeth
When she's in college.
that likes to bite people. That's that's good. That can exist. I'll allow it.
There we go.
All right, so
Oh! Speaking of teenagers in the thing. Or like um younger. Uh Teen Titans.
when there's trouble,
Because that
you know
totally
who
belongs
to
on the list.
call.
Yeah.
Oh,
Because that was like a
you're right.
people
Hold on.
referred to that being an anime.
Hold on. You're right. It absolutely belongs. Let me find the artwork. Oh, I'm looking for like the DVD box art. Ah, there we are. And a little bit more of the same. Teen Titans. Yeah, let's do this at the same time as My Hero Academia. I would much rather watch Teen Titans than My Hero Academia. Um, Surprising, probably nobody. I had a huge crush on Raven.
I like Raven. I just like Teen Titans.
Yeah, it's a really good show. This is like really good. Uh, S tier?
Um, it's up there.
S tier.
Yay.
One Piece. What do you think about One Piece, sweetheart?
Hmm. One Piece. It's good.
But,
Where does it belong? The quality's a little inconsistent.
mm-hmm,
They
mm-hmm,
could speed up the storytelling.
mm-hmm. And some of the fights they drag.
Some of the fights drag.
It just kind of it's a
But I like the animation. I like. I don't mind the art style. It very much is what it is. I like the way they display different personalities and so on with that sort of thing. And really different people. I think it's an interesting. Oh, I can't say the most interesting thing about it without giving away something that you don't find out for like the first 150
yeah. As
episodes.
painful as it is, let's try to avoid spoilers.
Yeah. Um, but I think the overarching story of what do you do after something happens
hmm
is interesting. Um, and I low key think Luffy comes across as like a mildly autistic character.
I,
And I think
I
that's kind of interesting to display.
yeah, that's a
Because that's really hard to do. I think most of the time when someone sets out to write someone who's autistic, I it comes across cringe.
yeah. It's a very multifaceted topic to address, but I've seen the theory crafting, right? Of like here's all the evidence that he is.
Hmm.
And it's like it's really
Compelling.
it's really compelling. Um
Usually I'm kind of like, eh, but I was like, oh,
he
that's
like
because
he
his
he
brother
had
even says
to
take
take
care of
care
him.
of him, and he kind of implies that he really needs to be taken care of. Yeah.
Um, but he's obviously the epic hero who's doing his thing, so that's cool. Um,
He is so Luffy is very similar to Goku.
mm,
They both have it's almost like they kind of have they're both the man-child protagonist. Like I think Luffy is an adult, if I'm not mistaken. I assume he's at least 18.
I feel like they're depicting him as like a 15-year-old. Maybe I'm wrong. What does anyone? I'm gonna see if I can find out.
Yeah. I mean, we're 600 we're like 600 episodes into the show.
Oh yeah, he eventually is an adult in the show for sure. Luffy age.
I'm going to go to I'm going to see if ChatGPT beats you. How old
Luffy
is Luffy at the start of One Piece?
17. And apparently there's a
17.
time skip at some point in the series, and then he's a 19.
Well, I'll be honest, like the series starts and they spend like weeks sailing around, so he could be 18 very quickly into the show. So, for the purposes of this, I guess, literary review or analysis, I'm gonna say he's an adult. Like he's 17 for like some small fraction of the first part of the story.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and so is Goku. Goku is a kid in Dragon Ball, but then grows up and he's for most of Dragon Ball, etc. He's an adult. Um, but they're both kind of man-child protagonists in
Mm-hmm.
that they all they care about is the three F's.
Oh yeah.
Is both Luffy and Goku are all they care about is food, fighting, and friendship. They don't really express hardly any degree of uh, romance or sexuality.
Mm-hmm.
They're kind of, I don't want to say stunted because people are, that implies a negative connotation and people are free to have personal preferences.
They come across as younger though because of it, at the minimum.
That's why I say they're the man child protagonist. Because they turn into adults, but they're like mentally they just kind of all they want is food, fighting, and friendship.
Well, Luffy has to go through an arc where and I think this is obviously going to happen from the beginning. He goes through an arc where he is playing at being a captain, but kind of shirking the duties and choice making.
Yeah.
So there's obvious and blatant growth of
Yeah.
character.
Yeah. Yeah.
That goes
Luffy
with that.
and Goku does the same thing. Luffy plays at being a captain and just kind of makes haphazard decisions. And Goku kind of plays at being a family man. He is repeatedly portrayed in Dragon Ball Z as being a questionable father
Oh
and
no.
has questionable levels of like responsibility. Like he can't get a driver's license, and he's kind of depicted as incompetent at anything but his special fixation.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Which is food, fighting, and friendship, but mostly fighting.
Yeah.
Goku wants to fight and eat food and be friends with others who share his special fixation, and Luffy's the same way.
And they're having a great time.
And
And
they're having
preferably people who can fill in the gaps.
yep. And they're kind of
They seem to respect the other people. They're aware the other people are doing things that they're not doing.
Night Rama.
Night. Have a good evening.
So yeah, I I don't know what that is. I don't think Goku is on the spectrum as his portrayal in Dragon Ball Z, but he's just all he cares about is food, fight, the three Fs, and it's the same for Luffy. Naruto immediately
It's a
abandons
cheeky little
that.
shit.
Yeah, Naruto immediately does not pigeonhole into that. He immediately is after Sakura and has the sexy no jutsu, and he
Doing
he
things he really shouldn't.
like he learns how to do the shadow clone and immediately uses it to turn himself into the illusion of a naked woman because he's a guy. And
Imagine a show coming out doing that now.
oh,
What an absolute mess.
spin-off of Gunsk's Riding Bean. Oh, I'll look into that. Thank you. Any chance Watamote will be ranked? This is only things I've seen. All of these are things I have personally watched. So that's all I'm ranking.
That sounds cool. I will look it up and see what it's about. Maybe we'll watch.
I haven't finished One Piece because I'm only 600 episodes in. I've barely scratched the surface.
I thought we got to like 350.
You're right. No, it was like 400. Okay, wherever the spooky island is with the ghost people, that's where we are. Whatever arc that is, that's where we are. We got partially into that. And then we lost interest. We stopped watching it because it's moving too slow and it's kind of taking too much of our time to try to like watch it, right?
Yeah.
I think I have to put One Piece down in the question mark tier. I don't really know how to rank it.
I wish I could, because I do. From what I've seen, it's probably C.
But I could get to the end of. I'll eventually get through One Piece. Eventually, one day, and I don't know if I'll run into something that'll make me. I could run into something and be like, "Wow, I hate this." F tier.
Wow, I love it.
Or it's like, "Wow, this is the." But I don't think I can say One Piece is a universal recommend just because it is so drawn out and takes forever to get through. Shippuden, there's a lot of Shippuden, but if you just skip the filler, you can move along.
It's timely. There isn't a lot of Shippuden in comparison to One Piece though.
Yeah.
And stuff is happening.
Yeah,
very
Shippuden
quickly in
moves a lot
comparison.
faster than One Piece. One Piece is just uh uh like
Good grief.
we're 300, 400, whatever it is. We're like 300 to 400 episodes in, and they don't have the entire crew yet.
Yeah,
And
it's wild.
to me, I don't know. I don't know what that is. I don't know if it's maybe a criticism possibly of thank you, Sith Razor. Thank you. Thank you. Hold on, I have more to add.
Oh yeah. Um, I think it would be different if we grew up with it, which people in Japan probably did. Realistically, it was probably just on in the background of their daily life. And maybe that also would make the drawn out battle sequences more tolerable because you don't catch every single episode, right? And you're not watching them back to back. So I think some of it is a symptom of it was definitely designed for old media to tell the story.
One sec. You
Are
guys
you
have
getting
reminded me of
JoJo's?
JoJo and Lotus War.
What's that?
Record of Lotus War? I had a crush on the Dark Elf girl, Puritas.
Dark Elf, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yep. One sec. Uh, you guys know the drill.
Oh boy.
All right, cool.
Assassination Classroom. I don't know that one.
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Not a universal recommend. But really good. Very unique. I'm gonna put it up here in A tier, I think. Did not see Ranma. Uh, Overlord F tier. Yeah, I was okay. So explanations. Overlord, I was really into it. I really liked it. And then he made the decision to kill some people that I thought were pretty innocent and did not deserve how they died horribly. And then the show tries to make him out like he was being humane, and I hate it. It ruined the show for me completely and made me hate the character. F tier. ReZero. Like 4 episodes of the plot going nowhere, featuring nothing but like torture scenes. Was really invested in it, was really liking it, and I'm not here for
We even skipped that, and then it didn't really have any payoff.
multiple multiple episodes of the torture was not what I was around for. Wife didn't like it either, so we just were like, nah, nah.
It just didn't seem to like have any payoff
Yep,
for why that happened.
yep,
Like maybe it did.
yep. Um, so that had to go in F tier. So I was really invested in both of these and was liking them, and they made decisions that ruined the show for me and also wife. So yeah, it sucks, but hey, it happens. Like they went in a creative direction, and I really didn't like it. And there's too much content out there to, yeah.
Yeah, there's just too much competing stuff to bother with something that didn't go. The stream's going. Yeah, it's a bit of a stream. Long streams were not uncommon on Twitch.
I mean, I'm attempting to cover and rate every single anime I've ever seen. And
Yeah, that's
I've been
substantial.
watching anime since the first episode anime I ever saw was G-Force. I'll be right back. I gotta put G-Force on here. Hold on.
Teehee.
Dang it. There it is. Hold on. This one messed me up as a kid, man. I was not ready. I was not ready at all for some of the stuff in this show. All right, G-Force is on here now. King of the Hill. Wife, rate King of the Hill.
On this list, probably C, D, high C, low C.
Low C for King of the Hill.
I enjoy it. I'm just not gonna go looking for it, you know?
Okay, that's fair. I haven't seen nearly as much as you, so I'll defer to your judgment, and we'll put it like.
It's good.
Do you,
Watch it.
do you what? Would you rather watch it more than the dungeon and vending machine dungeon?
No.
No, so below that. Okay, so it can hang out down here with the likes of the original Dragon Ball. I would rather watch King of the Hill than the original Dragon Ball. There we go.
It's good. It's worth seeing, especially some episodes compared to others, but
Okay, it gets. Cat says,
it's hit and miss episodes.
"All right, you know what, Cat? Here, it's getting. I really liked what I saw so far, so I would be inclined to rate it higher. We'll put it in B tier for
My brother loves it.
Bobby.
He's about it.
All right, it's going in B tier for Cat. There you go. Quintessential quintuplets.
That one's good.
That's really good. I want more. I want more of this, and I'm gonna throw this one up in. It's not like a groundbreaking thing, but I'm gonna put it next to Dragon Maid, I think.
Oh. You're right. It does have good life lessons and stuff. I do like that about it.
I really liked what I saw.
I really like it. It's just
I'm bumping it up to A tier. I've only seen
maybe
a
I have to be in the mood,
I've only seen a bit, but I liked it.
ready to mess with it.
Okay, Sailor Moon. Oh boy. Okay, Sailor Moon. Fighting evil by moonlight, winning love by daylight, never running from a real fight. I'd rather watch you than Dragon Ball. That was pretty good, right? Sailor Moon is gonna hang out with the in B tier next to Chobits.
Ooh.
Um, Sailor Moon. I'm that. Hold on, that might be my nostalgia talking. Let's let's think about the show. What do I remember from the show? I had a crush on Sailor Mercury.
Yeah.
Do you like how in every single show I can point out the I was like that was my favorite girl.
That's the favorite one.
I think hmm I mean I like the theme song. I like Sailor Mercury. I liked hmm maybe it doesn't deserve a B tier.
A lot of people like it, but maybe that's just what was available.
I think I'm looking at it through some nostalgia goggles because I'm kind of remembering like the fight scenes and stuff. I,
Do
hmm.
you think it needs a remake?
I think so. I think it could do with like a gritty remake. I think it's gonna go down here with Case Closed, but above, huh?
Theme is a bop.
I think that's mostly it for me. I,
Historic.
yeah. Okay. Present day, present time, and you don't seem to understand. A shame you seemed an honest man, and know what you say doesn't hurt you Serial Experiments Lane. I like this because it exposed me to the absolute banger of a song that is Duvet. Duvet's a really good song. I started trying to watch Lane again, and I watched the first episode, and I was like, so this is the show that likes to have long takes of the power line. Like it likes to cut to the power line and make you listen to the hum of the electricity. And I'm trying to figure out if it's symbolic for something. Lane is going in the question mark tier. I've watched it. I need to watch it again. I don't know what to think about it. It's yeah.
Chihuahua?
Yeah, I'm a Chihuahua. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, that's I really don't know what to say about Serial Experiments Lane. The first
Okay.
episode, a girl jumps off a building and lands on an electrical sign and dies.
Uh-oh.
But then after she dies, she starts sending emails to people at her school saying that she's on the other side and she likes it better there.
Hmm.
And the school is like everybody's freaking out because they think it's like, well, is it a prank? Is it real? Like, what's going on? So that's the first episode, and then Lane's there, and Lane is a girl. She goes to school. I don't know,
Lane is a
man.
girl.
I
She does things.
All right.
Does
Uh,
it?
I see you. Come here, you. Get up here. Get up here. We're going straight to S tier. You deserve to sit next to Goblin Slayer,
Oh,
and
man.
you deserve to be up here next to Goblin Slayer and Slime, and it is the Rising of Shield Hero.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. So, what can we say about Shield Hero?
Um,
Can we all agree that Malty is best girl?
I don't remember the names of the characters. I just remember what they look like. One of them is worst girl.
Malty's best girl, right?
I feel like I'm being tricked.
Malty is well, she's the princess,
Oh,
and she frames Naofumi for having a struggle snuggle with her. And she
yeah.
later is about to be executed, and then she's got the slave crest on, and it makes her not be able to lie. And she calls out for the shield hero to help her and says she's sorry. And he waits to see if the slave crest triggers because
She
she's
meant
lying
it.
about being sorry. And she actually means it. And so he's like, okay, stop the execution.
He saves her.
Best girl. She is widely regarded on the internet as being the worst girl. And I'm just trolling. People were basically giving that the same treatment as Redo. Oh yeah, because men aren't allowed to get revenge or ever get even or address their grievances in general. Basically,
Sheesh.
is that about right, Wolf?
That's so much more mild than Redo. He wanted a government figure to deal with his grievance of fraud. Ugh.
What did I say about
Yeah.
JoJo? I put it in A tier. I didn't say very much about it, did I?
You didn't say much about it. You
Uh,
like it?
yes, it's weird. You might even say that it's bizarre. It's about a guy named JoJo, and he goes on an adventure, and the adventure is very bizarre. It's JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Good.
I
Good.
Yeah, and it's really weird. I love it. It's weird.
Hmm.
Um, I kind of it was kind of when the dude's on the ship and they catch him, and the dude is a fucker, and they're like, well, he surrendered, so we don't want to kill him, but what can we do with him? And they
Um.
make him they like they well they force him to they force his eyes open through a painful way,
Oh
and they
no.
make him look at the sun,
No.
and then they start dancing, and the show goes into like a trippy, like almost acid trip mode of like colors everywhere with the characters dancing. And it was at that point I was just sitting there watching, and I thought to myself, what the fuck am I watching?
That's a good thought at that time.
I was like, what am I watching? What is going on? I briefly turned into cat for a second.
Night, Overlord. Have a good one.
Night, Overlord. Treatment as Rito. Mm. Yeah, so JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, I would recommend checking it out. It has a different animation style, and some people in chat earlier mentioned that they just don't like it, and that's fair. There's nothing wrong with
Yeah.
not liking an animation style if you don't like it. But maybe you would like it. It's weird. It's bizarre. It's different, and that's great. I love that it's something different. That's cool.
That's
Uh,
fair.
uh Food Wars Shokugeki no Soma.
That's kind of different too.
I love food. I loved Food Wars.
It's one of the first animes I've seen.
Is it S tier? I think so. I think it at least belongs next to these Monster Girl shows. I really liked Food Wars. Night Tink.
I liked Food Wars. It was actually I bet the arc that we got hung up on and because it wasn't done. But it's been 3 or 4 years now.
I just love that when the women eat the food and react to it, just the cultural displays that they exhibit are just the artistic quality
They're
is
so happy.
I love it.
That's it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's all.
Night, Tinker.
But for real though, Food Wars is the thirstiest freaking show. It's it's a special breed. Kat, I'm gonna make you watch Hellsing, by the way. I think you're gonna like it. Next up is So I'm a Spider, So What?
That's a newer one.
What'd you think of that? That's a cool isekai. You're a
Yeah, it's
spider.
neat.
Isekai, but you're a spider. It really the isekais are really going with the YouTube format of X but you're Y.
I think they must be having some SEO issues, and that's just their reaction to it. It's a little unfortunate, but at this point, it is a little hard to have a unique name, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, what are you gonna do? Name it the Spider Queen or something? Okay. There's like 10 things of that, surely. I don't know.
Oh, I forgot that one. I need to add it. Restaurant to
Hmm?
Another World. Yeah, we've seen that.
Oh, yeah. That was.
We did this list. I did this list from memory. So I am not perfect, and I
Yeah.
tried. If you look at this list, like I rattled these off by name from memory. I thought how far I got was fairly impressive.
It was.
I was trying, man.
Um. Thing. That Restaurant to Another World. there's the PBS Kids version of that. And that's my favorite damn thing. It's so silly because it is clearly meant for small kids, but they get very detailed in how they describe the cooking. And it makes it really cute. And it's just so cute. Like, 10/10. Would recommend. But I have no idea what the name is. Probably should have remembered that.
It's okay. You can be a Chihuahua. But Restaurant to Another World, this one's great. A tier?
Oh, yeah. Easily. It's a great one.
A tier. Restaurant to Another World. Good show. G-Force. G-Force. G-Force freaked me up, man. I was a little kid, and I was not ready for, like, the death and the violence, and it was, I was like, oh, this cartoon looks neat, and then, yeah.
Surprise!
This show went heavy, man. Like, they had, the enemies had these big fighting mech things that would often take the form of animals, but they had, Vechs sells at work. I saw a little bit of it. I guess I should add it on the list. Oh my god. This stream's gone on so long, I was kind of hoping to just wrap it up. Cells at work, I didn't really get into. Sorry. If personally, for me, I think I'd throw that in like a low C tier. But G-Force is... So, like, the enemies would have these big, like, animalistic robot things, like, huge things. And they would be crewed by, like, hundreds of people, and the heroes would have to fight them and destroy them, and, like, hundreds of people would get crushed up and killed in these metal vehicles and die. And I was like, oh, the heroes are winning, but it's also, like, killing hundreds of people.
At what cost?
Yeah, it was kind of,
Were you distraught?
but it was, I believe G-Force was the first anime I ever saw. I don't know how great of a show it would be to just go, like, watch it. So I was just gonna stick it in D tier. No.
Yeah.
Sword Art Online. Universal recommend?
It very much is what it is.
Coffee, soda, give me pasta. It's a favorite of mine. It's at least a S, personal S. It's going somewhere up here at least. For some reason, it came out, got really popular, and then there was like a backlash against it of people poo-pooing it, and I never really saw why. So yeah.
It seems to me that it's considered a trope now, but when it came out, maybe it wasn't one.
I do remember watching, maybe it was Scambolia again or another YouTuber, and they basically said, like, people crapping on Sword Art Online, what else would you have watched at the time? And they go and look up what was released at that year.
Like that year.
Like that time, and it's like everything else was crap. Like really bad. And it's like, so what other anime would you have watched? And nothing. So compared to what was released around it, is pretty good. So
like obviously Sword Art Online isn't Naruto. And obviously
Shippuden.
It's not Shippuden. It's not I don't know. Scroll up for me. I can't recall off the top of my head. There's so many things here that it's not like. But it's good. And it's okay that it's not like the other things that are more popular.
So I I like it.
Yeah.
I it's good. Good show, good. I'm glad I made this because I have realized shows that I like that I didn't realize I liked as much until I started ranking them and comparing them.
Yeah,
I
you
got
sit down and it's like, which one would I
I
want to
gotta go
watch
back and
now?
watch Claymore again, man.
Hmm.
So where are we at? We at okay, Tenchi Muyo. All right, so we got two things here. We got Tenchi Muyo the OVA and Tenchi Universe. So we're gonna put Tenchi Muyo is going in low A tier for me. Uh, good story, good animation. Um, kind of missing maybe a little bit of like it feels like there's like it's like a piece of furniture that's missing a screw. Okay, so we're gonna come down here and we're gonna grab Tenchi Universe, which adds characters, and suddenly we have something really nice. Um, I had a crush on the serious
There's a trend
female
here.
police officer, uh, not Kagome from Inuyasha, but Kiyone, the partner of Mahoshi. Uh, Tenchi Universe is like the self-contained, satisfying show, like 26 episode anime. Starts out good, uh, has more structure. The Tenchi Universe, I have I have a, I have like an image. It's like a chart of like Tenchi Muyo timeline stuff of like how you're supposed to watch. And there's multiple timelines that separated because of like squabbling between the creators of the show. And each creator split off and made their own version of Tenchi with blackjack and hookers, right?
What a mess.
So, but ignoring all of that, I think Tenchi's going in B tier. Tenchi Muyo is going in B tier. We're gonna put Tenchi Universe though in A tier, and I really like it, and it's a good show. Tenchi Universe, also known as Tenchi TV or the TV series. If you're just gonna, if you're like, what is this Tenchi stuff? What is Tenchi Muyo? Uh, just just get Tenchi Universe and let that be it, and we just chill. Yeah, it's like a carnival every day. I do like Ryoko though. Oh, okay. So let me commentate on my ship. The original, Ayeka versus Ryoko. Ryoko, 100%. Ayeka can go in the trash. I'm sorry. Ayeka was kind of a bitch. Uh, and anyone saying Sasami, Ayeka's little sister, I'm gonna need you to have a seat right there. The authorities have been notified.
Uh-oh.
All right. To Love Rue. So I heard a bunch of good things about this, and I started watching it, and I sat down and I was like, "What am I watching? Does this ever get better? These characters are so annoying. This is this is pretty bad. I'd rather watch Flag or Blue Gender. To Love Rue is
Oh
barely
no.
scraping out of F tier, and yeah, maybe it gets good. I don't know. I put in, I made about I don't know 20 episodes in, which is about I made it about halfway through, and I had to stop. We're gonna go in D tier. There's nothing here that if you skip this series, you're not missing anything. All right, curveball time, gushing time. SWAT Cats: The Radical Squadron. American anime. Season 2 was animated by a Japanese studio. Washu? No. Sorry. I would hang out with Washu and play video games with her.
Shoot.
Anyway, SWAT Cats. Season 2, made by a Japanese company. This is the most American anime of anything on this list, I think, because uh, watch the animation in Season 2. It's friggin' just, no, we're going up here right behind Ghost in the Shell, SWAT Cats, the Radical Squadron. This needs to come back. I hope SWAT Cats, the next thing they're doing, I forgot, it's like SWAT Cats re something. They're trying to bring it back. They're trying to get funding. If you haven't seen SWAT Cats, just go get it. Go download it. Go watch it. It's somewhere. Watch that shit. Ugh, what a
Were they
cool
ready
show.
to work on it and then like COVID stuff interrupted them?
No, maybe I think yes, actually, the reboot thing.
They were
The
having
original
issues,
thing
but
got
that made it
canceled
worse.
because of stupid ass Ted Turner was like, oh, we need to have less violent shows on our network, so cancel this. Even though it was super popular, so they tried to hide the show from him and put it in like one of the dead
Off.
slots. And
Yeah.
even still, it had a fan following and merchandise, video games. But Ted Turner, absolute cockhead, uh, wanted it gone. I Ted Turner, I
Mad.
do not like you, man. You are the not good person. Um, but yeah, it was a push in the 90s to like clean up kids shows. And so in other words, make them shitty. We lost SWAT Cats, but we got Captain Planet. Have you ever watched Captain Planet? F tier. Absolute F tier piece of shit show. Um Literal propaganda. Uh okay,
I haven't heard a
the theme
single
song
person
was kind of the
like it.
theme song was kind of catchy, and Let Our Powers Combine was kind of cool sometimes. But for the most part, the shit show. Absolute shit show. And we're gonna come back down here and grab its partner sitting down here in should have not been canceled. Why the hell did you do this? Going up here, and it is the Pirates of Darkwater. Um, I had a crush on Tula. Oh, and in SWAT Cats, I had a crush on not the not Callie Briggs and not Farrell's daughter, but the hold on. She was a villain. She was a villain and Turmoil. Her name was Turmoil. She had like a Russian accent and she she here you go. I liked her.
Yeah.
I'll throw that in my general Discord. Um yeah, I had a crush on Turmoil. Although Felina Felina Farrell was cool too. I liked her. Callie was alright, but I'm pretty sure SWAT Cats is responsible for a lot of preference awakenings,
Uh-oh.
a lot of things like that. And I'm not uh personally, but it doesn't offend me either. I'm neutral on the furry topic, but uh yeah, I am pretty sure SWAT Cats and started. There were kids that saw that and they were like, I really like this, and that stuck with them. That and the bunny girl from Space Jam.
Did you ever see the remake of the Looney Tunes? Where they all lived in like a town?
Tiny Toons?
No. Looney Tunes. They were adults. It was depicted with like modern technology. It had cell
Oh,
phones
that's
and
the one
shit.
where mm, um the
Lola and Daffy share the brain cell,
yes,
I
I
think
love
is
that. I love that. That's good.
that series is pretty good.
All right, let's see
I have a
here.
D&D character based on that version of Lola.
God bless.
She's special.
They gotta go get all the treasures of rule.
Yep.
Noi Jatat. Do you remember Noi Jatat? The little curse they would yell.
Mm-mm. It's very cute though.
Oh, I was asking Sith Razor. Sith Razor says childhood
Oh,
memory unlocked. I had completely forgotten about Pirates of Dark Order. I didn't. I never did. I am
I
so
was trying to
pissed they
remember.
canceled Pirates of Dark Order and SWAT Cats. SWAT Cats at
Yeah.
least knew they were getting shut down early, so they used the remaining season episodes to wrap up the show in a satisfying way, so it comes to a reasonable end. But
Of some kind.
Dark Order, I think, just stopped. Like they got cut off with no chance to try to do anything, and it sucks.
Eh,
So yeah. And what a cool world Pirates of Dark Order had. The alien world of Myr. Um, and they
It
had
was very Star Wars,
and they had
like
well
episode 4.
they had like weapons and stuff, but it was all based on like biotechnology of using the nature there on the planet
Mm-hmm.
to serve functions like there'd be like a gun, but your gun was like a living creature that you would like I don't know, squeeze it and it would shoot out like a needle or something. You know, like things like that, where you were
Mm-hmm.
using living stuff to do.
Do the do,
And I had a crush on Tula, the ecomancer.
as one does.
Yep. Trigun.
That's good.
Trigun good. Is good as so Trigun sits alongside Cowboy Bebop a lot in a lot of people's estimations. I can't I can universal recommend Cowboy Bebop. There's a few moments in Trigun that come off as a little cringe with the dialogue. I said earlier Vash saying, "This world is made of love and peace. Love and peace. Love and I've only done it twice and you want me to stop."
Hmm.
Yeah, see, there's a few other there's a few other instances of like dialogue and behavior that just come across as like kind of cringe or silly that I wish they had cut.
It could use a really good remake,
Yeah, yeah.
but a remake could be offensive pretty easily too. So I don't know.
Fuck it, do it anyway.
Do it anyway. Hope for the best.
Yeah. Trigun as a show to just sit down and watch is not as satisfying as Cowboy Bebop. It's still pretty good. My crush in Trigun was on the short insurance girl with the blue hair and the Derringers. Millie.
That makes sense.
No, Meryl. Derringer, Stun Gun Millie, and Derringer Meryl. It was Meryl.
Hmm.
Um, Millie was the Stun Gun Millie was the tall, large woman. With a huge family.
Yes.
Uh, I liked the insurance girls. They were working hard. They were hard-working girls. They were trying to get by, and they were caught up in a bunch of bullshit. Uh, so Trigun was really cool. It's a lot more lighthearted than Cowboy Bebop, but Trigun also has some really serious shit going on, especially towards the end. Uh,
We need to go finish that.
I don't know for me personally if I would put Trigun in my personal S tier, honestly. Um,
You act like it's below Shippuden.
yeah, it definitely is. Well, Shippuden's S tier. Shippuden S tier is, I would say Shippuden is S tier universal. Recommend. Like I'd be
Hmm.
like everybody should watch this. This is good. This is the good shit. Um, like they need like a 1 hour recap of Naruto and then move into Shippuden and just kind of skip the Naruto. Okay, not a 1 hour
Yeah,
recap, but
poor insurance girls.
um,
You're right.
I think I'm gonna put Trigun around low A tier. It's not as strong. It doesn't hold up as strong as Cowboy Bebop does, but it's still a great show. Held back by
There's some technical issues
some
too.
some kind of dialogue. I was just like, I wouldn't have wrote it like that. Um.
There's
Anyway,
parts of the animation that's gorgeous, and there's some of it that didn't age well too. It would
Oh,
be cool
yeah.
to see the same things reimagined.
Vampire Hunter D. Bloodlust. It's a movie. It's a good movie. It's a movie about vampire hunters. Uh, it's a little violent. The vampires have a castle that is not just a castle and does something really cool and really out there. Not gonna spoil what it is, but Vampire Hunter D is a solid anime movie that I would kind of stick in B tier.
Oh,
It's good.
oh boy.
Yakatake Japan, which is which is like Food Wars but just bread and not nearly as good. I gotta be honest, I liked it and then kept watching it, and it kind of goes downhill a little bit. And there's some characters that I find a little stupid, and it's just not as good as Food Wars. Food Wars just kind of comes out and crushes it. I'm gonna put Yakatake Japan in high D tier. You can skip it and you won't miss anything, but it's not terrible. Uh,
Mm.
Leveling with Yamada-kun to level 99, 999. This one I haven't had a chance to watch. I really like what I've seen so far of like the first few episodes. I haven't made it through it. I need to sit down to binge it. Haven't had a chance, so I can't rate it yet. But I've liked what I've seen so far. It'll probably be A or B tier for me. Yu-Gi-Oh! It's time to did it duel. I This is a show about children's card games, and honestly, it's here for the memes and the nostalgia. To sit down with someone new who hasn't doesn't know anything about the memes or nostalgia and get shown Yu-Gi-Oh! The anime as just a standalone anime to enjoy, I'm gonna say it's not gonna it's gonna be like Pokemon. It's in Pokemon tier. Um, it's yeah. That leaves just three to go. Wife, tell them what you think about Konosuba while I use the restroom real quick.
Which one's Konosuba? Oh, that Konosuba. I like a Konosuba. Let's see. I thought it was interesting they ended up doing some of the episodes out of order. It seemed like they weren't sure they were going to have another season or another half season to do things, which was kind of interesting. Um, it made me want to read the books because it comes across like we're not getting a majority of the story. And that's okay, I think. It does a good job of doing the episodes it has to work with and making them entertaining and fun to watch. So they didn't overrush it, which was cool. Trying to think. Oh, is there anything else really notable
Hello.
about it?
I returned. So where does Konosuba go?
Where does it go? Probably B or A?
Yep.
A?
I love the characters. They're all likable. It's lighthearted fun. They suck at their jobs. It's great
It's
watching them screw
paced
around.
alright.
Yeah. Um, I really like Konosuba. Is it S tier? Eh.
I wouldn't be scared to recommend it to anyone. Like, I'd be like, yeah, go watch it. That's
Is
for
this
sure.
like the lowest end of universal recommend?
I feel like it's a very good example of
No,
go
no, no,
watch
no,
an
no, no.
anime.
Darkness has the masochist kink, and some of her stuff is suggestive. I
Oh, yeah,
can't. That's not a universal recommend.
that's true.
It's a little fan servicey.
Does that bump it down to A? Or what do you think?
I think it's a strong A. I'm gonna put it up here with the likes of Tenchi Universe and JoJo. It's a good show. Good show. It doesn't quite nudge into my S tier. I think I gotta take the Monster Girl shows out of S tier. I can't in good conscience put them up there.
For recommending or personal?
Just even personal. Like looking at some of the other works of art up here, I feel like the Monster Girl guilty pleasure trash belongs.
But it's good, but is it the same, right?
For me, A tier, below the other A tiers. But yeah, Doctor's probably better than Musume. The Saga of Tanya the Evil. This one's pretty cool. It has a really cool concept. Basically, a middle-aged Japanese salaryman who was kind of a dick gets reincarnated as like a little girl and decides they're gonna be this. They're gonna be this isekai, this world's version of German Mustache Man. Hey, Zombles.
That's what Zombles gets to walk into.
Yeah. Saga of Tanya the Evil was enjoyable, good.
It was interesting and it was different. It fulfilled those roles really well.
I'm gonna put it beside Future Diary. Yes, that feels good.
Seems right.
I'm gonna put it between Inuyasha and Bleach.
I liked their little flying devices they had.
Yeah, that was cool world building. And finally, we get to the end since I've been adding stuff. God, what a list.
I thought this was going to be like a 2-hour thing.
Record of Lodos.
Was I wrong?
Record of Lodos War. Hey, sweetheart, can you go through the video and watch it again and do the time codes for each thing where I talk about each thing? That shouldn't take too long.
Wife can try.
Record of Lodos War. Okay. And for the record, this is not an exhaustive list, but this is as much as I can remember offhand in one afternoon. I've definitely seen other series. The problem is that I've seen some series that I just deleted after watching them, or didn't make it through, or watched like the first half and was like, blah. And I don't remember them, which means they were that forgettable. Record of Lodos War. We're gonna go with so there's two versions of this. This we're not making the distinction here, except we are. There's the OVA and then there's the TV series. In the OVA, my favorite character dies, and in the TV series, she lives. It's the Dark Elf, Purotess, huge crush on her. Kind of a evil bitch, but kind of hot. Tragic backstory. I can fix her. Kind of Vechs bait, it would seem. But we're gonna go with the TV series where my favorite character lives. Yes, the hearts are coming up. I like that.
Hello.
The list is not exhaustive. No. I haven't really gotten into all of the TV series I've seen. Probably if I sat here. You gotta
remember, he used to grind in World of Warcraft. What do you do while grinding?
Yeah. I'm trying to think of shows that I've seen. I can just think of one that's not on here. Let me think about the original Toonami run. There was Dragon Ball Z, Cowboy Bebop, Tenchi, Trigun, Sailor Moon. Oh, I think I got all those.
The thing, the list does trend to towards decent. Like, your C tier is perfectly good things to go watch.
Oh, Lotus War. It's D&D. It's anime D&D.
Oh.
Good. Good show. Good show is good. Gonna stick it up here next to Inuyasha. I think it's a good spot. Uh, fantasy adventure, crush on the dark elf girl. And that's it. There was Strain. I gotta put Strain on here. Strain, strategic armored infantry. Strain, anime cover. We gotta put that on here. I was thinking about it and I was gonna rate it and I was thinking about what I would say and I couldn't find it. And so, it's not here. So I really like this one, by the way. I'm gonna rate this as a high ranking mecha. Can I find? Oh, I can't find the cover. That's in Japanese. I was kind of trying to get these in English. Apparently, here we go. I'm gonna see what happens if I click browse. Does it come up? Oh, it doesn't. I don't have to. All this time I've been muting the screen, and I didn't, or blanking the screen. I didn't need to. Okay, Strain, Strategic Armored Infantry is a mecha anime, and it's really cool because the protagonist she pilots a thing, and she screws up and gets demoted, and ends up piloting like a Gambi, which is like in their narrative universe, a really shitty mech that like can hardly do anything. And she gets bullied by the other Gambi pilots and ends up having to climb her way back up the ranks from like zero. Um, and there's some other stuff about having like a partner to help you pilot the really high end things. And she basically finds this doll that has a like person's consciousness in it that serves as her partner, um, who ends up being
Oh dear.
special and a key plot point. Uh, but there's some satisfying outcomes of like what happens to the people who bullied her so badly. A little bit of revenge, not revenge, not just she gets revenge, but like they uh they
They
fuck
get
around
what's
and
coming.
yeah, they get what's coming to them. Gonna put Strain as a personal S tier. Very fond memories of this mecha anime. It's not as high as Full Metal Panic, but it makes it into S tier, I think. Um, Andrew Hunter says, just got here. Has he covered full FMP? I assume you're talking about my S tier here of Full Metal Panic. Yes, I gushed about it. I think it's great. Sosuke Sagara, not a problem.
I might go through and actually do the time codes for the people who just want to hear about their favorite anime.
I mean, it would boost engagement, I think.
Might be appreciated.
I thought I had added Strain, and I didn't. And okay, so I'm glad I got that on there because this is a good one. Um, so that's done. Let's see. Let's take this off. How do I take it off? Do I put it back down here? Creating. How do I delete one of these?
Maybe the gear will.
No.
That dangerous?
Yeah, that sounds dangerous.
Perhaps that is.
Does anybody know how do I let me shrink this a little bit. Anybody know on tier list how to delete one? Let me try Googling it.
I know not.
On tier maker, how can I delete an entry?
Where is Minecraft? There's a good amount of Minecraft content. When Vechs launches a new server or has a new map, you'll probably see more Minecraft content on the site, on the YouTube.
You can't delete images. You have to delete it and make it new from scratch.
Ugh,
Oh,
that's inconvenient.
well. Huh.
Unfortunate.
Ah, okay. Hold on. I can remove the doubles. So that's a double. What other double did I have? I had the dungeon, the vending machine dungeon one. So there's one of the vending machines on here. There it is. There's the double. I think that's both of the doubles.
Cool.
I think we're good. Submit. Oh, thank God it didn't reset the grading here. I would have been very big sad.
Big sad.
I mean, I made it through the stream, but
We need a nice screenshot.
I think it'll give me one. Um, so there we go. There's the final tier list. All right. I'm not sure what information or
Yay!
whatever it'll reveal about my account. So we're just gonna dim for a sec, and I'm gonna click save or download. And this is what's the name of my stream?
Vechs personal
Anime tier
anime
list.
tier list.
Anime Vechs has personally watched. Save. Ba-doop. Cool. So there we go. I think I can export an image.
Yay!
Uh, security. Make sure I don't. Okay, yep. I have it. I'll stick it in Discord in a second. But yeah, that's it, guys. Thank you very much for going through this wild ride with me. That was a lot of talking about a lot of anime. I am surprised that I could talk about all these shows and summarize each one. I remember them all fairly well. Um, some of these are some of these I don't remember as well, like um, Gun Parade March and Van Dread, but I think they're solid shows if I hadn't deleted them. But anyway, um, yeah, that's it. I'm kind of curious what you guys think. Uh, Fight me in the comments, I guess, if you agree or disagree. Um, and two of my F tiers were even shows I was really into, and they took turns that really turned me off from the show.
Mm.
Full Metal Alchemist is great, but we have the updated one, which is just kind of, in my humble opinion, just overwrites it, making the original. There's no point for this to be around. And Blue Sub 6, weird, just a weird show, not very good. Elfen Lied wants to make you sympathetic for a horrible murderer person just because they were tortured, and I just I just don't like innocent women being ripped apart. Thanks. F tier. And and Evangelion, absolutely not respectful of your time, and could have wrapped this show up in so many different satisfying
Mm,
ways.
that's a good point.
Uh, Also, absolutely stupid ending, and a bunch of psychobabble and meaningless proper nouns that are placed around the show, and you never find out about them, and they're never addressed, and you just cut that crap, man. Really cool animation, like the first few episodes of Evangelion, just they look great. Amazing animation.
Pretty.
They they tried to get too fancy with it. They tried to be fancy, and they should have just made a cool mech show.
Mm.
Anyway, thank you guys very much for watching. I will see you next time. Until then, as always, take it easy.